about their differences, which is what Kirk was trying to do today here in Utah. We also heard from the House Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries. Political violence is never acceptable. My thoughts and prayers are with Charlie Kirk and his family. And then Gabby Giffords, of course, the congresswoman who survived an assassination attempt, and said she was horrified, and political disagreements are always allowed, but we must never allow America to become a country that confronts those disagreements with violence. There was a short time ago, Maurice, a moment of silence held on the floor of the House of Representatives. Speaker Johnson asked colleagues to rise and do so. Sounds like there may have been some in the chamber, unclear who and where, who tried to interrupt that silence. I don't know if we can play this.
Prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family.
So that was earlier in the House chamber. Speaker Johnson very quickly ran there to draw attention to it and have members of both parties stand there at least momentarily in honor of Kirk. This was before word officially came that he had died. So it shows you very quickly how quickly he galvanized people on both sides of the aisle to speak out, not only to denounce the violence, but to acknowledge the influence that Charlie Kirk had.
Okay, Ed O'Keefe, thank you so much. Let's go to Justice correspondent Scott McFarland now. Scott, first we were told they have a suspect, and now we're told they had the wrong guy.
Yeah, we've been blanketing our FBI contacts with questions about this over the last few minutes because there is a lack of clarity over what is the status of any manhunt for whoever pulled the trigger today. The Utah Valley University statement issued mid-afternoon was that a suspect was in custody. About 20 minutes later, they walked that back. And the FBI, we know, is on the ground at the site of this shooting. They've given no updates on whether they are pursuing somebody, have somebody, or if somebody is even alive who's involved with this shooting. The Utah Valley University police are helping to respond to this, the local police. And we know, according to folks at the university who've spoken with CBS News, they're going door to door now on campus to help evacuate anybody who's there. They want everybody off this campus. And if you are doing a door-to-door evacuation, if you are offering to come get people and walk them off the campus, that's indicative of a kinetic threat of something that is not fully settled at this point. But we're going to keep tapping into FBI sources here to get a sense of what's going on. But I'll tell you, it is unorthodox now. We are 2 hours and about 20 minutes since this shooting, and we do not have an update from law enforcement if they have somebody either in their sights or in handcuffs.
Door to door, Scott, that suggests a dicey situation there at Utah Valley University. We'll keep an eye on that for sure. Right now, former Republican National Committee Chair Michael Whatley joins us. Mr. Whatley, you knew Charlie Kirk. Our condolences for sure. What can you tell us about him, and what are your thoughts right now?
Well, my thoughts are with his family, and obviously, want to offer our prayers for me and Suzanne both. Charlie was a friend. Charlie was a father. Charlie was a husband. Charlie, every time that I met him, he had a very intense smile on his face. He was a happy warrior. And he's a guy who fought for what he believed in. And he believed in America, and he believed in his family. And I think this is going to leave a big hole in America, really. That when we see this kind of a senseless tragedy, we cannot allow this to take place in America anymore. We really need to do everything we can to kind of prevent these political fights from escalating to violence like this.
Can we talk about that a little bit, sir? Because, everybody's wondering now, what happened? How do we get to this point where now this is almost, I don't want to say not surprising, but not expected, but people are still sort of reacting like I knew something like this would happen. How did we get here?
Well, it's absolutely tragic, is what it is. I think that when we think about President Trump being shot earlier this summer, 2 different attempts on his life, and it's really easy, in the moment to say it's the other side. But the fact is that there is no place in America for this type of political violence whatsoever. The fact is that a husband and a father has been taken from us way too early in his life.
A little more about what type of father and husband and man Charlie Kirk was. Hard to believe we're talking about him in the past tense right now, but you know, someone who was a provocateur, who did it with a certain amount of joy, right?
Well, look, I think that he approached every day with a certain amount of joy, and it was great to be able to work with him, to do events with him, to spend time with him. You know, he was a very intense, very loyal person. He was very demanding, but in a good way. And I think that you know, he brought a passion to politics. He brought a passion to what he did with Turning Point. I think that's unbelievably commendable. And like I said, it will be a big hole in certainly my world and everybody else's world that had a chance to know Charlie.
Okay, thank you so much, former RNC Chair Michael Whatley. We appreciate your remembrances there. Reaction coming in from Governor Wes Moore, Democrat of Maryland. I condemn in strongest possible terms the attack. You know, you see this kind of reaction from Republicans as well. Tom Tillis, the senator, praying for Charlie Kirk. Political violence has no place in our society. So I bring in our chief Washington analyst, Robert Costa. You're hearing the condemnations far and wide, yet here we are once again, Bob.
Here we are once again, the specter of violence continuing to hover over the United States and our political culture. You see leaders in both parties expressing horror at what is unfolding here on a college campus today, a time when so many students are going back to school, starting their classes in September. It's the carnage of violence at a political leader. And this country has seen it many times before. You think about President Lincoln, you think about the shots fired on President Reagan, of course, President Kennedy being gunned down in 1963, and other political figures have been shot. You think about George Wallace running for president being shot. He survived. Charlie Kirk, at such a young age, being gunned down, assassinated at a political
Yeah, he's a father, man. He
this is
was,
something that
he had a
people have
family.
seen
I don't think that
for
he
so
even
many
asked
of
to
the
be
people we cover.
going to
That,
work and do
yes,
what he
there is
do.
a political debate that's
And
often
I would never
very
dream of this.
testy
So I
in
feel
this
bad for the
country, but
kids. I
so
feel bad
often
for his family.
behind the scenes,
Whether you agree with him or
most
disagree
people
with him, he still was
I
a human
cover
at the end of the
see
day.
the
It's
dignity
just an unfortunate
in
way
the
to
other
go out.
person across
I
their
like
way.
that. And his family and
Violence is not
friends
part
and
of
kids
the
have to actually
American
see this
system.
video play
It's
over and
something that
over
has
again.
scarred America's history, but it's not part of how we have dialogue. And Charlie Kirk, whether you are
He was
a
only
defender of
31
his,
when
an
he got
advocate,
this. He was
an ally,
very
a
young.
friend,
I didn't
or
even realize he was that
look
young.
at someone who was in the arena. And so many people, whether they're activists,
You guys
like
can
Charlie
pull up,
Kirk,
man. You don't have
or
to be on
media
cam.
figures, or they're
Just
political
ask you guys
figures
to
and
wave
leaders
in the
who are in elected
background.
office,
But if you want to
they
come
don't
up and
believe
add to
that
the
by going in
discussion,
the
you
arena,
can.
they may be bruised ideologically, they may be
It has been
bruised when it
confirmed
comes
that he
to
has
rhetoric,
passed
but they
away.
won't necessarily
And we
have
was
to
waiting on the
face
news to
this
see
sort
if
of
it would
violence.
occur.
We've
And
seen the attempted
unfortunately,
assassination of lawmakers
we've
like
been saddled with
Steve
that
Scalise
information.
within the past decade or so. Of course, President Trump facing his own assassination attempts, Gabby Giffords, the former member of Congress. Both parties have dealt with this, and now today, a real rising star dead at such a young age.
Yeah, for sure, Bob. And what it means for our politics going forward, that will be chewed over as we move forward here. To recap for you, the conservative activist Charlie Kirk has died after being shot in the neck during an event at Utah Valley University. A search for the suspect is underway. And
Yeah, the suspect is still on the loose. They have not, the guy that you guys are seeing on the video, that's apparently he is the wrong guy. That's not the guy. So the guy's still on the loose. They're still in manhunt for him. If you guys haven't seen the video, just go over to X. You can actually see how gruesome it is. It's crazy, crazy video. I wasn't expecting to see anything like that, man, but very gruesome.
Hello, everyone. I'm Major Garrett in Washington. This is a special edition of The Takeout. Charlie Kirk, one of the most important voices and voter mobilization forces in the MAGA movement, was shot and killed in full public view today at the start of one of his signature Prove Me Wrong events on the campus of Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah. Videos circulating online reveal a single gunshot and a wound that eyewitnesses said struck Kirk's neck and resulted in considerable bleeding. Just moments ago, President Trump posted on social media that Kirk had perished, writing, quote, "No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie." This show will focus entirely on this developing story, which is harrowing for a show that is devoted to conversation about politics and civility within the public space. We will explore the consequences for a country that is wrestling with deep political divisions and more frequent spasms of politically motivated violence, with victims, we should note, on both sides of the ideological spectrum. Kirk, 31, was the married father of 2 young children, a 3-year-old daughter
Damn, he had.
and a 1-year-old son. Former Republican National Committee Chairman Michael Whatley knew and worked closely with Kirk and will join us tonight. And one of the most influential writers in conservative circles, Matthew Continenti, will also join us to talk about Kirk's influence, how it rose, and his close connection with many people in the Trump White House. We begin with Anna Schechter and the latest
You guys in the
available
chat, are you
information,
familiar
not
with?
only on what
Are you familiar
happened,
with him?
but what authorities
Let
are
me
doing
know.
in
Let me know what
pursuit
you know about him
of
in
the
the chat.
assailant. Anna?
Well, Major, so many unanswered questions and really confusion right now. Even a couple of hours after the event, there is no word that a suspect is in custody. Our teams have been analyzing the video that showed the moment that Kirk was shot. It did appear
I find it
that
hard
the
to believe
shot
that they
came
don't have
from
a
some
suspect.
elevated position. He was in a vulnerable position because there were elevated buildings around a large
You know,
open grassy
no metal
area that you're
detectors.
seeing there. You see
Nobody's getting
students
checked.
running in
Nobody's
the
tickets
immediate
getting checked.
aftermath. Here is the video that we're talking about that appears to show the shot that was fired. We're told a single shot. This is a very challenging crime scene. And if law
I would say it's
enforcement
a
is
pro shot as
still
well. Yeah, just one
looking
shot.
for that suspect, every minute that goes by widens the periphery of places that they need to search.
I would
There
say
was
it's pretty surely planned, man.
especially
I mean, for it to be
confusion
calculated
because we
like that
got
in the way he
early
got hit.
reports that a suspect was
Not
in
expert
custody. In fact,
as
police
far as being a
did
sniper,
arrest
but
a
I just can't
man,
imagine that
but they said
this
that
wasn't planned,
this
Marcus.
was not the shooter and that individual was released. So at this time, Major, still a lot of questions.
And this was an amphitheater setting, hundreds upon hundreds there, enthusiastic, very, very up for this encounter. And Charlie Kirk does these things as sort of an open mic event to have a full dialogue with those who are either supportive of his points of view or highly critical of his points of view. And as I've come to understand, Anna, there was no particular security checkpoints at all, no weapons checks, no magnetometers, nothing like this. A real
You guys
free
are watching.
speech
Tell me what you think
atmosphere.
might happen
And as I
next
understand it, the
as a
university
result of
said that
this.
the
What are you guys thinking will
single
happen?
gunshot came from some considerable distance. And as I understand it, Anna, there is a building by building search going on that campus currently?
That's exactly right. As we're talking right now, police are going building to building, room to room to safely evacuate students, faculty, and
Somebody had to
staff.
see something, man. Somebody not speaking up.
That the
Somebody's
students were
not speaking up
told
at all.
to hunker down
I can't
and
imagine that
wait
they don't
for
have not
police
one
to
suspect or at least have an
find
idea.
them
Maybe
and
they do. Maybe they're keeping it on the hush from us.
securely evacuate them. That, of course, was immediately following the sort of race to leave that initial area, that grassy open field that we were just looking at. So while there was chaos, then police stepped in to go building to building. That also suggests that there is not necessarily a neutralized threat. We don't know, but it appears that there could be a suspect still at large as we are speaking right now.
And that is very startling news indeed, Anna, but it's important to convey to the audience that this is an evolving, ongoing law enforcement situation in that community, and we will keep you up to date. And Anna, if you get anything else on that front, you can let us know, and we'll come back to you
Will
straight
do.
away. Anna
Thank you.
Schechter, as always, thank you so very much. Christian Overton joins me now. He was a witness to the shooting. Christian, I'm very, very sorry. You saw what you saw. You experienced what you experienced. I am appreciative that you're willing to discuss it. Can you tell me what happened?
Certainly, yes. I attended the event with my 17-year-old son, Ryder Overton, this afternoon. We got there about an hour early and had found some what we thought were good seats. it wasn't until shortly after that we moved down to the fence and were allowed to sit just off from the stage where he presented. Everything went as planned. He actually even came out and handed my son, a couple of hats. So it was a wonderful, wonderful gesture, and we were excited. And after about the second question that was asked, is about the time we heard the shot. I diverted to look up just for a second to see what where the sound had come from, and then seconds later witnessed Charlie with a hole in his neck and bleeding. It was at that time we laid down on the ground, not knowing what or how many shots might follow.
Definitely unfortunate, man.
At that
Out of the
point, it was
movies.
just a matter
That's
of
how much
trying
God
to
was
get
pushing out,
of the
man. You don't
gates
even.
and
Often do you see that? Maybe in the military, or
safe
maybe
place.
if you are witnessing
How
gun
does this
violence, but
land
you don't
on
really
your
see
heart,
this too
Mr.
often.
Overton?
Very heavily. I, as well as Ryder, my son, we're both big Charlie Kirk supporters. It hits home, having it happen here where I actually graduated from college many, many years ago. And it's just a sad day. It's a sad day, and it'll weigh heavy on our hearts for some time to come.
What was the preparation for you and your son? Was there any, I just summarized with Anna Schechter, you might have heard that my understanding, but you were there, so I want to confirm it with you, sir. Was there any kind of security there at all that you felt or experienced?
None whatsoever. There were people in with backpacks, school bags. There was no metal detectors. There was
He's not alive, Mark.
no one checking anyone coming in. So
there was
And
no
based
security
on what you
presence
saw,
whatsoever from the people that was
were you
there.
immediately fearful for Charlie and his health?
Easy target from anyone.
By all accounts, when I saw the amount of damage done, wasn't sure that he was going to make it. I was hopeful. His staff did a great job by taking him off the stage immediately, but it wasn't. It happened so quickly, and we were all just at that point concerned about our safety and getting to a safe place.
And how did you go about that, Mr. Overton? I imagine
That's
that
a good
was
point too, man. I mean, you have his team worried about
It was because
his health,
of,
but then
the number of
everyone
people
that's
trying to
around
get out of the
also
same
have to
area
worry
that
about
we
their
were.
safety at that point because
We
you don't
actually had
know
fallen down
what's really going on
it
in
could
the
have
heat of the
turned
moment.
A lot more ugly, but we actually found a break in one of the guardrails or one of the fences there that we were able to get through, and then kept our heads down and ran for as long as we could.
Mr. Overton, I'm lucky enough in this world
A lot
to
of
be a
people there
parent to 3
too. I
children.
mean, typically when
Every
things
parent
happen like
sometimes
this,
gets very difficult
some people
questions
get
from their
snappy
children, hard to
as
answer.
well. So it's just
I
a lot of
imagine
things to
that's
kind
a
of factor in
particularly heavy burden on
when
your
things like
shoulders
this
this
take
afternoon.
place.
Yeah.
Safety is the number one concern, and there's so
What
many
have you
things
talked
that
with
can
your
go
son
left,
about in the
even
aftermath?
in a situation like this.
Well,
at
we
the
had a
very moment.
discussion about how difficult it is to stand up for your rights, to
Pfeiffer Dog said he didn't need security when the
listen.
president.
There's been we spent most of the time going back in silence. To be honest with you, it was just trying to wrap our heads around what we had just witnessed. It was difficult.
I agree,
He's
Faye,
dealing
that
with
could be
it
true. It could
in
be some
his
security
own,
undercover.
space
And of
right
course,
now.
the president is
and then
going to
we will come
have
together when
a more dominant security
some
presence, but
some of this is lifted.
still, I'm just kind of
a little
quite
later.
surprised with him being
For what it might be
affiliated with
worth, Mr.
who
Overton, I
he's
wish you
affiliated
and your
with.
son and all in your
That
community
it
the
wasn't
very
any
best as you
security
work
or
through that
any
process, which I guarantee you,
clearance
I
as
know
far as
will be
that.
difficult.
Thank you very much.
Christian Overton, I appreciate it, sir. Thank you. Michael Watley joins me now, formerly served as the chairman of the Republican National Committee and is running to represent the state of North Carolina in the United States Senate. We'll get to that in a second. Michael, Mr. Chairman, thank you for coming in.
Well, thank you, Major.
I just saw you on the special report. You knew Charlie very well. He was a dynamic force in American politics. This has to be a heartbreaking moment for you.
It is. It's an absolute tragedy. And I think, as big as his role was in politics, and there's going to be a lot of discussion about that. And I think, frankly, there should be. But his passion for politics paled in comparison to his passion for America and especially his family. To have a beautiful wife and 2 beautiful kids, that was everything to him. And you knew it every time you had a conversation with him.
I want to underscore the dynamic that was present there at Utah Valley University because it's very similar to other things that Charlie Kirk has done. And Charlie goes to all sorts of campuses. And he sits in full public view, welcomes questions from critics and tries to answer them and enjoyed, forgive me, the give and take, the back and forth.
A lot of people gonna move.
And that
a lot
created a
differently
kind of
after
energy
looking
around
at
these
the
events, which was
situation.
clearly evident before it started. Lots of people were there, very happy and excited to see it. That's something that was not typical in Republican Party politics even 5 or 10 years ago.
No, it absolutely wasn't. And the passion that he brought to every conversation, you could tell. You know, this is a guy who woke up every single day and he was a happy warrior. And he was ready to go out there and help change this conversation. I've got 2 sons, twin boys. Both of them were very active in Turning Point at NC State and in Clemson. You know, and I think that when you think about the outreach that Charlie brought to the conservative movement is absolutely
What's
fundamental.
going on, Wayne? How you
But I
doing?
don't think he brought it because of he wanted Republicans to win.
My God.
I can't hear you.
He wanted America better, and he wanted it better for his family and his kids.
Is that better?
Is there a Trump second term without Turning Point USA?
No, I mean, he was a very influential
Can you hear
part
me
of
now?
all of the campaign that we put
Hold on, give me
together.
one
I mean, he was
second.
involved. I mean, he started this thing when he was 18 years old. I mean, just absolutely stunning. The number of events that I participated in, that the president participated in, other members of the cabinet, you know, have been involved with, you know, not just in 24, but over the course of really since 16. You know, he has been a very important part of our coalition of you know the Trump movement. And I think really it's bigger than Trump. I think it is an America First.
Hi, Wayne, can you hear me?
And Charlie was a huge factor. There's going to be a tremendous hole in that movement.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I mentioned at the opening.
I see your
of the
meter
show that
moving,
our
man. I
country is
can't
struggling with the
hear
reality.
you for some reason.
You
No,
still
I
can't hear me?
Not
Go
only
back out
very
and come back in.
intense
Hit the
political
refresh
efforts,
button.
but there has been violence and victims on both sides of the aisle. Maurice Dubois, my colleague, asked you, how did we get here? That's an impossible question to answer. Equally impossible is how do we get out of it? Do you have anything to say about that?
Well, look, I think that right now in America,
they're not really
we
saying
need to
who
be
the shooter
focused on
is.
keeping our
I'd
families
imagine
and
that
our
if they did
communities
have a
safe.
lead, we probably wouldn't know.
At the end of the day, that
But all we
is
know
the
is that the
biggest
suspect
fundamental
has
piece
not been
of
found.
what the government
I can hear
needs
you
to be
both.
focused
It might
on.
be on my end. Let me just
Certainly
double
as a
check my
father
end.
of
Thank
3,
you.
that's what I am focused on
boom.
every single day.
Hey, Wayne, come back
And
up.
I
They say they
think
can
that,
hear
you
you,
know,
but I'm
when
gonna
we
work on the
talk
sound on
about,
my end.
you know, the escalating conversation in politics, there have been dozens and dozens and dozens of calls saying we need to lower the temperature in politics. You know, I think that's real, right? You know, that every time that we see allegations or we see charges that are going out there that this person is a Nazi or that this person hates America or that this person needs to be stopped at any cost, then that is something that is problematic. You know, when we see President Trump get shot, and then a number of weeks later, we see a second assassination attempt. You know, that is not right in American politics. And what we saw with Charlie today, I think just kind of compounds that conversation that we do need to step back and understand what is it that we're fighting for? What is it that we're so passionate about? You know, and reflect truly on where are we going? You know, President Trump made it very clear after he survived being shot that he felt like he had, you know, survived for a reason, you know, and I think that that's very
All right,
important.
give me one second. Let me
And I
just
really
check
do
on
think
my
that
end.
we all need to reflect on what it is that we're trying to accomplish here through these political means, and that violence is not acceptable. It is not at all.
And that your political
part of this.
opponent is not your enemy.
Correct.
You fundamentally believe that.
I do absolutely believe that. I think that when we talk about in
Hold on
any
one second,
political
Wayne.
campaign, you know,
Okay.
what
back
are
out and
people
come back in.
ultimately running for? Politics is about helping people. Politics is about lifting up communities. Politics is about making sure that families
And that the
can do
American
better.
experiment, as we've come to know it, continues.
Absolutely.
Continues.
Yes.
Not runs off the rails in some sort of torrent of violence and bloodshed.
Yes.
Do you feel, as a candidate for the United States Senate, different about your personal safety this afternoon as we speak than you did when you woke up this morning?
No, and one of the things about being the RNC chair is that when I was elected by the RNC to be the chair, that changed my life, right? And so I have had to have security systems, put into my home that were advanced, and I had to have security details when I was the RNC chair, and that I had to move around with staff and always, pay attention to these things. As a candidate right now, I'm going to have events in all 100 counties of North Carolina. I'm going to be out and I'm going to be meeting with people. And you always want to be very careful about that. I think that, anybody in this space has to be very mindful from a security perspective, because you don't know necessarily what to expect in any given situation.
Right, but on the same part of that ledger, as a candidate, you have to meet the people.
You do.
You have to see them where they are, as the phrase goes. And that might be at a shopping center, it might be at a school, it might be outside a factory, it might be at a farm, but you have to see them exactly where they are. And you can't bring a phalanx of security personnel to get in their face and do all that sort of stuff. How do you balance that?
Well, I think that we have to trust in the goodness of the people of North Carolina in my particular race, and I think hopefully across the country, but it is a real crushing story that we're dealing with here today.
It is.
And I think I want to make sure that we continue to go back to the fact that this man was a husband and this man was a father. Ultimately, that has been what's taken away from us today.
Michael Watley, it's a hard day. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Major.
And be safe.
Yes, sir.
Ed O'Keefe joins me now. Ed, you got some interesting developments to convey to the audience. Please do so.
Well, Major, as we wait word on whether the suspect has been apprehended in Utah or wherever they may be, our colleague Jennifer Jacobs conveys that there have been discussions internally at the White House and across the administration today about whether other Trump administration officials who don't currently receive some kind of security protection should, in fact, get more protection from either the Secret Service or other agencies. But there are, and while there were several internal discussions about this afternoon,
Can you hear me, Will?
those agencies don't have unlimited
I can hear you.
staff. So to the point
Yeah, I
you
can't
were
hear you.
raising
Hold
there
on.
with Chairman Watley about his protection and as a candidate, his concerns for it, there are also those that work across the administration this afternoon here in Washington who are quite concerned. They're all equally, well, they're equally young compared to Charlie Kirk. They're equally high profile in many cases. And if it can happen to Charlie Kirk at a college campus in Utah, obviously there's going to be grave concern that it could happen to others as they go about their business, unfortunately. So that's an early sign of the reaction. The other thing we should convey, Major, if you didn't, forgive me if you did at the top, the president has ordered flags across the country to fly half staff until 6 p.m. Sunday in honor of his friend Charlie Kirk. They have lowered them, at least one of them so far, at the White House, and you will see that across the country here in the coming hours as it happens. I think you see them there now lowered at half staff. So that's another thing that has happened. And we've seen the political reaction continue to pour in from Republicans, of course, but Democrats as well. Just a little while ago, former President Joe Biden and his conveying thoughts of his own and then of the former First Lady saying there's no place
Can you hear me, Will?
for this kind of violence. It must end now. Jill and I are praying for Charlie Kirk's family and loved ones. But I think, Major, one of the things
Hear me, Will?
that guys like you and I who do this
I
for
can
a
hear you.
living
I know what it
and our
was.
staffs need to remember is there are going to be a lot of people who see this news this afternoon and have no idea who Charlie Kirk is.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not their fault.
No.
And it speaks to the incredibly digital and algorithmic world that we now live in, that their scroll.
Hey, Willie, real quick, let me get your thoughts about what you think about looking at all of this and hearing this.
I don't know, man. You watch the video. That's tough. He got popped twice. It hit his body armor and then it hit him in his neck.
Really? It was twice?
Yeah.
I was hearing one shot.
No, slow the video down. So, to me, man, I don't know. It's, don't nobody deserve this. I know a lot of people on the left, hate him because, he went against all the things that they, tend to stand for. I personally don't agree. It's not really easy. It's not really difficult to dismantle the black crime statistics. Like, we make up 13% of the population, but all this blah 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 crime stuff. Like, that argument has been dismantled, a time or two by his contemporaries. So, I understand that, but at the same time, a lot of the stuff he talked about, I do agree with. The transgender, alphabet community being, what they are. Abortions, women's rights to abortions, or abortions not needing to be legal, albeit, for incest or rape situations. A lot of women use them as birth control. Like you said, 23% of Generation Z has already been aborted. So yeah, it's fucked. It's messed up, man. He did one thing that he says that he's always said and stood on is how hateful the left is, and being in the middle, smack dab in the middle between, both. Like, I think that some women should be able to have abortions for certain things, but I also don't think that the alphabet community and trans community is a real thing either. I think it's both of them mentally ill. So, I'm in the middle, bro. But the stuff that he's saying about the left, how they're hateful, they're always super, 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 super quick to judge, and condemn and damnation and wish, worse on people. Look at what they're doing to him right now. Like, they're saying, they talk about they're glad I'm gonna send you a picture of a post of somebody talking about how they're happy he died, and they hope he burns in hell. Like, it's sad, man.
Yeah, it's been all in the comments and even on Twitter. Just kind of disregarding that he's a human at the end of the day, just putting an opinion. What's going on, Wing Goddess? How you doing?
Hey, check our group. Check our DMs on Instagram.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. I can hear you. It was on my end. My apologies.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I gotta agree with Willie. I don't really know him, but I do know that the left is definitely being really, really hateful right now. I've seen a couple posts myself on my end, people saying that they're happy he's dead, that they hope Donald Trump is next. It's sad. It's unfortunate. He was 31. He had 2 kids. He was a father. Like, that's not cool. And the video of him getting shot that's circulating, they need to stop sharing that because his family, has to see that.
All right, I love you.
So, yeah, it sucks.
Yeah, I mean, once it hit the internet, I doubt they stop sharing it. And so many people with hate in their hearts that they're gonna keep pushing it. And it was gruesome, man. I wasn't expected that. I heard somebody tell me to go check it out on X, and I checked it out. I'm like, damn,
bro. This somebody got a post and they put 50 Mini Man by 50 Cent right before him getting shot, and that's the video they posted on Instagram. Like, it's at the end of the day, it's funny. Like, a lot of the times, the stuff that the black people get mad about white people saying about us, we prove to be true, and this is one of them times right now. Like, it's it's almost comical about how fast or how often it is and how quickly we write some of the jokes of these people, or these stereotypes that people have for us. And unfortunately, man, this man lost his life. So I'm just glad that it wasn't a black dude that killed him. That's the thing for me. Like,
they know who shot him? Know who shot him?
They have the suspect they have is not of melanated descent. So
he's been released. Well,
yeah, now I'm not talking about the old white dude.
Okay.
So, but I just hope that I just hope that it's not a black guy, because if it's a black guy that just killed him, what's about to happen.
That'll be a whole nother can of worms.
Yeah. What's going on, Coel?
What's the deal?
Not much, man. I know you're looking at this news that broke. What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, man. It's tragic. I ain't gonna lie. It's I just seen it and I said, damn, that's what we're doing now. That's all. Like, damn, that's what we're doing. That's really it. People
Okay.
yeah, because all he do is just debate, you know what I'm saying? So it's just like, it's just sad to see, you feel me? Because liberals swear on the other side, motherfuckers is so evil, but they the ones do all the evil shit, man. Like, for real. They do all the evil shit. But I'll stop there.
Okay. What's going on, Shan?
Sorry, I the video just popped up on my screen, so I was watching it when you just called. I was like, oh goodness, I wasn't expecting that, but
Yeah.
that was a bit much. This is horrible. This man was he was young. Like it's like, okay, even if you disagree with some of the things that he's saying, he didn't hurt anybody. He's just voicing his opinion like we all do when we're up here. And we don't always agree with each other, right? But nobody deserves to die over that just because they're voicing their opinion on something. This is crazy. That's somebody's father, somebody's son, somebody's family member. I am so shocked. Like when I heard he got shot, I was thinking, okay, maybe it was something minor. Like that's what I was hoping for. But when I just saw that video, I'm like, oh my gosh. Like I was not expecting that. This is horrible. I don't understand people. I just don't. And in the comments, you can watch that and make a hateful comment about somebody. Like, I don't know what this world is like. Like, this is somebody's life, a life off of an opinion. That's crazy to me.
And then, not to cut you off, but then those the same people that would scream that the other side was racist if it would happen on the other side. Like if Kamala Harris, God forbid, had an attempt on her life or anything, if anybody white said anything, or if anybody said anything, they would swear that it came from hatred and stuff like that. And it's the same people, and it just baffles me, man, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that when we find out exactly who's done it, like it's mental. People say, well, you always play. Yeah, it is mental. Anybody who wants to kill somebody else, all of them are mental, if you ask me. But it would just be interesting to see the profile of the person who actually did this to this young man. Like I just look at how young he is.
I'm 100% sure it's going to be somebody it's going to be one of the hit dogs that holler every time he has one of his speeches, or someone that feels triggered by what he says. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's a trans or a gay person.
I wouldn't even say that. How the shots came, it looked like a trained professional, because he did get shot twice. Like I heard you say that earlier, but you could see that shot on his chest was one in the heart and one in the neck, bro. They was trained, bro.
But that neck one came first, right?
No,
it was the one in the chest first.
Really? So I saw the one in the neck, but it didn't seem like I saw anything because he was still upright.
You gotta look. It bounced off it, like it hit his chest and like bounced off a little, like kind of.
If it hit his body armor that he had under his shirt, if he hadn't jumped, he'd have got hit in the head with that second shot, not the neck.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not necessarily a professional. That's somebody who just goes to the gun range. It's not difficult to hit those shots in rapid succession inside of 500 yards.
I mean, yeah, we still don't know where they came from, but I'm talking about even the tactic. Like, how do you know that?
You learned that playing Call of Duty for 4 hours a week. That's not, again, that tactic isn't special
right.
either.
I don't play video games, so I wouldn't. Okay. I feel it.
So, and I play video games and shoot guns in real life. It's not difficult to learn how to, what do you say, a double tap. But he just shot two shots in rapid succession. You go train that. That's a drill. So that's not anything.
But people don't train like that though. Like,
no, people who shoot guns do though. So I mean, I wouldn't say that just because someone likes to shoot guns that makes them professional.
Man, whoever shot him was a professional, bro. I'll put my money on it. It was quick, boom, boom, out of there. Like the person who shot Trump, like that. He was an amateur. You could tell in the shots. It was like pop, 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 pop. That nigga. Whoever shot Charlie Kirk, they had a agenda, and they got in and they got the fuck out.
That
come with some level of training.
Expected for that. That was unexpected for real. That was crazy.
What do you guys think is going to happen as a result of this? What are you guys predicting?
I think so. One of the things that we're already discussing and talking about was that Donald Trump was saying that he was going to try to provide Secret Service protection to people, like him, who were supporting him. And then now when he made that his first little tweet about it, it says we need to really look at who's not having, who has protection and who doesn't. Because again, Secret Service is available for these people, this doesn't happen.
I personally believe it's going to depend on the profile of the person who did it. I just hope it was not one of us.
Yeah, if it's the black guy, they finna try to. Somebody's gonna vote to bring back slavery. I already know how that.
Yeah, this will be the ice. They already exhausted us. This right here is gonna be like. This would be no. This was not. Would not be good at all.
Yeah, I've always tried to make a draw a line in the sand, but people scream about black fatigue. It's not black fatigue. It's nigga fatigue. So I just hope a nigga didn't do that.
Exactly.
I just hope that it was.
I wouldn't even say nigga fatigue. I would say ghetto fatigue, man.
Well, that's two types of black people and niggas. It's a spin from Chris Rock's joke that he told like 9 years ago. But I just hope this person is white with like a septum piercing, blue hair, and has a long list of pronouns. Then we won't catch no heat from that, or the black community won't.
It's be quite interesting, man. Like what unfolds. I wasn't expecting to see nothing like this today. I mean, it's straight off a video game.
It's just gonna make the divide even greater, to be honest. Like, depending on what side you stand on it, I don't know. It was a big event. I wasn't expecting that. It could shift the whole political, that whole sector, even on the internet, like with Candace Owens, man, because even Charlie Kirk, he just did something on, I don't know if any one of y'all seen it. He was just on Jubilee, the 20v1, like 20
he
Democrats versus, he was the 20v1 for like 20 Democrats versus one conservative. He was just on there like a month ago, and it's that whole world is just gonna be.
So you think somebody personally has something with him, or do you think that other people need to be on high alert too? That's
I think all of those people in that circle here, Candace Owens, the dude who was just on the Breakfast Club, the other white dude, the Jewish dude, all of those guys.
Look, I would not be doing no public. All these public. First of all, you're in public saying the craziest stuff. You don't know how people are going to take that. It's one thing when you're behind a camera. It's another thing where you're in a public space. I wouldn't, if I were anybody who gets in a public space and just talks down on anybody. All you got to do is say something about somebody who's having a bad day, and it's a wrap. I wouldn't trust it.
I mean, that's not. I hear you, but I don't even think that's what he did. He wasn't being rude, but like I can't see any or think of any clips I saw of him being rude. Now, whether it's the truth or not, or you agree with him, that's subjective. But
I mean, did something happen recently with him that
No,
he just like stirred up?
nah, bro.
No, he just
Because these conversations happen every day with like Candace Owens, and Tatum, all
He's
these
been on the
conversations.
same shit forever.
Right.
He speaks on controversial issues, and that's the issue. That's the thing. People don't understand, like, okay, you look at stacks, you speak about it. When it's controversial, you never know how people are going to take it. People take that stuff almost like you're talking to them. I don't care how nice you say it. People take offense to it.
You're right, but it's not, most of the time, it's not anybody on the side that's claiming that that's what they're doing. Like, most of the time, it's not no Republicans trying to kill no Democrats. That's all I'm saying. Like, the Democrats spend all their time saying that Republicans or conservatives are so evil, when most of the time they the ones trying to pick them off.
The Democrats are the only people celebrating death like this. The Democrats are the ones that embrace the alphabet mafia, and we all know that group is probably one of the most evil and biggest bullies.
It's just so evil, bro.
So I mean, it's not like we talking about nothing crazy, and the stuff that he says, the only people mad about it are like, again, hit dogs holler. You know, if it don't apply to you, it shouldn't really matter. So when people, like, again, they've disproved the argument about, you know, how black people are so small of the population but create so much of the crime. Like, that argument's already been dismantled. It's not an issue to have. The thing is, though, even if that was the case, and if it doesn't apply to you, why does it bother you? And so many people get bothered by the opinions of fucking strangers that I've never understood that. Like, people on the left are so frail. Like, these are the same types of people. Like, when Kevin Samuels died, they were cheering for that.
They not frail. They just be acting, bro. That shit just an act to get their way, bro. They not frail because if they was
That's
frail,
what makes them
when
frail.
when death come around, they be like, oh, you out for blood and you cheering for death. That don't. Well, it depends on what your definition of frail is, but when I seen it, I said, oh, it's over.
If you want somebody to die and you're not willing to kill them, that's frail to me too. I'm not.
Okay, yeah.
Everybody's always, they want somebody to do A, B, C, and D, but nobody had a balls to do it. Like if we just talking about from that standpoint, at the end of the day though, like, hey, the two issues, the two things he spoke out about the most were saying black crime and issues about how there's no such thing as white privilege, stuff like that, and there's no such thing as systemic racism. All of the saying things that dog whistle black people to feel, their victim, put their victim caps on. And then he was talking about, the Crayola box community. So those two people were the 95% of his talking points.
Yeah. When I saw it, I literally thought it's no hope. They got the black community by the balls, bro. Like it's over with. Like they got us. In a mass majority scale, they got us, bro. Our culture is forever gonna be brainwashed by what we see and what they tell us, and we're gonna forever be slaves, bro. We too far gone, bro. We just too far gone. Facts. Most of the people wish that. Most of the Democrats wish that was Trump, bro. Imagine if Trump would have got shot in his neck live like that.
Yeah,
Man.
niggas would they would be out here nigging and dancing a jig and doing all that other silly shit they do when someone they don't like has something bad happen to them. I mean,
but then they want all the sympathy though.
Well,
when it's them.
Yeah.
So I think that we're making it would just be interesting to see the profile of the person who shot this man. I don't follow. I've seen clips of him, but I don't follow him enough to know, what he said. I've heard some controversial things, but if it don't apply, just let it fly, and I keep on moving. So I know the things that he speaks of, but I don't know enough of his content to know what would piss people off. You know what I'm saying?
It's the abortion stuff and the gang violence stuff. I wouldn't even say really the gang violence stuff because we hear that all the time. If you got facts to disprove it, just disprove it. If you're in front of them, if not, like it'd be the abortion and the gay and the trans stuff for the most part that I see him get most of his hate on.
So we know it's not abortion because that would imply that it's a woman, right?
Well, no.
Shit, no. It could be a man who wanted a woman to have an abortion and she couldn't.
Oh, gotcha.
But I mean, then too, let's not act like women don't make more. They're not naturally. They don't have a natural proclivity to being a marksman. Teaching women how to shoot long distance, they have a shorter learning curve than men.
Yeah,
do.
it's very seldom that
she might be a stud. She could have been out there with her fatigue on.
Could be a stud.
Grabbed her little 308 and put her head up.
Yeah, I'm willing to believe it's probably not though.
I mean, why not?
No, if it was,
it's possible. I know. Listen. I'm not saying it's not. It can't be. I'm just saying I'm willing to believe it's probably not.
Damn, that's a man hate.
It's a trans. It's a trans woman.
That's not no man hate. I'm just saying. That shot was pretty that looked like, to me, I'm not a shooter, but that looked like somebody who knew what they were doing.
How does the shot? I'm curious for all the non-shooters. When y'all say stuff like that, right? How does a shot look like somebody knew what they were doing?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you how.
No, I already heard. I'm talking about what Shan just said.
Oh, okay.
It was just that, and so one, it was the angle of it, right? And then you have to be to get that angle. You would, in my opinion, because the way it looked like it was coming from, right? In my opinion, you would have to do a lot like find a spot that is you can get that aim, right? It just seems like it was well thought out. Like I don't know. I could be wrong. I don't know because I'm not a shooter,
Don't second guess yourself.
No, it's not. It is a second guess. If I'm not an expert in that area, it's going to be a second guess. I'm not going to say I know something about something that I don't know. But it's just from I'm not an expert. I don't even own a gun. You know, it looked, you know, especially when all those people there, like to pull that off.
Political violence where it's much more broad based, and I wonder to what degree it comes out of a concern that politics has now become all or nothing, as you said earlier, sort of an existential problem, and that people are losing faith in politics, traditional politics, as a way of working out our grievances and our disagreements.
Robert Costa, the floor is yours.
Covered Charlie Kirk for a long time, and this was a major force in American politics, though he was very young.
And this will be deeply felt within the Trump White House.
Clearly already is. The president.
I mean, so many people within that building knew and worked very closely with Charlie, held him in very high regard. So it'll be a personal moment, a political moment, a national moment for all of them.
Close to Vice President Vance, close to Donald Trump Jr., close to President Trump.
And to Olivier's point about this idea that all or nothingism creeping in, or maybe very widespread in American political life, that seems to be a reality that has taken a horrific turn this afternoon in Orem, Utah, on a college campus.
Violence, the specter of violence is everywhere in American politics right now. Unfortunately, it's part of our history. Think about President Lincoln, President Kennedy, shots fired at President Reagan, political candidates like George Wallace, lawmakers like Gabby Gifford, Steve Scalise, survived shootings. Charlie Kirk was someone who was so happy to be in the arena. I was just listening the other day to his conversation with Governor Gavin Newsom of California, podcast conversation. And Kirk could be a rally presence,
sure,
hand in the air,
provocateur,
but he was really at ease in the college setting or the podcast setting, having a dialogue. And that's where he found so much of a following. People listened to him and found that he was articulate in raising new kinds of conservative arguments that generated such an audience.
And Mullah, very quickly, about a minute, maybe less, Charlie made himself relevant. That is to say, he became a force that others noticed and then felt that, like you witnessed, they needed to be around him and they needed to be in his sphere that he created.
Absolutely, and he did it with just the power, the simple power of his perspective. And I think, as Matthew Continetti was saying earlier, really refusing to accept as a state of nature that young people were just going to be liberal. He really believed he could go out and he could convince people to believe the things that he believed, and that was incredibly powerful.
Olivier, I was just informed in my ear that we're going to continue our conversation. So you had more than time than I suggested you might. So Olivier, you can go on as long as you want. There is already, as we speak, each and every second we're here, there is a raging social media absorption, reabsorption, recontextualizing, and angry and increasingly angry conversation about what this is, what this isn't, what it represents, what it doesn't represent. That's another factor that we have to absorb and try to weigh.
We're deep into the politics of the algorithm that rewards the most shocking, the most outrageous, and especially the most angering, infuriating kind of content. I don't know how you...
I know you guys spoke about it earlier, but like, didn't Trump highlight, when he was talking about violence, didn't he highlight that guy that stabbed the lady on the train or the bus?
I hadn't seen him comment on that yet. I wouldn't be surprised if he did, though.
Yeah, like I think when he was making a reference about the violence, he spoke about that. So to have spoken about that
You
a
talking
day
about
or two
Trump
ago-
or?
No, y'all talking about Trump, yeah. Like Trump acknowledged that that guy that was sitting on the train rocking back and forth and just up and stabbed that lady.
Yeah, he talked about it.
Yeah. So I just can't imagine if something breaks, and the fear you guys speak about, if it's one of us, how this may play out. So I think it is going to be quite interesting. Let me ask you guys this. Do you think that with the way America is being ran right now, do you think that this is part of the chaos like that comes with it? If Kamala was in office, do you think a lot of these things would be taking place?
If Kamala was in office, I don't think he probably would have been shot. No, but that's like saying, oh, if I win the game, is is somebody gonna shoot me just because I won the game? Like, is it on me because I won the game?
Yeah, I don't think this would have happened if Kamala was in office, just because I think everybody would have been quote unquote happier, I guess, that she was elected into office, and nobody would be upset because everything would be, for the most part, very liberal. So I don't think everybody would really, I don't think this would be happening, honestly.
Yeah, it wouldn't happen because they would have got their way. They act like children.
Again, that would be hard to answer that question until we find out who did it.
And to be honest, I don't think it really matters who does it, who did it. I think they're gonna target it as liberal. I don't think they care about the race at all.
So actually, very difficult location.
Well, when it comes to whenever they do a profile, they usually go and they research the guy and they'll put like a list of things that person, you know.
I mean, it was just sheer panic. Sheer panic.
Oh yeah, I get that. I'm talking about how the Republicans will respond to it, whether it's black or white. I think they're gonna target it as liberal. I don't think they're gonna be like, oh, it's a black man. He did it because he's a white man. Whether it's black or white, they're gonna say they had a liberal mindset. We need to get these hateful liberal.
Let's be very clear. If it is a black man, ain't nobody looking at no politics. They just looking at the fact that he's a black man.
Well, no, that's not how he looked at the thing with the woman who just got stabbed on a train. Trump was saying it's these liberal mindsets. He called him a monster. He wasn't saying, oh, this black monster. He just said this monster with these liberal mindsets. I think it'll be the same way.
Okay.
Was on the first stop.
I also don't think he could say that. I don't think he could say, oh, you know, this black person. I don't think he could be able, you know, I don't think he could say that anyway, but I do agree.
I don't think that Trump will say it. What I will say is, as it comes to other people, I'm not thinking about Trump. He's the president. Of course, he's not going to say that. What I'm thinking of, if it's a black person, we already see these posts with people getting tired of black people. This is just the icing on the cake. And at that point, they don't care if you're conservative or liberal, because they feel like we all black people.
But see, this is the problem right here. What you're saying, they don't think like that. It's only black people that do that. Only black people keep talking about how white racist people is. You got some racist people. That's just how it is. But most of them is not.
That's not right.
Most of what I'm saying is most of them is not gonna be thinking how.
Did his computer?
No, I don't know. Something might happen with it. They'll be back.
No, what I'm saying is, I understand that most people are not racist. That's not what I'm saying. But I think that people tend to attach crime to the black race. We know we're not all criminals. We understand that. But some people believe that. And it's not because they're racist. It's just they just associate that behavior with black.
Yeah, I can agree to that.
Spoke to CBS News about the scene, including the security apparatus that was at play. And here's what he had to say.
Yeah, it's like a courtyard. There was definitely security. I mean, I'm not an expert on security, but, you know, they had the guys with the little curly wire coming out. So I assume that those were security detail. It was definitely there.
But no metal detectors.
No, there were no metal detectors. There was no checking anything.
So you hear that. What do you make of that? The fact that there were no metal detectors and apparently people were just able to walk around at will.
Very unsecure location. Already they're starting from a point of weakness. It is very challenging to secure an open air location like that. So that's the starting point. Now they could have erected a security checkpoint, put up a metal detector and required people to stand in line. That would have delayed people from entering that area, but might have helped. However, we don't know if the shooter was perhaps outside of that perimeter, shooting from another building a distance away. If a long gun was used it's relatively easy with a little bit of practice to hit a target a couple of 100 meters away. So we don't know if that would have prevented it, but it certainly would have been a visible deterrent. It would have let people know that security was present. Now, we know that Kirk has his own security team, but this is not going to be a massive amount of people, resources, snipers on the roofs, for example, like we did have a sniper team. Unfortunately, it was too late. A year ago in Butler,
Sure.
the shooter fired off a shot. A man was killed, 2 others injured. But within seconds, that shooter was taken down by snipers. In this case, it appears that the shooter was able to flee, and we still don't know if that person has been apprehended.
Is there anything to read into this that it was reportedly one single shot and at a distance that was the bullet that killed Charlie Kirk?
That appears to be a targeted attack, premeditation targeted attack. But I hesitate to read into any motive at this time. We just don't know. Without the identity of the
Like everybody keeps saying that it's
suspect, without information gleaned from an
that it's one
interview,
shot, but you guys are saying 2 shots based off the video.
can't say for sure. Now, we do know that this event was publicized.
If you look at
Yeah,
that
they
video,
just
he
they
get
just going
popped
off.
and he stand up, like he jump up and then get hit in the neck. And you see the entry room from the neck shot. Like, I mean,
Yeah, we'll see it when we get an official police report. You know what I'm saying? They just
Yeah.
going off him.
no,
being
the
just
Secret
shot.
Service is going to be investigating it now, apparently. So whoever, unfortunately, the Secret Service tends to they catch all their targets except for the nigga that killed JFK. But outside of that, like if the Secret Service is going to be the one investigating this, it's over for Buddy. Whoever did it, they getting caught.
That's crazy.
Being a provocateur on the platform X, for example. He didn't mind attracting a lot of dissent, and he invited that kind of debate. He also talked about the Second Amendment, and he talked about sort of the give and take. We have the Second Amendment, and in his words, we have to sort of accept that people are going to be shot and killed. It's this cruel irony in this tragic situation where he himself was the victim of apparently a targeted attack.
A tragic situation indeed. Anna Schechter, thank you very much for joining us with your insight.
Under Biden, our young people own nothing and they are miserable. Donald Trump refuses to accept this fake, pathetic, mutilated version of the American dream. When he was president, young people were richer than ever before,
They said
and
the
he
shooter
will do
was
it again.
caught. Is this something that's accurate?
And that was Charlie Kirk
or
there
you referring
speaking
to
at
the
the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee last July. The Trump ally also spoke at
we
the
watched the CNN and they ain't said it.
during the president's first term in the White
Or
House.
CBS News.
Joining us now with more on Charlie Kirk is CBS News senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe. Ed, thanks for being with us on this day. Help us take a step back and give us some perspective on Kirk's role in today's conservative movement. It is hard to understate the scope of his influence.
Yeah, especially among younger conservatives or younger Republican voters, or those at least that spend a lot of time online. Kirk began his Turning Point USA organization about 12 years ago when he was only about 18, and inspired by the Tea Party movement, built it from there. It now includes Turning Point USA, which is a more of a political arm, and then even Turning Point Faith, which is designed to organize among those that are more religiously conservative. And so, then there's a radio show, and there was podcasting, and there was a pretty vociferous social media feed that included highlights from the event like the one he was holding today, where you hold these, prove me wrong exchanges with people who may disagree with you. Like Anna said, one of the issues he talked a lot about in this country, guns in America. There would have been a conversation about that. Could have been something that was going on in the news or with sports. Certainly issues of faith and society in general, and then defending the Trump administration from those that disagreed with it. But the idea was that he would sit there, engage the person, try to have a, healthy and breezy back and forth. Maybe the other person walked away from it convinced. Maybe the other person walked away slightly angry. But the idea was he was trying to show his followers, you can have these kinds of healthy conversations, and here's how you can defend your viewpoint from the conservative perspective. And again, there are a lot of people in this country today, Nancy, who are learning about who he is for the first time. And that's because the way your social media feed works may not serve you that kind of content. That's to the detriment of everyone. You're not seeing the other side necessarily.
Did you guys know who he was or heard of him prior to this?
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen him a few times. A lot of times, shit.
That's what he was out there doing. And that it ended so violently and so unexpectedly is really going to be a profound marker on the conservative movement. You've seen the reaction from the president, the vice president, the secretary of defense, other senior White House officials like Stephen Miller, for example, others who work in the West Wing who were close with Charlie, who were inspired by the activism that he led, and in many cases may very well be in the jobs they're in because Charlie Kirk told the president, yeah, that guy should have that job, or she should be working in that part of the administration, because we know that during the transition last year, given what he had done to help mobilize the conservative vote for the president, given how close he'd become with the president and his son Donald Trump Jr. especially, he was at Mar-a-Lago in transition meetings, cherry-picking people for senior government roles.
That picture you sent me, that was the original guy that they had called. But he was released. It looked like that might have been the older guy. I can't really see it, but that might have been the older guy that they thought was him, but he was
Make
released.
sure they got their jobs. And others thinking ahead to the future of the party and the future of the MAGA movement knew that they had to be cultivating him and those that followed him, because they are the foot soldiers in the conservative movement today. And guys like Charlie Kirk, Ben Shapiro, and plenty of others are the ones that the party leans on now to help draw attention to issues or to certain candidates who may need some money and manpower, and to make sure that
Have
they
you ever heard of
understand
him,
why this
JR?
president is doing what he's doing.
And Ed, the thing is, it's an
To be honest, I never heard of him. I mean, I think I've seen his face, but never really followed him.
Just imagine Kevin Samuels in this space times like 10. In that conservative political debate space, he's him. You know what I'm saying? That's why he was never an elected official. But you know, they fucked with him a lot.
Yeah. I just can't believe that this. I could believe it, man, but in real time, just seeing something like that.
You seen the video, right?
Yeah, I saw the video. Yeah.
And all the other content creators is live right now. Saint in the Center live, Cooley live.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I seen that shit. I cried, gang. I said, damn.
Ben Shapiro was the other one. That's the other guy I was trying to think of.
You can't compare that guy to Kevin Samuels.
Yes, you can.
Yes,
No, you cannot.
You
talking about? I made a comment. You said
Hold on, y'all. One mic so they can hear us, y'all.
When I say Kevin Samuels, I just mean in what Kevin Samuels is to the manosphere, is Charlie Kirk is probably times 10 in the conservative, in the politisphere, in the conservative politisphere. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. Yes, if you say 10 times, yes, I will agree with you on that. Because the thing about Kevin Samuel was just trying to correct black women. You see, that's all he was doing. Correct black women and then correct the culture. But this guy,
that's not what we're arguing against either. No one is arguing. We even have to talk about what Kevin Samuels did. We all are intimately and expertly informed of what he did. The comparison that he made was that
he's agreeing. He's agreeing.
He's just as polarizing. He's 10 times more polarizing and 10 times bigger in the sphere that he's in. Because Kevin Samuels was only talking about fat black women and dating shit.
That's exactly what I just said.
This dude is talking about politics, and he's polarizing and controversial because of his takes. That's why he compared to Kevin Samuels.
Yeah. I agree with him on that one. Yeah, because I thought he was just doing it. It's like he's saying it explicitly that they told you told. That's why I was like, no, you can't compare that. But the thing is that guy, if you look at it now, I think I kind of heard about him, but then went away because I never really watched Fox News like before and news like I used to. But he was there at the National Convention of the Republican Party. He's also a very instrumental guy because his name comes up and it comes in and out of my newsfeed. I don't really pay him attention, but the things that he was saying, I don't think is that too much controversy. Depend on your aspect of view or your perspective or your view. You see what I'm saying? But for those that he was going against, that was really, really bad, to them. But to me, I would say that it was too bad. But you got to understand that Donald Trump just loves anybody that is controversial. If you're controversial, full of controversy, you Donald Trump's person, and he just, you have access to him just by being controversial, but just by being hated. That's how Trump operates. But at the same time, when you promote gun or say that if black person was shot, that he's going to be national news of this, if that, he kind of went into black people by making light of white supremacy and white stuff. You see what I'm saying? You can be white and discuss black flight, just like you can be black saying that you know a lot about white privilege. Until you actually experience that white privilege, then you can know if there is truly a white privilege for every white person or just for rich white folks. You see what I'm saying? Because to me, a white privilege is class. It's not race. You see? Just like a black man that has money can do a whole lot of bad shit if he wants to and get away with it because he has the money. So it's about money. But the thing is that sometimes a guy like him that grew up poor, don't really know much, will be used by these rich white folks to achieve their objection. And at the end of the day, they're protected. He's exposed. So what happened to him was unfortunate, but guess what? He put himself in that thing. It's very sad, brothers. It's very sad. I feel sorry for him, and that I don't really like when people celebrate people dying like that for their naivete. It kind of bothers me because any one of us could have been him, because some of us we have belief of something. Just like if you come into the manosphere, a lot of us believe that what is going on in the community is not good. But we are also putting ourselves in danger every day by just saying what we're saying. You see? By just being trigger Mike, we're in danger. By just being JR, we're in danger. By just being, what's his name? Angry Man, we are in danger. By just being Antoine Daniels, we are in danger. Somebody can just walk up to you in the airport or just just in the train station or where you're eating and just do something bad to you. Just for speaking out against something that you know that is destroying the community. You become a target. So those ones that celebrate stuff like that, they're not exposed. They're not exposed. It's just at a piece that you're exposing them. Or you don't agree to their lifestyle. Then they put your life at risk. It's sad, but it's the reality of what we face today. I can disagree with you and argue with you and just laugh about it at the end of the day and shake hands and walk away. But the other idiot next to you will take it very personal. Very, very personal because apparently that's how they grew up. And they agreed to that lifestyle. And if you say something about their life or how they grew up, they take it personal.
All right, can I?
Yeah. These people saw the pedestrian sign, they won't even stop for it.
All right, take a pause with that. Take a breath.
At this point, I think conservatives is gonna man, shit, conservatives, man, we got all the money, man. conservatives been playing softball, taking it easy. Like if Republicans or conservatives really start fighting back or doing like the conniving shit that they really think that we be on, they'll have a heart attack. It'll be over because as conservatives, like I said, we got all the money. People that want what's right got all the money for the most part. Some of them, they got some money, but if we really wanted, I don't want to say war, but if it was up like that and they wanted to start playing dirty games, they could. I believe that's what's gonna start happening, to be honest. Because it's one of them like, oh, that's what y'all gonna do? Y'all gonna kill the vulnerable guy? Him? That's what it come down to. It's like, really, that's how dirty we playing? And it's even as a black man, dog, I'm just tired of everybody that stand on shit getting killed, bro. That shit just don't sit right with me, bro. Whether they black or white. And that's why I said earlier, it's like, damn, bro, we not gonna get nowhere. Because every time it's a person that's, how could I put, in my opinion, and a lot of other people's opinions, that's doing what's right, bro, they just end up dead, gang. So it'd be like, it's like, what the fuck? And then I've been in the rooms because I work closely with some state representatives here in Michigan. And I've been in the rooms with Democrats and Republicans, I'm talking about on the floor when they voting on bills. And it's just tragic, man, because the Democrats, they not doing nothing on that side to help the community. They just going along to get along. They're not making no real change. And the people that is want to make real change, shit, they die. So it's just like, man, what we gonna do now? I'm talking about everybody. Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, JFK, fucking Tupac, fucking Nipsey. I'm just saying, bro. And then black people willingly voted for a nigga that for a person that called black people monkeys. And then they act like conservatives is the problem. So like, who really being brainwashed, bro? Shit frustrating, dog.
Yeah, it is, man.
Confirming that news in a Truth Social post. And Jordan Last is someone who was at today's event, saw this shooting happen. Here's what he told Julia Goodrich earlier about what he witnessed.
We were only about 10 or 15 minutes into the event, and I was kind of near the line where people were asking questions. I couldn't actually see Charlie, but I heard just a loud pop. And in my mind, I was like, okay, could be a firework, could be something, but I had a cement kind of pillar or barrier behind me. And, just to be cautious, I kind of went behind it. The people with me were like, what was that? And then that's when people started saying to us, hey, Charlie's been shot. Like, I saw him fall. And then I knew, okay, this is an active shooter situation. I crouched down. A lot of us crouched down. We really didn't know what to do. I was just kind of waiting for, I guess, other shots to go
That's
off.
crazy.
Maybe 30 seconds after the shot,
After all the shit that these niggas are doing.
people started to yelling, run. There was a door maybe 10 feet from us, and people started filing through that. And so we said, all right, let's go. I crouched down, went to the door, and I just took off running. And, I guess ran as far as I could until I felt safe to the parking lot, and then eventually to my truck. And I was with a couple other people, and we all kind of stuck together. And we didn't know each other beforehand, but stuck together. We're just talking about it afterwards. So that's basically.
Figure it out. Like, what about us?
Correct. Yeah, you had an immediate response there. You saw earlier, in your coverage, a lot of that instant response, and the FBI was responding very quickly as well. This was obviously state and local law enforcement were first to the scene, and so that quick partnership sort of lines up. And the question now will be where this case initially falls, whether it's brought initially locally or federally, as well as the details here and how this this apprehension all came about very quickly. Obviously, this horrific for the family. You think of his wife, his widow, and the surviving children. There, obviously, this is just a horrific situation. But not having this extend out in terms of
We're still on?
Yeah. I think they got a suspect. Hold on. I think they got a suspect in custody now. Give me 1 second. Breaking news. Let me share this.
Office, the local police department, and the university police department, all of which have been very cooperative and fully engaged in this process. Shortly after the shooting, we did have a suspect in custody, George Zim, but he was released from custody after we identified that he did not match the shooting suspect and was not an accurate person of interest. However, he has been booked into the county jail by Utah Valley University Police Department for obstruction of justice. We do still have an active investigation for the person of interest. This incident occurred with a large crowd around. There was one shot fired and one victim. While the suspect is at large, we believe this was a targeted attack towards one individual. This is a tragic moment in our state and in our country. As we heal, we encourage everyone who is struggling with news of the incident to call 988, our state mental health crisis line. In addition to that, our partners with the FBI will also be discussing other ways we can communicate through the public for tips and other information. Thank you.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the FBI, we extend our sincerest condolences to the family and friends of Charlie Kirk. Our thoughts are also with the people who witnessed this traumatic event. We know that what you experienced was very difficult. Our thoughts are with you as well. As soon as we heard about the shooting, special agents and personnel from the Salt Lake field office responded immediately. We have full resources devoted to this investigation, including tactical, operational, investigative, and intelligence. To be clear, the FBI will fully support and co-lead this investigation alongside with our partners. We are working on setting up a digital media tip line, and as soon as it's established, we'll get that information out to everyone. I know there's a lot of questions. This is very much an active case, and this investigation is in its early stages. We are following all the leads and all the evidence. If anyone has any information, please report it to the FBI or local law enforcement. Thank you.
On behalf of President Jimenez, who we've been communicating with, and she's on her way back right now, I say that on behalf of Utah Valley University, we are shocked and saddened by the tragic passing of Charlie Kirk. We express our sincere condolences to the Kirk family. We grieve with our students, faculty, and staff who bore witness to this unspeakable tragedy. He was invited by the student group Turning Point USA to speak on our campus. We firmly believe that UVU is a place to share ideas and to debate openly and respectfully. Any attempt to infringe on those rights has no place here. We do not condone any form of violence at UVU and seek to make our campus a safe place for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on this dark and tragic occasion. I want to thank our law enforcement officers who are leading this investigation, starting with Chief Long and his response here with the UVU Police Department. We're grateful for your leadership and your team. and again, to the speakers that you've just heard from who are co-leading this investigation. I also want to recognize Sheriff Mike Smith, who has been an invaluable partner as this investigation moves forward. I've been in touch with President Trump, with FBI Director Kash Patel. We are completely aligned with our state and federal partners as we work through this case. Now, this is a dark day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation. And I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination. We are celebrating 250 years of the founding of this great nation. That founding document, the Declaration of Independence, that this great experiment on which we embarked together 250 years ago, that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. The first one of those is life. And today, a life was taken. Charlie Kirk was first and foremost a husband and a dad to two young children. He was also very much politically involved, and that's why he was here on campus. Charlie believed in the power of free speech and debate to shape ideas and to persuade people. Historically, our university campuses in this nation and here in the state of Utah have been the place where truth and ideas are formulated and debated. And that's what he does. He comes on college campuses and he debates. That is foundational to the formation of our country, to our most basic constitutional rights. And when someone takes the life of a person because of their ideas or their ideals, then that very constitutional foundation is threatened. Now, we have a person of interest in custody. The investigation is ongoing. But I want to make it crystal clear right now, to whoever did this, we will find you. We will try you. And we will hold you accountable to the furthest extent of the law. And I just want to remind people that we still have the death penalty here in the state of Utah. Our nation is broken. We've had political assassinations recently in Minnesota. We had an attempted assassination on the governor of Pennsylvania. And we had an attempted assassination on a presidential candidate and former president of the United States, and now current president of the United States. Nothing I say can unite us as a country. Nothing I can say right now can fix what is broken. Nothing I can say can bring back Charlie Kirk. Our hearts are broken. We mourn with his wife, his children, his family, his friends. We mourn as a nation. If anyone in the sound of my voice celebrated even a little bit at the news of this shooting, I would beg you to look in the mirror and to see if you can find a better angel in there somewhere. I don't care what his politics are. I care that he was an American. We desperately need our country. We desperately need leaders in our country. But more than the leaders, we just need every single person in this country to think about where we are and where we want to be. To ask ourselves, is this it? Is this what 250 years has wrought on us? I pray that that's not the case. I pray that those who hated what Charlie Kirk stood for will put down their social media and their pens and pray for his family, and that all of us will try to find a way to stop hating our fellow Americans. With that, we're happy to take a few questions.
The FBI director is posting that a suspect is in custody. I would just like clarification. Do you or do you not have a suspected shooter in custody?
We have a person of interest in custody that is being interviewed right now.
That is not George Zinn.
That is not George Zinn. That is correct.
Is there any
still
indication
searching
of foreign
or
involvement?
looking for another shooter or anybody else related to this?
Yes, we are actively looking for anyone and everyone who has any possible information relating to the shooting.
Can you tell us details about the suspect being taken into custody? Where, how long ago?
We cannot at this point, but we will get you that information when we can.
Is there believed to be a second individual involved in the shooting?
At this point, there is no information that would lead us to believe that there is a second person involved.
Can you guys talk about the possible shooting?
Do you want to talk about what we know there? Yeah.
The only information we have on the suspect, the possible shooter, is taken from closed circuit TV here on campus. We do have that. We're analyzing it, but it is security camera footage, so you can kind of guess what the quality of that is. But we do know dressed in all dark clothing, but we don't have a much better description other than that.
Where do you believe the shot came from?
The shot came from here on campus, from a location at a fair, potentially from a roof, yes. A longer distance shot from a roof.
So to clarify, with the security camera footage you have and the person of interest that's in custody, does that match up?
That's what we're trying to decipher right now.
So did FBI or DHS have anything on the threat board this morning?
I can't speak.
I'll just say that the investigation's ongoing, and as soon as we have further information, we will be sure to release it.
Any indications of foreign intelligence involved?
As of now, I can't comment on any of that.
Thank you. Can you talk a little bit about the security of the event itself? Who was there security-wise, and what happens on these kind of events?
Chief Long.
So my name is Jeff Long. I'm the police chief here at UVU, and I'll tell you right now, we're devastated. We're a small police department. We have a very large campus. We have over 40,000 students, and we love our students. We love our visitors, and we're devastated by what happened today. This is the police chief's nightmare. I'm very saddened for the Kirk family. I know his wife and parents found out about this. Obviously he's away from home. He's here in Utah. They find out by a police officer that visits their home. That's tragic. Nobody wants that. But I can tell you about our venue today. This was an open venue. This was outside. We did have 6 officers working that event. We had probably over 3,000 people that were in attendance. It sat down in kind of a bowl area here on the Central campus. We have a waterfall area. And so he was kind of in a lower area, surrounded by buildings. We had some plainclothes police officers that were in the crowd as well. We train for these things, and you think you have things covered, and these things, unfortunately, they happen. You try to get your bases covered, and unfortunately today we didn't. And because of that, we had this tragic incident. So we did have officers there. We had Charlie Kirk's team. He has a security team that travels with him, and they were here with him when he was shot.
Was the gun recovered?
I'm sorry, see?
Was the weapon recovered?
At this point, I can't disclose that.
When Charlie Kirk was shot, there was a question being asked about mass shootings. Was that person apprehended, and do you know who asked that question?
Say the question again. I don't know if I understand what you're saying.
When Charlie Kirk was shot, he was answering a question about mass shootings specifically. Was that person apprehended, and do you know who asked that question?
I do not. We do not have that at this moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have time for just one more question, so thank you.
Yeah, a question for the chief as well.
Was it your team or Kirk's team or a combination of both that kind of set the security protocol for the event?
So we work together. You know, he has his team and they do this all over the country. We all know that. This is not uncommon for them. They're very comfortable on campuses. And I was coordinating with his lead security guy. And so, yeah, we were working together.
Was this a sharpshooter type shot? Was this a
Ladies and gentlemen, that's those are all the questions that will be answered today. Again, thank you for covering this. We will be we'll be updating you as soon as we have additional information through normal channels, working with law enforcement.
How did you guys feel about the briefing?
They didn't really answer too many questions.
Mm-hmm.
It just sounds like they want to keep it close knit and not give too much information till they really sure, you know.
Yeah, because one thing you can't do is the FBI is be loud and wrong. So they're gonna make sure they dot their I's and cross their T's before they put any information out.
And if they think he working with somebody, they don't want to let that person know that what they know. You know what I'm saying? So
I just saw the video of the dude on the roof and the dude running across the roof after he was shot. Yeah, I think Buddy cooked.
Is he a brother?
No.
Oh, there's no way it was a brother.
No. I mean, you can't tell, but you can tell it ain't a brother. Like, I don't think a black dude run like that.
that's what I'm saying. That one shot make him a professional, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
It don't make him professional. A professional.
Because if it wasn't a only reason I say that is because if it wasn't a professional, they probably still could have got that shot off, but they wouldn't have only shot once, bro. They would have.
A professional is someone who gets paid to shoot, like a police officer, somebody in the military.
Well, that's not that's. I believe it could have been. I believe it could have been somebody like that. I believe that's definitely somebody trained to shoot professionally like that. Ex-military, still in the military. Yeah, officer.
Nah, all you gotta do is aim for the neck. If you go to the
bro, if you on a roof, it's not that easy, bro. You gotta. And the thing is, I understand you could shoot somebody like that, even if you are an experienced shooter. But if you're not an experienced shooter, you're going to shoot and keep shooting until you get your target. That person knew that they hit their target. And
so
got
you're
the
saying
fuck
they
on.
had training is what you're saying, not they were like.
Okay, so y'all keep differentiating it. Whether they had training or professional, I consider that the same thing, but.
Nah, because professional is like, it's a whole different level of experience that they got, you feel me?
But I think it was professional then, because it's a lot different than training. Whoever it was, I think they've done that before.
I think.
Like, maybe not to a human being, but you know. They could be doing it to animals, or they could have did it to a human, like in war or something. You never know.
Willie, is Willie up here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, Willie, I got a question for you, bro. It's about the topic.
What's up?
How do you think this is gonna make, white people feel, because they was just talking about Chicago. Trump was just talking about, sending the National Guard to Chicago, and now this is bold and brazen in front of the white people, white on white crime, the same thing that they try to shame black people for. How you think they're going to receive this? You think they're going to ignore it, or are they going to press and try to actually seek justice?
Oh, no, but whoever did this, the buddy is getting the death penalty. Like, I just hope it wasn't a black dude, bro. If it's up to me, if I had to pick somebody to be this, it would be like a trans woman with purple hair and a long list of pronouns. Like, that's the only way I think the black folks is gonna make it out of this unscathed.
No, this person is a military vet, and he white. He a white military vet, or he could be something else. I don't think he black though.
Yeah, saying he's a military vet pretty much limits him to being in the Army or the Marines, because those are the only ones that shoot and have infantry type roles. If we just gonna base it off his military background.
Yeah, I believe it's a military vet for sure.
Yeah, I don't
just
think
just the way they shot one time, because
military vets tend to lean Republican, so I would think that further makes it a little less likely of a chance that it's a military guy.
I mean, man, but you still don't know who did it, man. He could have got hired, man. Like I said, you never know what's going on. I'm not about to throw no conspiracies out there. I'm just saying.
Well, shit, you done brought up the military conspiracy. He could have got a higher conspiracy. You don't want to break up a third one, just make you round it out, man. Make go for the
No,
trifecta.
I'm just saying I said not the military conspiracy, but he could have been in the military, you know.
Well, I will say
And
that
had
a
a
lot of
training.
white people that's well off, they practice, they believe in their gun rights, right? So, you got half of the white people warring with each other. So it's like a portion of white, like rich people that think that guns aren't necessary. And then it's like the other portion of white rich people that they love their guns. So like this is really like some people mentioned in the comments I seen earlier, this is really a white situation where the white people are warring with each other on just the idea of having guns at all. You feel me? So they had a argue amongst their group, and it got so serious they didn't like Charlie Kirk's talking points, and they got him killed. And then they try to act like this is not how white people move, but this is the truth.
Well, okay, so Charlie Kirk, from my understanding, he wants guns around, right?
Yeah, he's pro 2A for sure.
Yeah, he does.
So why would somebody that's going against him for somebody that doesn't like Charlie Kirk because of his gun position to shoot him with a gun would be going against their own grain. So I don't think
I don't
that's
think
the
it would be
point.
going against their own. It'd be ironic. That's
Yeah,
like
it'll be like,
that's
okay, so you don't like
that's
guns,
like
but you
somebody
gonna
who's a boxer is going to fight somebody in a wrestling match and beating their ass wrestling. Like
It's
Yeah,
that's
basically the
even more
last thing you'd
embarrassing.
expect.
Yeah.
but then you don't hate guns that much then.
Nah,
No,
that's not. But that's what
you can
we
still
gotta.
hate guns and use them. Like that ain't it.
But see,
We
then
got.
it's
We
guns
gotta
ain't going
acknowledge why
nowhere.
they're fighting to take away guns. You think these people don't understand that if they take away guns, that the criminals won't rise? Because you gotta
Who
understand, these people are dealing in the political arena. They've seen more depths to crime than anyone else.
You got to
So
think
when
who wants you to give up your guns though? You're talking about Democrats, the left. They want people to give up their guns. But those are the people that's always attacking people from the back. They always sneaking somebody. Yeah, they don't want you to have your guns. Cuz when we ready to do what we want to do, we don't want nobody to be able to fight us. Come on, America has been the same way for hundreds of years. We have the right to bear arms. I don't it's a mute point to just be arguing to not have no guns. We got better things to talk about.
that makes
You know what I'm
sense, I
saying?
hear everything you saying. And everything you saying is true, bro. But what I'm trying to get you to understand is that when you're dealing with elites, bro, they don't care. Like what makes sense to us on this ground level, of course, what Charlie Kirk saying makes sense. But to the elites, they want control. It doesn't matter whether guns are legal or not. They're still going to have guns. It doesn't matter where killing is illegal or not. They're still getting caught for killing behind the scenes. So what I'm telling you is you can't focus on whether this stuff makes sense. You got to focus on who's doing this shit. And this is and this is why this is so important because no black people are involved. This is a situation where no black people are involved and a murder occurred. What have white
It's
people been pushing? Black fatigue, black fatigue, black fatigue. Do you know why they've been doing that? Because they've been trying to stoke a rage against black people so they could get all the white people to say, "Oh, we don't need black people."
okay,
But
so
it hasn't worked.
but see the thing is, and here we go again. And see, somebody called me last time. I put my phone on do not disturb now. But see, the thing is, we gotta get away from this as black people always being victims, bro. Who cares about black fatigue? Hold on, let me and I want to articulate it correctly. Yours, I want to say you. Black people are so hung up on it. Okay, it don't have nothing to do with black people, or it had something to do with his views towards black people. It's just like, yo, we are all Americans at the end of the day, bro. And that type of thinking is that liberal thinking. That's the liberal thinking to make you say, oh, they're gonna be against us no matter what. People be like, oh, what they say, if it was a black person, they will be up in arms. That's not really true. So all you gotta just stop thinking that they're against us all the time, bro. It's
Nah,
not.
you
And
misunderstanding what
forget
I'm
about.
saying because just because I can, articulate why the person that did what they did, that doesn't mean I support what they did, brother. I just understand. right? Where you could put yourself in other people's shoes, you can understand why they do things. So what I'm
But
saying to you,
but
gang,
but at
is
the
that
same
it's
time, you're
not
making
that.
an assumption.
Hold on, gang, hold on. What I'm saying to you is it's not right. It's not right that he was killed. All right, nobody's saying that. So let me address that so you
Why
can
is it?
put that to bed.
No, I
Nobody's
don't think you.
saying.
I don't think you're saying that. I don't think you're saying that at
Okay,
all.
so what I'm saying is that white people killed him. Okay, so when you talk about black people being a victim, that has nothing to do with the fact that black people are the reason why you see so many black people interested in this, because we aren't involved. The news paints black people like the ones that are the massive shooters. All right, so what the recent news have been showing since the transgender dude and other crimes that the white people have surfaced is showing that white people commit crimes too, brother. So when black people point this stuff out, it's not a victim mentality. It's the fact that we're saying it exists. And what a lot of people do is they just try to act like black people are the only criminals. Do you
And
see
this
what
is
I'm
what
trying to
and this is
explain?
what I'm talking about. Nobody came on the news to say that, bro. Nobody came up. That was nobody's point. And as long as black people always make it a point to say, "Oh, it's about race," bro. Only black people was making it about race. I don't care if he was yellow, purple, or brown, bro. Like I don't care. Like
We're
you're
not, but
saying
see, that's the thing, brother. You keep saying I'm making it about race when,
you
like,
are. When you
how?
bring
When
up race,
I'm how? Please
when you
explain
bring up
that,
race,
please.
when you bring up race as a point at any time, you're making it about race.
So hold on, brother. So okay, perfect. So when white people are bringing up welfare,
Here you go.
thug, what you said there. I hold on, brother. You if we gonna have a conversation, you got to be intellectually honest. All
No,
right.
I
So if
am,
white
but you're
people,
playing tit for tat at this point.
hold on, brother. Don't get
Just
emotional
speak,
and
man. So
interrupt me
don't
because I
no,
let
first
you
of all, don't tell
talk.
me to hold on. We're both
I
grown men.
let
Just
you
speak, bro.
talk because I let you
Go
talk. So
go
when
ahead, man.
now I'm speaking, when I'm done, I'm gonna let you talk, brother. All right, cool with you.
Bro, go ahead, man.
So what I'm saying, bro, is nobody is making it about race. When you bring up the facts or the details or something, that seems to be the facts. You can't erase it. There's no, oh, somebody's making about a race. When white person brings up that a black person in a hoodie or is it gang affiliated and he kills somebody and they be like, oh, that's typical. If there's stats to support that a lot of gang members kill, we're not going to argue that. But what we argue, if you're talking about people that are pro-black, is that the conditions are what caused these things to happen. Now, what I want to ask you, brother, is do you think that that white man that killed Charlie Kirk was poor or under any kind of duress? He had a broken family. Do you think he was going through any of these things when he decided to kill Charlie Kirk?
To be honest, I really don't know, and that's not even my concern on what his life was like.
And
To
that's
be
the
honest,
problem. And that's the
but see the thing,
problem.
but no, but see
Go
no,
ahead, brother. My fault.
yeah. So the thing is, you are if you don't see it, I'm just trying to explain it to you in the best way, bro. You're making it about race simply when you bring up how white people are talking about white fatigue, and then this is a white person's problem, and they're going at each other, bro. If you look at the things that Charlie Kirk was speaking about, my thing is, it's in your opinion that it was about the gun violence. It's not in my opinion that the person who did this had a problem with him about gun violence. So if that's your opinion, that's cool, but that's not my stance. So the things that he other things that he spoke about, I agreed with. So I can't say it's a white problem. It was somebody out there who sees that here's the things that I agree with, and here's my idea. Here's the sorry, I've been drinking. Here's the ideology that I follow.
What?
That here's the ideology that I follow, and they don't like that. So it's not a black or white thing to me. It's an ideology thing. They don't agree with his ideology, and to me, that's a problem because his ideology doesn't do anything but hold people accountable and how could I put it? Puts the family at the forefront of America like it should be. Now, if anybody else got they personal things about him, I don't got nothing to do with that.
Well, I understand, brother. I'm not saying it's personal for me either, but I do think that it's worthy of conversation. It's worthy to bring up because in this space, in this arena, blacks don't hold a lot of the power in this country, right? So when you have people from the top down, like Trump, saying, "Oh, we need to get all this crime out of Chicago," and he's talking about sending the National Guard. Kudos, I like that. Say I don't want black people to be commit crimes. I think it could be handled in different ways, but we got to do it all across the board. So where are the gangs in Utah? What organizations work together to get him killed? And you sitting here trying to argue me about race. I'm talking about this is bigger than
We're
just.
not arguing at all, bro. We're just having a
Hold,
conversation.
hold on, real quick. OT, are you saying that the National Guard should also be in Utah?
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that, well, if he had that kind of response to Chicago, well, what kind of response should he have for Utah?
And here we go. You bringing it about
What's
stuff and this is what liberals do, bro. They just bring up shit that don't matter.
I'm not a
And
liberal,
nothing.
bro, so don't label me nothing that I've never claimed to be.
That's the
You don't know how to argue, and I see that.
People with liberal points. I don't argue with men, bro. We just
That's
having a
not a liberal
conversation.
point. That's not a liberal point. You don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Now, first of all, don't, bro. I can't see you right now, so I'm gonna just be quiet, man. Go ahead.
So why? So Utah, I'm not aware of Utah having a crime problem. But are they having a crime problem?
Exactly.
Are they having are they overrun with crime right now or murders or something?
How will we know?
I guess look at the numbers, I guess.
No, that's the point. That's the point. What I'm telling you is that the same people that's telling you that black people is committing most of the crime, we just witnessed a organized assassination on a white influencer.
Mm-hmm.
And
bro,
that
most assassinations are done. Most assassinations are done by white people to white people.
Bro, go ahead,
bro. Most assassinations done in America are done by white people to white people, bro. That's not a new thing. Like,
so okay, so what are you doing? You're proving what I said. You're saying something that I said.
No, I'm not. I'm saying you bringing up this race factor is null and void, bro.
It's really null and void. What's up, y'all?
What's up, Trigger Mike?
What's the word? What's the word?
I mean, I'm just saying. I clicked the link because I'm like, that's apples and oranges, man. This is more of a culture ideology. I think you said the word, the ideological war, right? So this, I mean, it's actually kind of bad, right? I knew it was going to happen, but it's still in poor taste to try to conflate race right now in any of this, because this dude, like, if you really want to look at it by street code, let's say, you tend to want to do something physically to harm somebody who's harming. Like, he come out, he's swinging on people, he got a few bodies himself, and let's say he out talking and you come out and murk him. This dude, if you really want to be honest, all he did was talk. And we know that that's not the way things are done. If somebody's coming out, yes, you can disagree, but he's really just the embodiment of freedom of speech, right? He politicizes his, I guess, religious views, and then he takes them to make his political argument as well. This is what freedom of speech is made of, and they murked him. This ain't got nothing to do with Chicago crime rates or none of that, right? This ain't got nothing to do with Utah, right? There's no crime. Like, I mean, I'm sorry, not no crime, but there is no comparison between the crime in Utah and the crime in Chicago, Illinois by stats alone. So, we can't take this opportunity to take advantage to make a point of any other type. There is no point to be made.
Respectfully, Trigger Mike, if you don't understand the point, that would be more effective to say than you to try to act like, it doesn't have no part to play, because at the end of the day, Trump also spoke on Charlie Kirk's death. So that ties into government. He found it of importance. So what the president of the United States finds as important is, it's worthy of conversation.
So you know who else spoke on this? Gavin Newsom spoke on it, and Kamala Harris spoke on it. And do you know why that's important? Is because they are political figures. This is an act of political violence. They said political violence. I think both of them in their posts. This is an act of political violence, not personal violence or anything. Someone who disagrees with his ideology and how hard he goes on that front decided to try to start shit and come out this way. So that's why I'm saying apples and oranges. That's actual violence, neighborhood gang war, turf war, accosting citizens, collateral damage in Chicago. That's the argument that I'm making.
Okay, so what I'm saying is Charlie Kirk not a citizen?
Yes, he's a citizen.
Okay, so also was he not killed violently?
Yes,
Yes.
Was he
yes,
not? Hold
well,
Yes,
on,
he
hold
was.
on. Was he killed in a public place?
yes.
Yes.
Okay. And that 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 all those characteristics right there, that classifies for like capital murder, right?
Facts.
So what you're talking about is the same thing that's happening in Chicago all over the place. So it's not nothing
Oh my
that's
God, these niggas
different.
is too smart for
So
their
what's
own good.
Hold on. It's not something that's far off, and this is the point of it. When white people commit crimes, they are underplayed and downplayed, and everybody wants to be sad about who died. But when black people commit crimes, it's an outrage and punishment, punishment, punishment. What needs to be talked about is
What?
how these young boys is getting life sentences. So if that white man did the same thing that they did to FBG Duck, then he needs to get life sentences. This has everything to do with it. Everything to do with it. Everybody involved. It's a
Well,
RICO because the
What?
what
white
I'm
man wasn't on his
real quick,
phone. This is
real
a
quick, Robbo.
he's a
I don't
little
think.
Dirk.
Yeah,
That white
I
man's a
understand
little
what you're
Dirk.
saying. But I don't think anybody, if we go back into the history of it, I don't think this guy's getting off. Like, I really don't see the point where you're saying if you're trying to make a parallel
It's not
that
about the guy that
somehow,
shot him,
hold
get
on.
him off. It's
If you're
about
trying to make
everybody
a
involved. RICO.
you know what? I got
Bro,
you because
you see what they tried to you see what they did to the guy that tried to tried to kill
try
Trump?
to like
They shot him in his face, bro. They
they
not
usually
playing
don't
that
survive
game.
these things, man. That's why I'm like,
They,
I don't see how this is the same.
and you're trying to make it a race thing, and I understand what you're saying, bro. There's racist people out here, bro, and
This
there
has
is
nothing. The
there
point
is let
you're
me
miss
finish let me
all of
finish
you
what
are
I'm talking.
missing the point.
Let me finish, bro.
You're
The
just
only thing
attacking
is
what you want to attack, but you're not
nobody's missing a
addressing what
point.
I'm saying.
My thing is you're missing a point. You're bringing up race where race is not a thing, and they
Did you
want race
miss
to be a
the
they
capital
want
murder
bro. Let me
comparison? Yeah, you
they
missed that,
want
bro.
race they want race to be a thing
You don't know how to
to
debate,
black
bro.
people. I'm not trying to debate. I'm just having a conversation, bro.
And that's
That's the
why you
thing,
just
bro. That's why
talking and
y'all
you're
weird.
not
That's why
responding to
y'all
what I'm
weird
saying
ass.
because you don't know how to have a
Y'all
debate.
weird ass internet niggas is weird, bro. All I'm saying, bro,
Nigga,
is it's
you
not
could make
about
up shit all
race.
day. I got a real
It's not
shit.
about
I'm real
race.
life, nigga. So
Man, that don't
fuck
matter to
that. Don't
me.
do that.
That don't matter to me, bro. That don't none of that
All right.
matters to me. You talking too much, man. You talking too much.
Nigga,
Like I'm
you
saying, bro.
talking. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro.
This that shit
Like
You
I'm
Charlie
saying,
Kirk
talking.
be
bro.
talking about.
It's like only, bro. Because I even started off saying I understand what you're saying. You coming at me wrong, bro. All I'm saying is it don't have nothing to do with race. They want us to be on a small minority level, thinking that they hate us as a race. When the problem is
Did I
way
say
bigger than a
that?
race.
Where did
The
I
race
say
is
that?
bigger than the ideology. You brought up race, bro. You brought
Where
up
did I
race,
say
and I,
that they want us to think that all white people hate that? You just
bro, I
said that.
know.
I never said that.
You brought up race.
But
You
I
brought up
never said
race.
that I think that
I'm
all
not about
white
to
people
argue with
hate
you,
us.
bro.
I never said that. You said that.
Bro, I'm not arguing with you, bro. It's okay.
Okay, yeah,
It's
because you
okay.
don't know how to debate. Now, if I finish,
Bro, did you come up here
I
to
never
debate or have
said
a
that all
conversation with
white
people?
people is the problem,
This ain't no
and that's
debate, bro.
never been
This none of us went to
come up
school
in
to
a
debate.
conversation.
Hey,
All
bro,
white
none of us
people
went to
are
school
not
to
the
debate.
problem, and that's very,
Bro,
very
none
abundantly
of us
clear.
went to school to debate,
All
bro.
white
So
people,
none of us went
what
to
you
school
just
to
gonna
debate.
talk at the same time as me?
Because yeah, you
Go
deserve
ahead,
it now.
bro. I ain't gonna
None of
do
us
that.
went to
Go
school to
ahead, bro.
debate.
Just talk. Say what you want to say.
None of us went to school to debate, bro. So coming up here to try to debate people is
Nigga, I went
pointless.
to college,
And
nigga, and I was in the streets. Speak for yourself.
I said go to school to debate, bro. Oh my God. I'm not speaking about you, man. All right, go ahead, dog. Use a retard.
Yeah, the retard that went to college.
I mean, I think also what we got to note. Let me ask y'all because I've been in the gun counter for a little bit. Did they catch the shooter? Because I first I saw that they got the person of interest. Then I seen it was still at large.
No, they got a person of interest now.
Okay, they got the dude now. So
yeah,
I think even before those facts come out, is it a white guy?
I hope so, bro.
Like an old white.
know yet.
I'm like, we got to see. You know, just to draw conclusions in some of these narratives, we even got to see what this person looked like. I think that the subject matter of what they were talking about kind of speaks volumes at the time that he was shot, the questions that he was answering. So That's what really led me to believe. But I want y'all to understand, like, this is a manifestation of something I've been saying for a little while now. The reason I'm calling this political violence and it's politically motivated is because I've seen this.
Motherfuckers not living in a
Hold on
$500,000
real
house.
quick. Hold on real
They need to
quick,
stop
bro.
talking. My fault.
Hold
My
on.
fault. Go ahead.
Yeah.
They just
I'm
talking on the
saying that
internet.
this is something, since, like, I'm not a registered Democrat or Republican, but I do have a more conservative ideology, as historically black men have, right? Black men are historically conservative minded
Eat the rest of your food.
individuals. And one thing that I've
And
noticed
stop giving it to Freddie. My bad.
the radicalization part, I used to be with what Robbo was saying. It's like, but it was propaganda. I used to think white people were the only one capable of being radical, right? I thought white supremacy was the poster child for radicalism. Let me tell you, in the last probably 5 years, it's been the most liberal people that have threatened my life in an ideological conversation, right? This is why I'm saying we're getting to a point where emotional gravity can be pulled to one side so bad that they're willing to harm the other group of people. That's why I don't even think it's smart to bring up race, because we won't even win that argument, right? So
exactly,
we won't win that argument. We are more capable of hurting. Ain't no Republican ever come to me and said, I'm gonna kill you because you're a conservative. I'm sorry, because you disagree with me. It has literally been women. It has been liberals. It's been trans. It's been all those other type of people that threaten bodily harm simply because of ideology. So if we want to make this, that nobody is ideological or morally more correct than the other people. So we can't pretend like the moral compass or the better moral compass resides on one side more than the other. Nobody's coming out clean from that.
So we can say respectfully.
We can say that the
What
moral
do you think
compass
is the
is
message
definitely
to
not
take
on the
from
side
this?
with the alphabet community.
Oh, my fault, Willie.
We can definitely say whatever side has embraced them, the moral compass, those are going to always be the side where you have the most evil people. Those are the same groups of people that are okay cutting kids' dicks and shit off. So I'm not
right.
We there's nothing about there's no argument that can be made to say that group of people, and then therefore the people that support them, are inherently the most evil of the two parties, if you have to pick one.
Exactly.
Trigger Mike, and I guess I asked Will too. What do you think is the real message of this though? Because this was like, this is, even if, let's say, if he's dead
too
now,
early to
right?
ask
Rest in
that.
peace. What do you think is the message from this? From him being killed? Like, do you think there's a message that's being sent? And if you
Absolutely.
believe that a message is being sent, like, can we not agree that?
I get, I get what you're saying. That's why I asked of the, like, kind of the identity, the age, the race of the shooter, because it'll give a little bit more clarity. But do you want to know where I think, like, from a macro perspective, what the bigger issue is? This, if it was like a white, college age male or female or person living an alternative lifestyle, we realize now that it's actually not about race, because we were on the brink of bringing the pseudo race war back because of what happened on the bus, right?
Yes.
So now
true,
this is an incident caused by a white man or woman against a conservative white male. So that's why I said now we have a culture issue because of the people. Like, I think what people really need to realize is that everybody is watching closely at who's celebrating this BS, right? So now it's going to be white people, black people. Asians don't say shit, so they're just going to be doing what they do. But now I realize is that the people who are able to celebrate some bullshit like this, I'm not like them, and I'm going to separate myself from them wholeheartedly, because I'm not petty enough to kill somebody for their political argument. So this is more of a culture war in America, where I ain't fucking with nobody that's able to celebrate this shit, and they ain't like me, right? So that's why I think this is more so kind of showing people that, it's not just about race. Ideologically, we're different. If you sitting here throwing up, they're making TikToks now celebrating this stuff, like, ooh, you caught a hot one, all that type of stuff. No. That man literally, he never shot anybody, he never punched anybody. All he did was throw words at you, and somebody decided to kill him. I'm not that petty, and I can't fuck with anybody that's petty. That's that.
Hey, Mike, real
I
quick,
feel you on
before
that,
you don't forget, I need you to send me your address, big dog.
Pause.
Bet
Accurate it was.
the thing didn't come through.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm telling you why I saw you.
What's going on, fellas?
What's going on?
Yeah.
What up? What up, Mark? I know you popped in.
Yeah, I popped in this strong.
What up, fellas? I might as well say what's up to everybody. While
Shit, and the pallbearers in the building. God damn.
Pallbearers in the building, man. It's a sad day, man.
We got an all-star panel right now.
Hey, man.
Mont, Trigger, Mike, and Will at the same
I
time.
almost didn't join, bro, because I'm telling you, like, I'm a big Charlie Kirk fan. I don't care who dislike it. I think Charlie, I'm gonna say something that may sound blasphemous, and y'all may not be prepared to hear what I'm about to say, and y'all damn sure probably ain't willing to accept what I'm about to say. I think Charlie Kirk assassination is up there on par with Martin Luther King.
It might be. I was thinking of Martin Luther King when it happened.
Don't even be afraid to say that shit.
Oh, I'm not afraid to say it. I'm not afraid to say it. I'm saying people probably ain't gonna be able to accept it because it may sound blasphemous to them. I think because Charlie Kirk is a white man, it's hard for a lot of black people to realize that he was actually preaching a message that was in favor of black families and black wealth to be increased. He was calling out the reasons why it was suffering, not promoting and encouraging it to continue. He tells us that the problem in the black community is fatherless households. You want to increase the wealth in black communities. You want to increase the education in black communities. You want to reduce the crime in black communities. We have to keep the nuclear family together. But he wasn't talking about getting your wealth up, getting your education up, getting your money up. I mean, maybe a little of that is sprinkled in here or there, but the foundation of what he was saying is black men and black women need to remain together when they have children. And I don't know how people can take that message and turn that man into a racist because who he's standing next to. It's amazing to me that if I have an opportunity to stand next to Donald Trump and JD Vance, you will ostracize me and automatically call me a racist because I had a meeting with the president or I went into business and leveraged my relationship with the president. Now I'm a racist because you think he's a racist. It's amazing how all these people who claim that Charlie Kirk is a racist and Donald Trump is a racist, but they'll go work at a job for a person who might be a racist, and they'll get up and go to work every day and increase Massa's bank account. They'll increase and provide Massa with the means to provide for his wife and his kids and to grow up many races, but never see that as being complicit. Because they'll see themselves as hard-working individuals. I'm sorry for all of you people who think white people inherently are racist and all white people are racist. If you work for a white company, you are complicit and you a nigga.
And everybody work for a white company. I dare somebody to be like, oh, yeah, shut up. Even your entrepreneurship, your contracts is from white people. So chill out with it. Everybody.
Most of my income in my career has come from the hands of non-black people.
Listen, the most successful people is the people that know how to work with anybody. Like we just know that as successful people. But just for the people who can't even like hear what you're saying, right? Like you can look at the chat, people can't really hear that because they can't put two and two together on his impact. The reason somebody killed Charlie Kirk is because he was effective, man. So did y'all know that the trend right now on college campuses by survey is that the young men, white, black, don't matter, are more conservative than they have been in the last 50 years? So you have to say, like literally, there are more conservative 18-year-old boys now in college than there are liberals for the past 5 decades. So Charlie Kirk was a major influence in that because obviously, ironically, he got killed on a college campus. That's how much attraction and attention he draws. He has taken this effort international, right?
Now
So,
you glazing because Andrew Tate started the masculinity movement. But go ahead.
well, I mean, the apples and oranges again.
Cut that out.
Not who we
That's
talking about.
just not true.
That's not remotely true.
Yeah, that's
Well,
not true.
not the
I said
masculinity movement.
conservative.
You know
I
the
didn't even
top G
use the term
movement.
masculinity. I
He
said
made it a
conservative.
topic, the alpha male and shit like that. You know what I'm talking
Charlie
about.
Kirk was already
Charlie
on
Kirk
that.
don't preach
No.
alpha male nothing.
Look, and here's the
Nobody
crazy
knew who
part about Charlie
People
Kirk.
still don't know who Charlie. That's
So
a white
y'all
person.
remember
That's
when
not, he's not really Charlie Kirk is not really famous like among black people like that. Y'all glazing him now, bro.
So he's not.
The left is
Not
playing
that
dirty,
The
famous
bro.
statement was
among black
never
people.
that he was famous amongst black people. What the man said was that men on college campuses were becoming more conservative over the last 50
Yeah, that's
in
the
the
white
last 50 years.
population. He won't minister in the black
When did he
colleges.
say?
He said,
Cares
man,
if he wasn't. Why does black people have to creep
No,
into your rhetoric?
but even look at this,
I'm
y'all.
just
Even look at
saying,
this.
bro. Like
Rabo, you're
he did
wrong
nothing
because
for
hold on,
black
hold on.
people. Y'all
One of the
just
most significant groups that cost Kamala Harris the election were black youth that didn't vote. Right? So that's why we know they're turning more conservative. She did not resonate with them at all. They went from 92% black women voting for Democrat and like 80-something% to 79% black men voting for Kamala Harris. So that means that the tide is turning and more of them are turning conservative. Right? Charlie
I'm
Kirk.
sorry to
Now,
interrupt you.
here's the
I'm sorry
crazy
to
thing. Y'all
interrupt
know
you.
he was 31 years old and he started like 6-7 years ago.
Okay,
So
never mind.
he's a youth person. He like a youth pastor at the church. So he's able to convert more people because of how young he is.
what they did, man, was just go for the small guy, bro. They playing dirty. They went for the guy that they could get. Ain't gonna lie, it's somebody up there like, damn, we fucked up.
Hey, so
Problem,
question: Who would y'all say is bigger than Charlie Kirk?
Nobody.
As far as conservative,
Nobody, bro.
Nobody.
Yeah,
He
nobody.
has the president's phone number. That's why I'm like, y'all not really getting it.
Tucker
I'd like to
Carlson.
think about it.
No, when I say the small guy, when I say the small guy,
the
I
only
don't mean
person
small
that
like that.
Footwa is bigger than him.
The only
Can we at
person that's
least
probably
process?
bigger that does the
Donald
same thing he does and is bigger
No,
than him
no
is Ben
disrespect,
Shapiro.
man.
Like Ben Shapiro will probably be
No.
the only person that you could even compare him to. And
Yep.
that's just because he's got a larger follow on YouTube, a larger social media presence.
Yeah, I would
And
agree.
He's been doing this for a little bit
Yeah.
longer than Charlie Kirk.
I'd agree with Will.
That's
When I say the small guy, when I say the small guy, I don't mean like that. I mean as far as he don't got Secret Service watching him 24/7 like Trump do. It was easy. Picking him off was easy. Nobody had to be checked or nothing. They didn't have no security in there.
It's
No,
good
that's
black
not
people
true.
that die every day
None
that
of those
didn't have
guys
nothing
would
to
have
do with
Secret
nothing, was
Service
take care of
walking
their
with them
kids and
because they
got
don't
killed.
work. None of them would have.
They don't
Secret
send the
Service.
community
They don't
into
work
an
for the
uproar.
government.
Hey, picking him off is not easy. It wasn't that he was like an easier target. If he was an easier target, it's just because he didn't have bulletproof shields when he talked, because I don't believe he thought his life was in jeopardy. But
Yeah,
Ben
it's
Shapiro,
easier than trying to get Trump.
hold on, listen, Ben
They set
Shapiro,
that man up.
but it's not about trying to get Trump, because Trump
Having
is a
security and
president.
having a secret.
They're not. There's two totally different things, trying to take out a president versus taking out a civilian. Charlie Kirk would have to hire security to protect him. Donald Trump doesn't hire security to protect him. The U.S. government provides security to protect him. Two totally different type of targets, two totally different types of impact. Charlie Kirk is impactful on a social, political level, but Donald Trump is considered the world leader. When you are the president of the United States, you're pretty much the leader of the world, the free world. Now, you're not the de facto leader of the free world. People will go to war with you, but Donald Trump is regarded as the most powerful man on the planet. So him and Charlie Kirk are nowhere near the same level. But the Shapiro,
But yeah, that's what I mean. The small guy.
Y'all missing his point. Y'all missing
That's what I'm
Cole's
saying.
point. So I think you correct me if I'm wrong. You're saying that for whatever reason, right? He didn't have a secret service detail or something to that extent where they're checking the perimeter to make sure that nobody can actually pick him off. For whatever reason, maybe his security was just a little bit lower level than that, but that shouldn't have happened.
Well, that's what I mean. He the small guy.
Y'all hear
He was
me?
the small guy. That's what I mean. He the small guy when it comes in a political field. Like
people got to mute
you're not
up when
gonna
you
get
talk.
no official. You're not gonna get no official.
We can hear you, but people gonna have to mute when you talk.
Like I don't know who just made that comment. I think it was real dope. the level of the security between the two, they're not even on the same planet. What the type of security that Charlie Kirk would have is nowhere near the security that these government officials that we provide for these guys. Like, that's what Will's trying to explain.
No, that's
But
precisely the point that
that's what I said.
Cole
That's
is
what I
making.
said. That's what I said. And then Will is coming on acting like I said. He's explaining what I'm saying, but he's saying it like I didn't say that. But that's what I'm saying.
No,
He's a small guy. He don't
no, but
have
it's
the
not.
level of security that Trump and them got.
No, but it's not the small guy because they're not. It'll be the small guy if it was like a JD Vance and Trump.
Well,
If it was,
but he's still in Trump's immediate circle to where right now they're
yeah,
talking about giving Secret Service agents to the rest of Trump's immediate circle that's not officials. You know what I'm saying? So he was in Trump's immediate circle, but he was the small guy, is what I'm saying, because he didn't have the level of security that the big guys had. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and it makes sense what that brother just said. I get what he's saying.
well, that makes sense if you're making this political. We don't know if it's politically motivated yet. We could assume things, but that's part of problems when we rush. And you know, Cole, I'm not saying that your point is not can't be a valid point. I'm just saying that when we rush and we put narratives out there, we become part of the problem. It's like, yeah, it may sound plausible, it may sound like something that I could probably sell prematurely, but we cannot do that prematurely because we will be complicit in adding to the problem.
I believe it's important for the people to have conjecture and talk about these things because, like, they haven't even released any of the information, and we know the
So then why
government
talk about it? Why
because
talk
the
about
government
something?
lies. Because
But
we
why?
need the
But
people don't need the government permission to figure out what the fuck going on. That's
you
why.
can figure it out by asking questions, not making statements. There's nothing wrong
Well,
with asking
Who said?
questions and saying,
Well,
is
I mean we're on a panel to talk about it, and I mean, come on now, if somebody killed JD Vance, we wouldn't be like, oh, they killed him because they didn't like the casserole his wife made last week. No, we're gonna assume that it's because he's the vice president and about his talking points or whatever he believes in until
yeah,
we
you
hear
could assume.
otherwise.
Yeah, you could assume
And
whatever
and,
you
and
want.
then we're not assuming Trump himself said this was a political
Well,
killing. We're
Trump
calling
don't
this
get to make
assassination.
Trump don't get to make that determination any more than we do. Just because he's the president doesn't mean what he says goes.
Willie, so who does?
Nah,
Nobody. The thing about look, what we
come on
should
now.
do if we're going to speak, I'm about to tell you what. At least I'm gonna tell you what I think. You can have an opinion, you can have a theory, and you should present it as an opinion and a theory. Like, hey, this could be a possibility. But when we present it as this is what it's about, we are creating narratives and we're shaping the minds of people who are influenced by us. Somebody may really believe in the things that you say when you get on a public platform. And if you just spout out any old rhetoric as if it's factual, that those impressionable minds will be like, man, Coel said it, so yeah, that makes sense. I'm gonna go ahead and buy it. You can say this is what I believe, and I think you provide a level of scrutiny. Somebody can just challenge what you're saying. You're not speaking as if it's a matter of fact. I think speaking of it as if it's a matter of fact, this fast, the man hasn't even been pronounced unalive for more than 5 hours, and we already have a definitive storyline. I think that's irresponsible. And I'm not telling you what to say or do. I'm just telling you, I think it's irresponsible to put that narrative out there because you don't know, and none of us know, but you may believe, and I'm okay with you believing something. And I'm okay with you thinking and may have a hunch, but I'm not okay with the statement being blanketed like this is a matter of fact.
Well, I mean, that's fine, but the life ain't about what you okay with. So, you know,
Did you know I'm Mr. Moretta, sir? Did you know that?
I don't know. I don't even understand what you just said, but
No, I'm messing with you. Go ahead.
we're on a panel to discuss our opinions and how we think this go. You feel me? That's all.
Well, yeah,
Like I
how
said,
we think it goes, right?
and then, no matter how you look at it, they got him because he was the small guy. Like you said, he didn't have the bulletproof stuff up. They didn't have nobody checking security. If he was a big fish in that arena to where they was really protecting him like that, he would have that. And that's all I'm saying, bro.
Okay, but
That's it.
I don't think it's a stretch to say it's politically motivated.
Are you saying that? Think about this. So here's my question to you: are you saying that taking Charlie Kirk out affects Trump's agenda?
The real Leonard need to come up
No,
here and stop typing so much.
no, it don't affect his agenda, but it takes somebody. It's if it's a war, we picking one of your man off in
Okay,
public.
but listen, but okay, but listen to what I'm
That's
saying.
it.
If he's the small guy, my question is simple. Do you believe taking
It's close
Charlie
enough. It's close enough to make an impact.
impact on what?
Well, ask your question, Will. I want to know your question.
Yeah, okay, I'll ask you, but I want to hear Coel answer to it. I just want Coel. Do you think that taking Charlie Kirk out affects Trump? If he's one of the small guys, the small fish, do you think it affects what Trump is trying to accomplish? Do you think Charlie Kirk was part of Trump's agenda, and now he losing one of his soldiers and is going to impact what he's trying to accomplish?
Yes.
And what do you think that is?
Because Charlie Kirk was he's a big speaker when it comes to colleges, when it comes to the young guys. He was a part of the reason why they was having these conversations in colleges. Him, Candace Owens. So when he got close to the president, this is almost like the president's liaison to the colleges, to the young people. So yeah, he was one of Trump's biggest voices to the young people that could get out there and touch them. So when I say it was so when I say the small guy, you're taking that way too literal, Will. When I say small guy, I'm only meaning that in that world, he did not have the level of security to where when they came in, they was checking everybody's bags. You know what I'm saying? Where they was checking every perimeter. If even though let's say Kamala Harris is not the vice president anymore, if she was gonna go speak somewhere, they're gonna do a perimeter. They're gonna be checking buildings. There's gonna be people up there with snipers. They're gonna have it on lock because she's not a small fish in that world.
I think it's Kamala. Kamala, doesn't she get a detail for a certain amount of years because she was?
Now you talking about specifics.
But listen to this.
She don't got security no more. But you're talking about specifics. I'm just.
Listen to this. No, if I'm not mistaken, vice presidents get Secret Service detail for the rest of their lives. I know presidents.
No, they don't. Her security detail is up actually.
Vice presidents don't get security detail by the Secret Service for the rest of their life.
No, they get it for like 6 months or a year or maybe 2 years.
Wait, wait a second. Elected officials keep their Secret Service details until they die.
Yeah, for the rest of their life.
No, they don't. No, they don't, bro.
Hold on, I'm gonna look it up.
Stop.
They changed it years ago.
Yeah, stop. It was just in the news.
Yeah. It was just revoked hers. So they actually don't. They get it like 6 months or something. And Biden wrote in a provision for Kamala, and Trump just revoked that. So like historically, they always got it for life.
Yeah, it was 6 months.
Yeah, Trump's first term, he took it away.
Okay, so check this out though.
So I know what I'm talking about. Thank you, guys.
Okay, but then but you're still not completely accurate because in order for them to check everything, that will be Kamala Harris would have to hire security for herself because if the Secret Service isn't providing it, that means the government is not providing her that secret service.
I was just speaking of a name, bro. You really trying to come over here and speak literal facts and trying to be right, bro. I was just speaking of I was just talking about somebody that's high up in there. Okay, her Secret Service detail went out a month ago. All right. I don't care, bro. If Trump's wife was somewhere, if Trump's wife is going somewhere speaking, bro, they're gonna do a detail. Okay, they're gonna do a detail and make sure.
That's the president's wife.
But that's my point, bro. Y'all making my point. He's a small fish like that.
Protection is different.
I know what you're trying to say. Listen to my argument.
Why are we on here arguing? Why you want to argue with me? We're saying the same thing.
Argument just means my perspective. I'm not arguing with you. I'm saying listen to my argument as the claim I'm about to make. You're speaking as if Charlie Kirk is a part of Trump's cabinet, as if taking out Charlie Kirk is taking out one of President Trump's soldiers. It will be. No, listen, bro, it's not. It's a pseudo soldier at best because this is Charlie Kirk's life's work. He didn't do this for Trump. He did this because this is what he believed in. Charlie Kirk started his company at 18. He's 31 years old. Donald Trump wasn't in office when Charlie Kirk became this guy. This is who Charlie Kirk is. I think it's diminishing that man's life's work to try to attach him to the Trump campaign, the Trump administration. He's not one of his cabinet officials. He's his own man. He started a movement and he radicalized people. He made positive change in the world, and he's still making positive change. Whether people like him or not is irrelevant. People gravitate to him because he's polarizing. He's honest. He's smart. He's able to galvanize people. And for the most part, he's still young. To attach him to Trump diminishes who he is as an individual. He was like this prior to Trump, and he would have been like this had he still lived well after Trump, because this is, again, his life's work. He's been doing this since he's 18 years old. Why attach him to Trump? Oh, Khalil left? Oh, okay, my bad.
I mean, that's well said, man, because the crazy thing about it is, like, I'm noticing now that the world, especially people that are supposed to be educated, degreed, and all of that, they don't really have the emotional intelligence they claim to have
at all.
If you cannot listen to Charlie Kirk talk and just debate, that's what I'm saying. It's like you can debate him. That's exactly what he was doing. He go on your campus and say, "Prove me wrong," right? He's willing to have the conversation. I've never seen him swing on anybody. I actually never seen him threaten anybody. That means that he's an extremely emotional, intelligent individual, right? So a lot of these people who are celebrating this, I don't have the capacity to do that. Like, you know what I mean? It's almost like, look, if you don't agree with the dude, go ahead and say something. Give your pushback. But that's not where people at. They want to silence. They're not actually in favor of freedom of speech. This is what this is showing right now. You want to silence and get rid of everybody that disagrees with you. That's how you start a real culture war. And I guarantee you're not going to win. Because guess who's on the other side? Guess who's on the side of Charlie Kirk? I'm gonna just leave that to your imagination.
But that's
right?
the point, Trigger Mike. Who's trying to silence? Who's trying to silence Charlie Kirk?
Hell has frozen over because
Who's
me and
trying to
Bo are on the
silence
same
Charlie
panel at
Kirk?
the same time. I just want to throw that out there. Somebody said this would never happen. I need my money right now. They knew who they are. But I'm sorry, continue.
Hey Willie, I sent you my address on IG.
I got you, G.
Who's trying to control Charlie? Who silenced Charlie Kirk though? That's the point. Who?
So all of
is
what
the
I mean
powers
by
to
what
be?
I mean by silence, all of his detractors. All right, that's what I mean by if you're coming out in opposition, trying to get him canceled, trying to the same university he was at, they petitioned not to have him come, and the university said this is an exercise of free speech. Why are you sitting here trying to say don't come? You don't show up if you don't like them. You see what I'm saying? So those people who believe that somebody should not have the right to exercise their free speech by coming on a campus and speaking to willing students, those are the people that's trying to silence somebody. Never in my life will I say I don't disagree with this person, so I'm going to try to stop their bag from flowing. I'm going to try to take their livelihood. That's weak people stuff.
Watch this, Trigger Mike. Check this out.
Big facts.
Here's what I want to know, because people would claim their Turning Point is a racist organization. Cool, whatever. I think you have to substantiate your claims. So I guarantee the people who will claim Turning Point USA to be a racist organization can't substantiate their claims without talking about how they feel. Now, here's what I want to ask the panel. Let's say Charlie Kirk was for white people, but I think that's what the people who don't like him think because they're calling him a racist. All right. So I compared this to the Martin Luther King assassination. Was Martin Luther King for black people? And if he was for black people, couldn't he be viewed as the exact same as Charlie Kirk, just for the other side? And if Charlie Kirk is doing something wrong, was Martin Luther King doing something wrong? I need people, without talking about how they feel, to articulate exactly, just bullet point list, without going on run-on sentences, bullet point list what makes Charlie Kirk a racist. Don't talk about how you feel, just bullet point the things that justify your claim.
I'll be real brief. I think where you were like real off base is comparing him to MLK, because their causes are not even the same. So I can't validate if Charlie Kirk is racist or not, but I think it's a very poor comparison to even comparing him to MLK. I don't even know how.
Okay, well, substantiate why you think is a bad correlation.
Because let's start here. Let's do a little Q&A. What was Charlie Kirk trying to do?
Yeah, I agree.
Say that again.
What was Charlie Kirk trying to do?
I believe
he's pushing a political stance, right?
Sure.
Pushing like conservative.
Sure.
What was Martin Luther King pushing? Civil rights, equal rights for people that look like most of us on the panel, correct?
Well, yes, but when you say that about Charlie Kirk, listen, when you say that about Charlie Kirk, he wasn't one-dimensional. He wasn't just political.
I didn't say that. I asked you
I didn't say you did. I didn't say you did. I'm answering your questions, right? I didn't say you moved on.
But I actually asked you a yes or no question, and
I answered you. But you answered it for me with MLK. I said, and you said civil rights. Okay, yeah, go ahead. So Charlie Kirk, political, MLK, civil rights.
Yeah, civil and equal rights for people of color.
Okay, civil and equal rights.
So the movements were not the same.
I didn't say they were the same.
You can't compare.
But they don't have to be the same for you to compare things. Things don't have to be the same to be compared.
I think it was a gross hyperbole.
That's fine.
I agree.
That's fine. Challenge it though. I'm not saying you can't agree. Think what you want to think. I
understand what you're saying. I just think that you don't compare.
Listen, gentlemen, you can think whatever you want to think. That's the beautiful thing about having an opinion. And I'm not going to try to take your opinion away from you. You have an opinion. I have an opinion. You're challenging my opinion, but you're not making any strong points to say that why you disagree with me.
So when someone says civil rights is a political opinion, right? They're saying it's political. Just y'all think about that for a minute.
Who said civil rights was political?
You got people in the comments. We're talking about
most people in the comments ain't gonna come up and defend their claims or be able to articulate.
We're talking about defending or pushing a conservative movement in comparison to a man who was saying, hey, based on what we look like, these are the things we should be having that are equal to our counterparts.
Okay,
and this isn't for you, Will. This isn't for you. This is for the people that are trying to say that MLK was that what he was pushing was political.
Okay, but here's the thing.
I'm going to land real quick. If they want to be correct and they can cam up, it's actually constitutional, and I can teach anybody constitutional law if they want to be
don't hold us hostage while you talk to people who ain't gonna be able to respond back to you in the way.
Yeah, that's really the thing, man. And I hate when we get so granular with this. He's making a loose comparison between Charlie Kirk and MLK, not a direct parallel. This guy is young, the same way he's an activist. Okay, the same way Martin Luther King was young. He started in his 20s.
18.
All right, Charlie Kirk started in his 20s. No, I'm saying
Charlie Kirk started at 18.
With his prominence, you know what I'm saying? With his prominence, he started young. And now what else do they have in common? They were both assassinated. So it's like, why are we taking this to the granular level? They have so much more in common at this point.
Not only that, think about this. What person of this magnitude has been assassinated in our lifetimes? I'm 43. Said you... Yes, in any of our lifetimes. I don't say you're the oldest one up here. Can y'all tell me any? So think about, I believe that September 10th will become a national holiday in remembrance of Charlie Kirk. I also believe they're going to start teaching about this man in school.
Michael Jackson.
I believe today is going to go down as one of the saddest days in American history. Now, it just happened to be the day before. Listen, y'all don't have to agree with it. I'm not trying to convince any of y'all. I'm just making my claims. Now, it remains to be seen. And if it does happen, y'all be like, damn, he just got lucky with that statement. Well, maybe I am going to get lucky with the statement, but I'm bold enough to make the claim because I see a national holiday.
I believe you, though.
Did you not hear?
Well, we can't skip past the part talking about there have been other political assassinations because we've had 2 other ones this year. So the House Speaker and her husband got killed in her house.
Yeah, but don't nobody care about them.
What you
I'm
mean?
talking,
still happened.
but this is different
That's
because we can
alive.
actually see
The
this.
House
No.
Speaker.
No.
Wait.
Listen.
If for those of us who I think that you're one of these guys who understand how government works. What do you mean no one cares about the House Speaker?
Listen to what I'm about to say to you. I'm not saying they weren't important
Speaker
in
should
their
actually
political
be
role in their state.
The House
Charlie
Speaker is
Kirk-
the Speaker of the House. G. That's
Listen
not
to
the
what I'm
state.
saying.
That's the nation.
No, but they're political representatives of Minnesota. Listen to what I'm saying. Charlie Kirk is an international sensation. Nobody, I don't even know the name. What's that lady's name? The representative in Minnesota that lost her life, her and her husband.
Melissa
I don't remember
Hortman.
her name.
Who?
Melissa Hortman.
Melissa Hortman. Now, did anybody on this panel know that name?
I did actually forgot about it. So, Will, are you saying that when you're talking about level of importance, are you talking about like the fame that Charlie Kirk has, or that what are you
Following? Yes.
Yes,
the
because
following.
listen. They may memorialize that woman one day. I'm not sure if they will. Maybe they will. I don't think they will, but I believe they'll memorialize Charlie Kirk. Now, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I believe with the impact that he had, the political impact, the social impact, Charlie Kirk is a phenomenon. This is the biggest. This is the only real publicized assassination that we really know about. That other one, we don't look at that as an assassination. That was somebody killed those people. Yes, they broke into them people's houses and they took their lives, and it was heinous. But this right here, bro, this was done before our eyes. We witnessed it. There's a big difference.
So y'all want to know, like, I know everybody got a point of contention where they are going to disagree. You know where I think that y'all, like, we need to really look at it is because, one, we're not white. So we cannot draw any direct conclusions about the impact of Charlie Kirk on white people. We are not white. All right. I tried to make a factual comparison when I told y'all he is directly responsible for boys turning conservative on college campuses, which is actually researchable evidence. All right. So I'm just looking at it to say it's a loose comparison. It's not a direct parallel. The powers that be, let's just call them that, or detractors, they are very against people who are this effective with their base, just like Martin Luther King was. Right. So that's the loose comparison that I'm taking from it, because I can see where you're going with that. Right. Like, it's nobody of this magnitude has been publicly assassinated like this. This man, and here's the worst part, is that we're not realizing that this dude had the president's phone number. So as from a political standpoint, they were also alike. Martin Luther King had the president's phone number. So I'm like, I can definitely find ways to agree with him on this.
Mike, so we're going to agree to disagree on the MLK and Kirk comparison. I do have a question for you, though. When we talk about impact, I would say that Candace Owens had a lot to do with her. Even Brandon Tatum, for those of y'all who know Brandon had a lot, way more to do with the conservative movement before Charlie Kirk. The only reason why we don't talk about Candace Owens anymore is because she called out the small hats, and you see what started happening with her. But she had way more traction.
So let me just say, I guess this is something I can say on race. You are bugging if you think a black woman had more of an impact on young white men than a white man did.
I said the conservative movement,
not white men.
No, she didn't.
No, she didn't. And the thing about it is,
not white.
She's definitely a impact on agreeing with them, right? And actually bringing the conversation of the way black people hate her made more conservative black men especially kind of gravitate toward, like, why they hate her so much? She's not saying nothing wrong. So she's definitely responsible for bringing attention to the conservative movement. But that's a white man's game, always has been.
Correct.
Well,
I agree with that.
She brought attention to the movement because we'll notice when a black woman is having out boisterous, speaking outwardly about conservative issues. We're not going to readily notice that when a white man is doing it. There's plenty of white men that have views like Charlie Kirk. They don't jump off of the page, but when a black woman is speaking like Charlie Kirk, we're going to notice that. Why? Because people are going to highlight that. Charlie Kirk started his mission when he was 18. That man's been doing this for 13 straight years. He built, if I'm not mistaken, Candace Owens was working for Charlie Kirk, if I'm not mistaken. So We
I
to
don't
sit
know
here.
about that.
Actually, I didn't even know Will. To be
He
honest
was
with
looking
you,
for Young America was attorney.
I
She
had
was
heard about Charlie Kirk, but I really didn't know a whole lot about him. I don't think he really started gaining a lot of traction until he started doing the debates on the college campuses.
Well, he had already built a conglomerate by the time he started doing debates on the college campuses. Do you know how many people he employed? I don't know
I
exactly.
seen bro on YouTube. It never seemed like his lives had a lot of people in it, but
And Will and I get it because this
Bro
is
has 4 million followers on YouTube. What?
He got
And he's got
7.4
but his
19
lives did
million
not
views.
reflect
The dude
that.
was a
You
speaker
can't
at the
change what
Republican
I
National
seen, bro.
Convention,
What you
bro.
Like,
saying ain't
yeah,
gonna change
the
what I
fact that he spoke at the Republican National Convention alone, for
No.
anybody who knows anything about politics understands how heavy that
No,
speaking
this dude,
position
the
is.
dude is literally self-made. You know, he didn't even go to college, and he's this articulate, bro. Come on, man. Like he really built himself into to something, right? So that might even be why people are so upset with him, is that he doesn't even fit the typical archetype of the intelligent white man, and he out here destroying people's arguments.
Man,
Was that
he
because
openly telling
he
you
made
college is a scam.
was that because he made racial comments, Trigger Mike?
What do you mean?
What was
Is
the
that because he made racial comments?
No, you said people was upset with him. So I'm saying, is that because he made racial it seemed like racist comments before?
You know what? I
What
think.
racist
I mean,
comments did Charlie Kirk
it's
make?
subjective whether it's you call it. I think he made racy comments. I think he wasn't afraid to go there. But what I noticed in a lot of his earlier stuff, let's say from 3 years ago, right around election time, people like to if he's gaining too much of the intellectual argument, they use race to try to handicap the argument, or they use alternative lifestyle LGBT stuff to try to handicap the argument. He went viral on those moments because he wasn't afraid to go there. You couldn't handicap him with that. If you said, well, what about all these single mothers the government need? He'd be like, well, if the daddy was in the house, then you wouldn't be going through that shit, which is exactly what men who turn more black men who are more conservative believe. Stop.
And that's
You know
where
what I
the
mean?
point
So
of
he wasn't afraid to
contention
go
comes
there.
in.
So
Because
Mike,
Charlie Kirk was incorrect on
Will and
that
I
point
were
because the white government is responsible for removing the fathers in the household. So
Now,
that's hypocrisy for the white man to talk about how the black household doesn't have fathers in it when they're the ones that issued the programs
Hey,
that
how do we
separated the
keep getting
genders
back
in the
to this
first
racial
place.
shit every time with Charlie Kirk? Why we keep is this finna turn into like a victim mindset? Let's talk about all the woe is me black people shit. Because
You're saying the white man, but he's
It's
a
not
white
turning
man.
into
He's
woe
not
is
the
me.
white
It's
man.
just like y'all. It's like regular good black people we
That's
got
not what we
black
talking about. We're talking
bankers.
about
We
Charlie
got
Kirk.
black doctors.
Regular
We
good
got
black
black
people didn't kill Charlie
athletes
Kirk. Regular
that
good black
they
people aren't
didn't commit
related
no
to
crimes.
crime.
They didn't participate in the thug life. And
But
when
why are you
they
making this about
die,
race
they
again,
do
bro?
not
How does
get
this keep becoming about race?
international coverage.
Why are you
And I
making
just
this
want to
about
say
race
that,
again,
like,
bro?
because it's like we're blowing up this guy, this white
before.
guy that
The
appealed to.
only issue, and Will and I were actually on TikTok when we were kind of debating this, that I had ever really had with Charlie Kirk, is I think that he was intentionally debating people who were not his equal. That he is challenging people that he knows wouldn't be able to debate with him, instead of having these discussions with some people who would be more politically astute. I was telling Will that just because somebody attends college doesn't mean that they're going to be smart Charlie Kirk deals in two things typically: politics and the Bible. He's not trying to have them conversations with someone who's astute in the Bible. He's going to have conversations with people who are not his equal. So that was the only thing.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest.
I wouldn't say that. I would say that's what almost gave him his lane. He was able to go
That's why
in.
I'm like, no.
He was able to go in and
College kids
get
are not his
get the younger people engaged. You understand what I'm saying? He was debating college kids because he really wanted to get their minds sparking. So they just happened to be not as good as him.
Now we also got to remember he is young. I'm sorry, he was young. Okay, so he goes. I was like, he has a multifaceted platform, a dynamic platform. He'll be on Fox News. He'll be on other conservative outlets. He'll make video. So he reaches all types of audiences, debates all type of people. He actually showed his versatility by bringing on Gavin Newsom. No other person did that, right? So it's like he can do that with just about anybody. That's it. But the thing, the reason I believe that I hear people saying Candace Owens has a bigger platform than him. All right. Every opponent of Trump had a bigger platform than Trump, but he won because he had a great ground game. So when you look at him going on college campuses, that's where he makes the most change. If you want to know how the hell pretty much the most hated president in history beat the shit out of possibly the two most popular female politicians in history, is because he had a better ground game than all of them. He went where it counted and made his point.
Excuse me, Willie. Can I say something to
So,
you?
all
I'm
right.
sure.
Okay.
I don't know if people familiar that he was on CNN before, and he made I think a racist comment. You said kind of racy, Trigger Mike, but he made a racial comment by saying that he don't think that George Floyd was killed. He thought he just overdosed on drugs.
That's not racist.
Is
That's
that
not
a
racist.
racist
That's the
comment?
actual medical fact. That's a medical
not
fact.
racist.
If we're being honest.
I think his one main comment was about the pilot. That was Charlie Kirk in the pilot comments, right? In the DEI.
Well, no, that's not what Santana was talking about. Santana said he brought up George Floyd, but if George
You know,
Floyd
I want
actually
to be a
did,
really ladylike person
if
today,
George,
but I
if
really
George
would like for
Floyd
you all to
actually
make
did,
room for someone else to speak. I really don't want to be rude, but I've been up here for a long time, and you all are just
go ahead, Bo.
not making
Go
any
ahead, Bo.
room for
You
anyone
got to
else.
get in where you fit
Zero.
in,
I don't
baby.
know what
I
accent
mean,
you got to do
clearly,
with this
I'm trying.
convo.
You know what I'm saying? I'm trying not to be a hyena. You know what I'm saying? I want to be a
Well,
lady.
thank you for asking nicely. You're right. We being brutes. So please, uninterrupted. Go ahead.
But I think that what we're missing is about Charlie Kirk is, I mean, yes, sure, he's a racist. You could say that, but I don't think that is the largest issue. Charlie Kirk is well, he ain't nothing no more, but he was a supremacist.
Damn, you see what they be
That's
doing?
a very big difference. Say what now?
Go ahead. But can you explain how he's a white supremacist though, please?
She
Well,
won't.
if you let me talk, you
She
would
won't.
probably
She gonna
find
get
out.
offended and shut
No,
down.
Will.
No, guys, let her
I
finish.
ain't
Let her
listen to
finish.
him,
If you
so
Let
would
her
I
just
finish.
let me speak, because I mean, I've been up
All
here
right, Bo.
respectful for a long
Our
time.
fault. Go ahead, Bo. Uninterrupted, please, y'all.
But so he's a supremacist. What he does, he preserves his specific race of people. He preserves the spot for his specific race of people. There is a hierarchy in this country, and he is the one that was pushing so that his race can remain on top. That is what he did. You all do not understand coded language of people like Charlie Kirk. There has been coded language for the past 70 years in this country because they can't be just outright bigots and you know, prejudice to people. They have a coded language. So when you bring up something like you know, he was for black families because he was always talking about the fathers being in the family. He's telling you that y'all are sorry fathers and you are not parenting your children. I feel like you all don't understand when those people are disrespecting you. Just like they call us welfare queens, and just like they're saying that we're draining the system with it when it is their women mostly on public assistance. So I think that you all do not understand when they made these dog whistles in this coded language in this country to disrespect you in your face. And you are so heavily reliant on clean money, and you are heavily reliant on pedestalizing white men that you be like, you know what, you right, because the black family, and if they could tell you and not completely get canceled, that black boy, we not talking about you, we are talking about our people. We are promoting our families, not yours, because we have to keep our numbers up so that we won't fall behind in this country. If they could tell you that, they absolutely would, because you're not hearing the coded language. You're just on their side because you think that they are talking about you. This is a white country. This is not our country. We were never meant to be citizens here. They just gave you a little bit of power so that you'll get somewhere, sit down, shut up, and work for them and make them rich. So I want you to understand that Charlie Kirk was one of the legs on the table holding up the things that we are being oppressed by. So don't get it twisted.
Okay,
All
so
right.
Bo,
So,
let
real
me
quick,
ask,
real quick.
Wait, can
Hold on, y'all.
let
Real
me
I want
quick,
to
real
ask her a
quick.
let
question.
me
I got a
clarify real
question.
quick.
Hold on, real quick. Let me get a question into it. So,
You just
Bo,
came and
just
explain
real quick,
everything I said. Or
do you think that having pride within your race is supremacy?
What the?
Bo?
So on its face, no, but because of the system, it depends on who we're talking about.
All right, then
Because
just for
it depends on
context,
who
yeah.
it harms.
I was gonna say, just for context, do you believe Malcolm X was a black supremacist?
Yep. Sure.
Exactly.
Why not?
He was a black supremacist. All right. He was a black supremacist. So by that parallel, we can't really, and you see how articulate it was. You saw that he was a family man. We cannot. How do people look at us when we take racial pride, right? So the biggest thing we can say, especially on a man level, is that if he's not directly hurting me, if he ain't put his hands on me, fuck it, right? Because I'm doing the same shit. So when you say that we are complicit or we don't know, it's not that. It's that we're not hypocrites. When I show pride in my people, when an Asian person shows pride in his people,
Who does
but
it
was still
harm?
able, hold up. But who does it harm? Wait, hold on, watch this. Was Charlie Kirk harming anybody?
Yes. By
Him. No,
legislation,
no.
by protecting the harmful legislation. Like, what don't y'all understand about the irony of the fact that he was there talking about an
Why don't you
amendment
just
that
tell them who he was
literally
harming?
harms
Hold
people,
on.
Answer the
and he
question.
got on
Just tell us who he was harming.
Hold on, Bo, watch this. Were you somebody who was very upset at the fact that George Floyd died when he died the way that he died? But when we avoid
What's the
the fact that he was a felon that held a knife to a woman's stomach, I thought that it was a what do you call it? A tragedy.
Oh, I thought
that
we
he
had
died.
black men on this panel. I ain't know we
No,
had
hold
white men on this panel.
on. Hold on. Because you're saying that everybody is complicit for the mistakes of their race. That's basically what you're saying. So when we don't persecute people in Chicago for killing their own people, aren't we not complicit in black on black crime?
There's no such thing as black on black crime. It's only crime by proximity. And I really want y'all to drop the dog whistles. You all have adopted the dog whistles.
So Bo, are you saying that he was a white supremacist because
Okay, baby.
he only because he may have said things that you thought were codes? No, because I asked you what has he done? What has he done as white supremacist? And then this is the thing why us as men can't let women tell us how we feel. As black men, we as black men
she
are
actually
sitting
been
here.
right and she
Actually,
always be wrong.
we as black men has been sitting here. Well, most of us have been sitting here saying we agree with his ideologies that black man should stay together. Black man should be in a household, and men should be stronger. We shouldn't have abortions and all that. Most black men on this panel, I think, agree with that. So
when did I tell you how you feel? I don't tell people how they feel.
it's not about how people feel. You're talking about him being a white supremacist.
You said that women tell y'all how y'all feel. When did I say how y'all feel?
Because you're saying we've been tricked and we are basically coons. You're telling us that we should feel disrespected at him saying that black men. You did say that. You did say that. You said that.
You literally said that, Bo.
Yes, you did. You said y'all should feel disrespected.
I did not tell y'all.
Maybe okay. Well, I'm not gonna go back and forth with you about it. You could just play this back, and then we can.
You can play it back because I am very careful to not tell people how they should react to things. I'm just telling you what is happening. You feel how you feel about it. You feel disrespected or not. I don't care if you cyber slap every white man out there, but I didn't tell you how to feel about nothing. I don't do that to people. So you can never.
Okay, let me ask a question to Bo then. Bo, this is Will. Let me ask you a question. So, do you believe Charlie Kirk's rhetoric was harmful?
I believe some of it was, yeah.
The rhetoric that you wait.
Go ahead.
Look, what rhetoric? Hold on, y'all. Just give me a second. Give me a second. What can you? You don't have to verbatim recite the rhetoric, but can you paraphrase and give me the rhetoric that you believe was harmful? And can you tell me who you think it was harming?
His rhetoric surrounding women's reproductive rights as well as gun laws are extremely harmful. The things that
Okay.
he supports, they are harmful actively. Yes.
Okay. So when you say women's reproductive rights, what do you mean?
So by them literally targeting, now the amendment that they targeted was not just about women's reproductive
Wait,
rights.
Charlie
Let's be clear about that.
Charlie Kirk
But
has nothing to do with amendments. I'm
I
talking
am
about Charlie
talking
Kirk's
about
rhetoric.
what he supported. Yes,
No.
absolutely.
Okay, no,
What he
listen. Bo, listen to my question. Not what he supported. What was his rhetoric that was harmful?
same thing. How is that
No.
different?
No, because you got to tell me what his rhetoric was. He can support something without speaking on it. But if he's speaking on it, I need to know what the rhetoric was. You don't have to say it verbatim. Just give me an idea of, you said
What
women's
I'm saying,
reproductive rights.
if you would really let me speak, because when I'm talking about the amendment that affects women's reproductive rights, I'm just speaking on the fact that it doesn't just affect women's reproductive rights.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Wait, y'all. Wait.
The things that he talked about, the abortion rights, when we're talking about that, that also harms women who are not going to get an abortion to get rid of a child that they don't want. They actually need those medical abortions for their health to live. That is what I'm saying.
Okay, cool.
But
Is there,
Charlie Kirk
hold on, y'all.
thinks that
Wait,
women should be able to get abortion for
One
medical
mic,
reasons.
Wait, y'all. Wait. Because it's not good, in my opinion, gentlemen. It's not good to challenge these women on everything. It's
Don't do
to get
these
them.
women. Don't do that.
Man, stop getting offended by it. Listen, are you a woman or are you a man?
Charlie Kirk thinks that women should be able to get abortions if they have medical
I'm gonna
reasons.
do this. We don't have to talk. We don't, because I know how you interact with people, and I'm uninterested in doing it. So I can speak to anybody else but you.
Yeah.
I'm cool.
Messed up my
We don't have to.
I guess I want some clarification, Bo. This is Sid, the accountant. The clarification on the amendments that you were speaking on regarding abortion. That he
What
was
about it?
Which one are you stating?
The amendment that, so when they gave the states the rights back in that and I forget the exact amendment that it is.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
But when we
She's
get
talking,
those,
Bo.
Mic messed up.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead, Bo.
when we give those states the rights back, that amendment is specifically about privacy. It's not really about the abortion rights. It is, that amendment is specifically speaking to privacy, and that's dangerous for all of us. It's just
So I'll
that
be
they're
real quick.
using
Bo, I'll
it
be,
to target women
Bo,
that
I'll
are
be
getting
real.
abortions.
Bo, I'll be real quick on that. So you're talking about the 10th Amendment. The reason why Roe versus Wade was thrown back to the states is because there's nothing in the Bill of Rights or any of the other amendments that specifically address that. And so the Constitution says anything that's not specifically addressed in it is deferred to the states, which is what you have in the 10th Amendment. So it should have been rightfully done so. So Charlie Kirk had nothing to do with that.
I wasn't saying that. If y'all followed what I was saying, I was just referencing that the amendment that abortions rights was about,
We
where
understand.
it came from, was not even about that. I wasn't putting that on Charlie Kirk. That was a side thing. I wasn't.
Okay, so what did you put on Charlie Kirk?
Wait. Let me.
He specifically did speak about women and abortions.
He definitely did. He definitely did. He actually spoke on.
No, I'm saying, but what did he say about the abortions though? Because Charlie Kirk thinks that women should be able to have abortions if they have medical, if it's the same thing Trump's believe, if it's incest, the R word, or if they have medical reasons. He believes that they should be able to have abortions under those circumstances. So
But here's the thing. He also supported the states getting those rights back to control it, right? I am in a state with a stupid governor that doesn't even allow for incest, great, and all of that. You just got to carry it. See, when you do that, when you are supporting something like that, when you're not fighting against that happening, you are leaving us to
But
be
that doesn't make
victims
him.
to
That doesn't
foolish
make him.
politicians.
Can I
I
just
think
make
it's
a
the wrong.
Hold on,
hold on, y'all,
hold on. Because she
Lord,
called him.
y'all want to be
She called him. She called him a white supremacist. I mean,
Right.
even if what she's saying true, that doesn't make him a white supremacist. So please
but
give me
I
the.
want to clarify that point real quick, because that was very important that we just watched that dialogue, because you were asked point blank what your two biggest issues were. And I want y'all to notice that this is a problem, especially with black men who are conservative and come out into a public space and speak on what their morals, values, and beliefs are. You tried to shame us into submission by saying we don't recognize his white supremacy. Then when asked what is your contention with him, you mentioned things about women's rights, right? You didn't say anything about the way you shamed us. I knew you were going to come out with two racially targeted things that he had done, but it's really about you. And it ain't got nothing to do with race. You're just using that word to try to bring emotional gravity that we should be on your side. And we've, I think most people notice that.
And then told us that we should feel disrespected by his presence because he's acknowledging the problems that even that we acknowledge.
I definitely
Also,
think
I just want to point
definitely
out that y'all didn't say nothing about the Second Amendment that I brought up, because what I care about in there, right, is the kids that keep getting unalived by these mass shooters. So I just I want to let y'all know where y'all just completely
How is he a white supremacist though? That's all.
Wait, can y'all hear me? Because I don't know if I need to drop and come back. Can y'all hear me?
Bro, we can hear you, bro. I'm still waiting on her to tell us how is he a white supremacist. That's it.
Right. But that's why I was getting at this. Listen, when y'all have these conversations with these ladies, what y'all need to do, y'all just need to let them articulate their points and ask them only questions about their points. Don't throw in new information because it gives them the opportunity to deflect. She had 2 points of contention with Charlie Kirk. It was his support of the abortion rights. What was the second one?
The Second Amendment, gun law.
The gun laws. Okay, and what's your problem with the Second Amendment issue that he supports?
What
You
have
have
y'all
2
lived in
issues.
this country? We have people that have mental
No, just what is
illnesses.
your issue?
We have
Listen,
people
just what
who
is your
have
issue?
access to
Bro,
guns
She's saying it,
that
bro.
are
Let her
unaliving
finish
kids,
her
that are
point.
No, she's not
unaliving
saying it.
people,
She's
that
telling
are
me what.
unaliving our people at alarming rates, and
Can I say?
nobody will say,
And
let's
this is how they got us
unalive
paralyzed.
this
Can
law.
I say
I would like to get in here, please.
Can I say I
I'd like to
slightly?
get in here, please.
Can I say
I'm
I
Hold on
sorry.
for a second.
slightly?
Go ahead. Who is that trying to get in?
Jawar.
All right, go ahead, bro.
I'm
I just
trying to
want to
finish
say,
this one train of thought with her.
yeah. Well, basically, her train of thought is it's pretty much black activism. All those things she said about Charlie Kirk, about him being a white supremacist. So basically, any white male conservative equals white supremacy.
Yes.
And
Don't say that.
yeah,
Look,
that's
let
basically
her.
what she said.
No, but don't say what she's basically saying. Let's say exactly what she said.
Okay, that's exactly what she said. And then everything that
gentlemen.
she criticized, but look, everything she criticized Charlie Kirk of having a position on, we've seen on these panels, black women have those same positions. All right? That black men ain't shit, they don't take care of their families, they do this and that and all this stuff. Okay.
When
So
you hear me say
killing
that, when have you ever heard me
killing,
say that? Don't do that to
I've
me.
heard you,
I'm here. Those women
I've
are
seen,
not here. I am
I've
here.
seen
You're
you
not
be
gonna
on
do
this
that to
panel,
me.
and I have heard you say these same things.
You
So
have never heard me
yes, I
say
have.
that
Yes,
black
I have.
men ain't
I
shit.
have. Don't tell
You
me what
have
I've heard.
never heard
I
me
have.
say
I
that.
have ears. I have
Hey,
ears.
can y'all stay on topic?
All right. So basically, she's just everything that Charlie Kirk was saying is basically what a lot of black feminists say against black men. So her real concern is not really about what Charlie Kirk is doing to black men. All right. How he feels about the black community. What she is talking about is how his rhetoric is affecting black women specifically, not the black community.
Children.
She don't really care about the black community.
No,
if she's not talking about
I actually agree on that point because he has said certain things like he thinks white America panders to black men, and he even blames us for our women being single mothers.
Well,
at
when
a
he
high
says
rate.
that, when he says pandering to black men,
No, he actually said those things.
Why y'all moving on? Why do y'all have a general understanding of what Ms. Bo, her two issues are?
No,
yes,
they don't.
yes.
I don't
They're
think
not
y'all
listening
do.
to shit I'm saying.
Well,
I don't think they do.
Me personally,
I
didn't disagree with you. I actually agree with you in slightly in a way.
What do you agree with? What did she say that you agree with?
That he's a white supremacist.
Okay, cool. And how did she explain that? How did she articulate that?
I'm not saying when she said that I agreed because I have seen things he
Right.
said that seem
Listen
in
to
that
the
way.
question.
All right, name
Listen
them.
to the
Name
question.
one.
You
Name
agree
one.
with the claim?
We
Hold
just
on, gentlemen.
name one.
Listen.
Name another one.
Gentlemen, listen. You agree with her. Cool. How did she articulate that he is a white supremacist?
I mean, let her explain it.
No, you tell me how she did it. Did you hear her articulate?
It's a white conservative man, a white male conservative. That's what makes him a white supremacist.
I didn't say you
she
did.
explained it. I said she said
White
it.
supremacists
Bro,
also
listen to what I'm
I
saying,
didn't
bro.
say you did. Listen,
black
I didn't
fathers
say
not
you
being at
did.
home as
I said,
insults.
did you hear how she explained it? The answer would be no, I didn't hear it.
That's common among
They stated that she had an issue with the 10th and the Second Amendment.
Right. So she didn't mention how he's a white supremacist
So
with
I
clarity.
didn't. So just say you didn't hear me because I did. I articulated myself very well.
Listen.
Y'all just don't
You
understand
told,
words when women are talking.
ma'am, I'm
Y'all
trying to
want to
listen.
misunderstand me. And I am not going to sit
Now we're
up on a panel
misogynist.
with men who
Can
are
we
just
can I talk to
set
Bo for
on
1 second, please?
misunderstanding me.
Can I talk to Bo for 1 second? She
I'm
claims we
going to
don't understand her.
because you
So
men are not. No.
okay, you can say
absolutely
you men, but I can't say you ladies, you women.
I heard what she said.
So Ms. Bo,
she left.
Could you please?
She gone.
He left, bro.
Wait, see,
God
the problem
damn.
is, gentlemen, y'all got to learn how to talk to these women.
Nigga, it's
Y'all-
you, bro. Don't do that, bro.
Okay. If it's me, I'll accept that it's me. But the difference is, I'm trying to understand what it is she's saying by trying to give her the space to articulate her claims.
Yeah,
I
y'all
don't
was
care about
interrupting.
her claims. I want to hear how she drew to her conclusion. And we don't know that definitively because y'all was talking about abortions. Like that's the real issue. So is everybody who is against women having abortions white supremacists now?
So
Exactly.
let's
she need to
just
explain
say this.
further
Hold on.
why he was a white
Before we
supremacist.
move
She
on,
never
hold on
got
real
to it.
quick. Before we move on, let's just summarize that. Nobody has made a credible claim that Charlie Kirk is a white supremacist yet. So I just want that to be known. So if anybody wants to come up, we're still listening. Please let us know how he is a white supremacist because she failed. We gave her the opportunity. That was a perfect question.
I will say that I don't think.
Let me ask you a question. Trick Mike, let me ask you a question. What do you think a white supremacist is?
No, bro. Y'all tell us why you think he's a white
bro.
supremacist.
I think it's more. I think it's more
think the reason
reasonable,
why they
Santana,
was-
if you believe that he's a white supremacist.
I think the
that you
reason why they
articulate.
was
Let me answer the question.
that Charlie Kirk
No,
is
Mike,
a white
that's
supremacist.
gonna prolong everything. They can just tell
No,
us.
that's
Let
not.
Robbo
It can
tell us
be
why
real.
he is.
It can be real quick. I ain't got no.
Hey Santana, if you're not ready, Robbo can tell us why he thinks he's a white supremacist, and then you could bounce off of him. Pause.
Wow.
Yeah, that was.
I said pause. I said
everybody take a moment.
We grown man. I said pause.
Well, like I said before, in this country, historically, anybody who is white and conservative,
that nigga
Go ahead, Robbo.
Nah, I said I think what she was coming from with is like she talking about like
No,
cold
forget her. Just
talking
tell us what you think.
and
No, forget
basically
her. Bro, just forget her. Tell us what you think.
no, because I don't agree with what she was saying. I'm trying to illustrate
Okay,
what
so
I
let's
said.
let Santana go.
Yeah. No.
Hey,
Just drop it. We're trying to figure out.
Let me say what I said because it's still like I said. She's talking about how Charlie Kirk, what a lot of these white conservators do, they try to grandstand to their race by talking about how the black man is not in the household. So when she said that he had, or the other guy, I don't know who said it, that
I
he
did.
mentioned that black fathers were not in the household, but
And
he's also
blamed us.
Hold on, let him talk,
hold
brother.
on,
I
but
apologize.
he's also the right hand man to Trump, Donald Trump. That means he's tied in with government. The government is also responsible for separating the black household. Do you understand? So what she's saying is that if he supports the government, which is the same thing that broke up the black family, then he can't be for black people no matter what his talking points are. If
Wait a
it
minute.
sounds
How is
like
the government responsible for that? How is the government responsible for
OTC just finished. Let's go. No, let's actually go to
they don't want to
Santana.
let me finish because they
Because
emotional.
Santana
Well,
disagreed.
actually, can you let him finish?
I
Because I was
disagree
curious to
too.
see what he.
Let me get a
I was curious
clarifying
to see what.
question in for Robbo. Because this is
Let me
very important.
finish it.
You keep bringing
Wait,
this
so
up.
we can
No,
the
I
next
gotta get
person
it.
be
Hold on. I
done.
gotta get a clarifying
But
question.
trigger. But the reason that we can't go to Rob, we shouldn't go to Robbo is because he said that, hey, I didn't agree with Bo. He's just trying to throw in something out there. But I think that Santana agreed with Bo, and he thinks that Charlie Kirk is a white supremacist. So I think that we should
Yeah,
give him an opportunity to
let
articulate
him
that.
just let him finish. Gentlemen, we can't expect to finish our point if we're not gonna let him finish his point.
Exactly.
Let him finish his point,
Correct.
and then let's respond to his point, and then let Santana go.
All right, let's do that. Santana, go ahead, my man.
No, it's Robbo. Robbo, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
OTC. Go ahead, bro.
All I'm saying is that it's an important piece that she was bringing up. I'm not saying that I believe her that Charlie Kirk been a white supremacist, but he might have been a useful idiot. So he was the one that was on the front lines preaching to the regular people, which was his audience was supposed to be white. Now, if you are a conservative black person and you 9 times out of 10, you may have the same beliefs as a white conservative, but how a racist works is that they don't care about other communities. That's why you see the rise of other white communities building up, and they're saying we don't want black people coming in. So that's all. I'm gonna leave it and I'm gonna land it there. That's all I'm saying. She's saying that he could have been one of those people
You
that
land it so we
supported
can respond to
this.
it.
I'm about to land. He could have been one of these people that supported the separation of white and black people. I don't know if he's a white supremacist or not.
Okay.
But that's what I think she's
Will,
saying.
before you go, I just want to say why I don't think it's productive to respond to his point that he just made. And the only reason I think that is because he wasn't willing to necessarily take a stand and make a claim, or at least say that I align with Bo. He's doing his best to try to articulate why he think Bo could have been reasonable in her stance or what she may have meant. So I think that it's more reasonable that we go to Santana.
No, that's
I
not what
agree
I
with you, but
did.
I still want to be. Listen,
I
I
stated
agree
my
with you, but I
opinion.
think it's still OTC. Hold on, bro. You talk. I agree with you, but I think we still should be gentlemen and respond to him since he had the floor. I think I can mop it up real quick, and then we can move to Santana. So
Oh, that's a
OTC,
pause though.
Pause.
OTC. No, mop it up, not mop him up. Listen, OTC. Do you? So if that is true, then do you believe Barack Obama is a white supremacist? And I'm only asking you because he also is a part of the government. You guys are making the government the ones that intervene in breaking up the nuclear family for African Americans. And so if it's the government, whoever works for the government will be complicit, will they not?
Yes, that's true.
Okay, so then that point is moot unless you're calling every black person that has government jobs complicit in being white supremacist. Let's move to Santana.
Yeah, once I heard somebody say,
No, that doesn't make sense.
I heard,
Bro, it does make sense.
No,
Think
because
about it,
every black
people.
person in
Just think
government
about it,
doesn't have the power of a
bro.
president.
You
Now
Y'all
we can
go
move on.
back and forth
bro,
and
just think
Santana's
about
Now
it.
we can move on.
Just think
He
about
acting
it, bro.
like black people in government jobs got power.
Bro,
Now we can
just
move
think
on. It doesn't
about it.
make
You don't
no
gotta
sense.
talk out loud. Let Santana go.
I do think in a way, Bo had a point. I didn't necessarily say that I agree fully, but I do believe I do believe that he thinks that white people are superior in a way. He's even said certain things as far as like he thinks white America panders to black men in certain ways, and he actually even blamed us for the rise of single motherhood, which I don't know how we got anything to do with that, but
what?
Yeah,
What
he
you
said.
mean?
He said.
Y'all
I'm
let him
trying
make his
I'm
point.
trying to figure
Y'all
how
let him make his point, and then let's challenge him when he's done.
But
All right, I'm
Santana,
going
please,
next.
please
Can
make
I
your
go
claim
next
though.
after
So
him?
make your claim, meaning like, if you think he's a white supremacist, then say that, and then go and qualify your claim.
again, me personally, I think he's racist and those certain comments. That's all I'm gonna say.
So
you think he's racist, or
The
you think
question
he said a
was,
couple
do you
racist
think he's a
comments?
white supremacist? Do you think he's a white supremacist? Yes or no?
He could be.
No. Do you think he is?
Because
That's
he also has said
sir,
certain things
sir.
as he don't think
What
the
do you
government.
think? Do you think he is, or do you think he's not?
He's saying he unsure.
Well, then
Right.
say then say I don't know.
I think I'm saying it, bro. You trying to control
No,
the
you're
panel.
not
Calm
saying
down.
it. You said he
Calm
could
down.
be. That's not telling us what you think.
Okay, I understand, sir. Because me personally,
All right.
I've heard him even say that he
Then do
he
you
doesn't
his
think
answer, bro. Let's.
he is, or do
Damn,
you
Will,
think
you
he's
keep
not?
pressing
what
more.
is going on, bro?
Will,
Why
you
look?
keep
Why can't? Why do y'all tell us what could be? Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, LeBron James, Donald.
We just voicing our opinions,
Anybody
and that's.
could.
Hey,
Bro,
we just voicing our opinions, and that's it, bro.
No, but you didn't voice your opinion. You didn't say
I
what you
didn't.
think.
He did
Bro,
say what he think.
Well,
Will,
what's
what are you
wrong?
talking
Will,
about?
he is saying what he thinks. He's just
What
not
is going
definitive.
on?
He's
No, it's. I mean,
saying,
all
okay,
right.
still that he is. I don't have.
How is saying somebody could be telling us what you
Because
think?
if you would just take 10 seconds to shut your ass up and let the
That
man
ain't gonna happen. That ain't gonna
All right.
happen.
We know.
What
we know.
do
All
you
right.
think?
Let me just say this. Just to
It's
clarify.
crazy. Can
Let
I
me
say
this
the last?
because
As
No,
far,
go ahead,
realize-
Santana, do your thing.
Can I say just as far as he have said, he have said that he doesn't believe the government. Shit, I missed my fucking point. Go ahead.
No.
Yeah, no,
Real
I
quick,
know what you're saying.
before we go off of him, Santana. So your stance is you are not necessarily going to say that
don't
he's
know.
a white
No,
supremacist.
real dope.
Hold on,
He don't know. He don't
because
know.
after somebody
He
talks, I
literally
think
said, "I think," before he
after
started
somebody
talking.
talks,
Yes,
I
he
think
did.
it's reasonable for us to
Retarded
repeat
ass.
back what we
Real dope.
heard or think we
He
heard, so
said
that they
he
can
does
confirm it or
not
not.
know. He has not taken a definitive stance one
Exactly.
way or the other. Just move on, bro.
So the reason why, let's just do this. Let's give the opposite, right? So y'all got to understand that this word white supremacy, even though it has been so normalized in society that we forgot that it's an extreme term. All right. I liken the term white supremacist with racist extremist. To me, anything that you say the word extremist, whether it's jihad, whether it's Iraq, all these type of people, they have to do something which is usually violent to the people. Okay. So when you use the term white supremacist, I'm going to think you're talking about somebody who has the ability to exact violence on other people in order to show you their moral beliefs.
No,
Right?
Mike. There's white
why
supremacists
you
that
cutting me
deny
off, bro?
black certain
Why you cutting me
positions.
off,
There's
bro?
white supremacists
Why
that
are you
deny
cutting me
housing
off?
contracts. It's
Hold
not just
on.
that.
Why are you
OTC,
cutting
you
me
gotta
off?
let him
Just
finish.
murder.
Why are you cutting me off? Now,
Because it
here's my
didn't make
other argument.
sense.
Hold on. Here's my other argument. As far as Charlie Kirk is concerned, I understand the racy arguments that people make and why you're triggered by the things he says. But if drawing false, sometimes unsubstantiated or exaggerated claims about people of a different race makes you a supremacist, then some black people are the racist people I've ever seen in my life. Do you understand that?
So
Hold on.
we're not denying that. Some black people are black supremacists. That doesn't refute any
I
white
don't
supremacist
consider him.
facts.
Hold on. I don't consider him racist because that's how I know most of y'all don't listen to him or watch his stuff, because most of the things he says is exactly what we regurgitate in these red pill spaces. He doesn't just talk about the black man. He says the black woman leaves the black man and choose the government over the black man. Do we not say that in the red pill space? We say that. So he has a complete diverse and dynamic approach, and he's saying the same shit we saying on these panels, but we're gonna call him a white supremacist just because he white saying it.
I didn't say I was
The
waiting
thing
for
is,
the evidence.
they just want to be victims, bro. And this is what always happens with the left. We give them a chance to tell us what the problem is, and they go radio silent. I could have swore it was two guys up here. I'm not gonna say their names, but I could have swore they was agreeing with her. And once she got off the panel, it was like, I don't know. So my thing is, if he's not a white supremacist, let's stop acting like he is a white supremacist, bro. That's it.
was
And
only
stop
one
playing the
person.
victim
hold
card.
on, Santana. Hold on,
And,
Santana. So hold on, Santana.
let's not play
Hey,
the
we gotta
victim
let him
card.
land his plane. We gotta let him land
Hey,
his plane.
let me finish, bro. And we got to stop playing the victim like it always has something to do with race. Like we've been saying this for hours now since we've been on here. It has nothing to do with race. It has something to do with the ideology. And it hurts. I don't want to say it hurts, but I can't believe that there's men that are being brainwashed by the left or by women to tell us that we should feel disrespected by this guy. I could have swore, but
disrespected because he's
Hold
speaking
on, let
on.
him finish, please.
Okay.
no, that's it. Y'all can respond.
No, because we definitely should feel disrespected because he's speaking on something that he doesn't know about. He doesn't understand how we've been brainwashed and what
Okay. So is it disrespectful for anybody to speak on what they don't know about? And that's what I'm saying.
I think it can be. Yeah.
Yes.
No.
Well, actually,
Guys,
I think that's false.
Is it
though.
disrespectful for somebody to speak on something that they don't that you think that they don't know about?
Exactly.
He don't.
He
His
took
certain
a
comments
stance
he
and
made.
said that black
well,
fathers
first-
are not in the home, and he tried to shame black fathers. That's taking a stance.
See, the thing is now what you're doing is you're internalizing what he's saying, and you are taking offense to it.
No,
So
there's no internalizing. He said what he said.
Hey guys, just let me finish right quick. Let me not say what you're doing. What it sounds like you're doing. It sounds like you're internalizing what he's saying or what he has said, and you're making it against you instead of saying we have conversations on these panels or we watch these panels, and we can all agree that the black man haven't been in a household like he should have been. Now we can all talk about the reasons and why that is. There's various reasons, but if we're gonna take
White people
accountability,
don't have dads too, bro. Like you,
bro.
you
But my
acting
thing
like
is
white people don't see their kids and don't
hold on.
have
Why are you cutting me? Why are you cutting me off? And why you keep talking? We're talking about black people right now, and this is the
because
problem.
you saying
They
victim.
got your brain.
There is no victim. There is no victim by bringing it
First
up.
of all,
we gotta let him finish. We gotta go one by one.
Wabo, the only reason we're even talking about race right now is because you brought it up. To be perfectly honest, so
No, you brought it up. I mentioned that they were white. That's descriptive characters.
That's bringing up
That's
race.
Descriptive characters.
Let
That's not.
just let me land, bro.
You took
Just
it
let me
as
land.
me trying to make it something about against all white people. You said that, and then I had to correct you and say that I never said that all white people are racist. So you took that conclusion. I never said that all white people are racist.
Okay,
Bo
nobody
came up
said nobody.
here and
Nobody
she
said.
said her
This
piece
is what
about
people do, bro. Nobody said that you said that all white people was racist. Nobody. That's
you
not my
just
argument.
said I brung up race.
Can I ask you a question, bro?
You said he was a white supremacist.
Can I ask you a question? If somebody
Exactly.
doesn't,
I didn't say that. Bo said that.
If somebody doesn't understand systematic
Y'all niggas ain't got
racism,
no backbone.
Hey, come here.
Nigga, I know what I said. It's recorded, you dumbass. I never said he was a white supremacist. I don't watch him. So I know I didn't say that. But you didn't know that, did you, dumbass?
I got a quick question.
I didn't watch Charlie Kirk. I don't even know what the fuck he talking about.
OTC said he doesn't know if he's a white supremacist.
I've been said that. They just talking.
But
They
OTC, the
emotional.
problem is though, when you're speaking on things, right, and you try to speak for Bo and try to clarify
No,
things
I
she was
didn't
saying.
try to speak
You
for
didn't even
Bo. I said
you
what
didn't even
I
let me
thought
finish.
she was trying to
You didn't even let
communicate.
me finish what I was just saying.
Okay, don't tell
That's
me
what I'm
what I'm
saying.
doing because I spoke
Listen,
what I thought, not her.
right. If you're speaking on what you thought she said, that's going to be you speaking for her, sir. You may not think that's what that means, but that's what that means. So what
And
I'm
when she was
saying to
on here,
you,
it sounded like you agreed with her.
yes, it did sound like you agree with her, even though you did say you can't
Some
call
of her
Charlie
points
Kirk.
I did agree with her.
Bro, you have lack of impulse control.
Will,
We all
bro,
have.
you've been interrupting everybody. This show is recorded,
You're
you
right.
dumbass.
You're
Don't
right.
try to
Now,
correct
now,
me, bro.
now,
Just say
now,
what you gotta say.
OTC. I'm a strongly encourage you to watch the insults to me because I've never insulted you. So now, if you want to start insulting me, I'll accept your insults. But when I speak to you, it will be in a different fashion. So just calm down with the insults, bro. Look, what I'm saying to you, I don't mind you interjecting, but you cannot interject nonstop. You've got to make your points and make your points land. If you can't articulate your point, then that's going to give you a lot of pushback. You tried to speak for that woman.
You should have
No,
just
I
let that
didn't.
one.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Now
All
you
right.
put
All right.
words in my
All right.
mouth. I didn't
Yo, we
speak for
gotta,
her, and
we
I never
gotta,
said
we,
that during the
All right.
conversation.
All
we
right.
can't
So,
have,
Will, hold on,
nah,
Will. Let me
real
address
quick,
you real
Nobody
fast.
told me
Hold on,
how he
hold
was
on.
a white supremacist yet, though.
real
I
quick,
never
guys.
spoke for
Can
her,
can
and
we
when
at
I
least,
began speaking,
can we at
because use
least,
your heart of listening. When I
guys, can
began
we at least,
speaking,
Y'all
I
need to just make
said
a point
that
one at a time. This is ridiculous.
she had some points that she had made that make sense.
We
yeah,
don't
And I
yeah,
care.
we
said that,
remember,
and I also said that I do not know if Charlie Kirk is a white supremacist. And then I
yep,
began to explain why I think she believes and other people
That's
believe
okay, yep,
that he may be a white supremacist because his rhetoric speaking on the black father.
got
So
sir.
it,
it wasn't
got
me
it,
trying
got
to
We
it.
got it.
defend
Real
her
quick,
or
We
speak
real
got it.
for
quick, in
her.
regards to the
I was
conversation,
basically
can
speaking
we,
what she
because
said
Bro,
if we're
y'all
gonna
act,
do it
y'all
like
and
a
acting
relaying
crazy
popcorn
what
like
style
I
it's
conversation,
understood
guys,
first.
Thursday, bro.
we got to
Like,
be able to handle a popcorn style conversation, guys, because like
If you keep interrupting
it's
me, I can't finish my
no, no, no,
point.
no, 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 real quick. I'm just
bro,
resetting.
you
We got to
interrupt everybody when they talk. You interrupted Mike, Santana,
And
Jawar,
all y'all
Stead,
interrupted
and
people
Mont.
too, bro.
So that's my
I
point.
was
So
playing
listen,
the
if
game
you
too at
can't
first.
expect somebody to do something you're not capable or willing to do yourself.
I didn't tell you not to interrupt
no,
me. I said
no,
you
no.
interrupt me, I
OTC,
can't
we're
finish
about
my
You
to
point.
can't interrupt somebody
OTC.
when
We're
you're
about
having
to
a
reset the
conversation.
entire thing so that we all the sins are erased. We're gonna reset it and we're gonna have a mature conversation, right? Where we can just do it popcorn style as mature men without having us have to pick each person that's about to talk. So let's just reset it and let's finish your point real quick, OTC.
All I'm saying, bro, is that I don't know for definitive, like I stated,
We got
if
you, bro.
Charlie Kirk is a white supremacist or not.
We got you.
What I spoke on was the things that are the characteristics that also white racists share. So when
Okay.
she said it and she
Hold on,
mentioned
let him
it,
just get it out.
I identified and knew, okay, this is a characteristic of somebody that might have that ideology. So that's what I said when I spoke. It was not me speaking up for her. It was me speaking that she actually said some things that was correct, but I didn't say that everything she said was correct. So the fact that y'all mad that I agree with some of the shit that she said, that's childish. She wasn't. I didn't say that
See,
everything she said she was
the
right.
thing is, why we don't
But she did.
understand it is
Hold on.
because the things that he said, most of us agree with. Like, bro, we don't want women to have a whole bunch of abortions, bro. We don't want that. We don't want a whole bunch of alphabet people in our kids' bathrooms, bro. Like, that's facts. And we know as men, we need to be there for our kids, bro. So if we know that, how we gonna sit here and act like just because he's on the outside looking in and he can see that by him saying that now that makes him wrong? It's just
I
like,
got a
bro, we
quick
gotta be
question.
mature about that.
Quick
No,
question. Quick
bro, it's
question.
not
Fellas,
about him
Bro,
being
please don't
I think
address
real
him.
quick,
I think he
the
takes
brother,
exception to a
y'all
white
just
man
going
brother
out
saying
your way to
Jawar,
that's right.
misunderstand what
the
a nigga
brother
said.
Jawar and Dave just came
It's
up.
really
Jawar been up
exhausting.
here for about 10, 15 minutes, and I think he's got 3 words in, and he got cut off, and he's been trying to get in on this conversation.
I mean, bro, we can't police people's words. People got to get in where they fit in, bro.
No, here's the
Yeah, but we
problem,
got,
gentlemen.
but as
Gentlemen.
men,
exactly. They keep
as grown.
interrupting
Hold on,
people and then they
fellas,
want to try
because
to
I
hold
haven't said
order.
but as grown ass men on the panel, we should have some damn type of decorum and allow other people to speak. This brother's tried to get in several times, and he's getting cut off.
This is worse than the Thursday show, and that Thursday show is full of women.
I tell y'all, it don't matter if it's women or not. I try to tell y'all this all the time.
And we don't have this problem on Tuesdays.
We have one fundamental.
Speak. Let's go one at a time.
Okay, we're gonna do that. We have one fundamental problem that I think me and Coel and maybe Trigger Mike is asking. Nobody has definitively explained how this brother is a white supremacist. So if the gentlemen who are about to speak now, if they believe he's a white supremacist, which I'm not saying you guys do, but if you do believe he is, can y'all just articulate what makes him a white supremacist?
Okay, I could give it a shot.
Wait, do you believe he is?
So objectively, I don't think any of these things are black and white. So I'm going to say a couple points. I could agree, I could disagree. White supremacy as a whole is a system. I think we can all agree to that. Now, a role that any individual person plays in that system might be different. There's some people that are more at the forefront. There's some people that are more in the middle, and there's some people that are acting like the glue. I feel like his position in that system was almost like playing defense. He said a lot of things. Like we made some points. Somebody made a point earlier that he was talking about, what was it now? It was black men in the household and so on and so forth. He's been in a couple of those arguments, and they'll take it to the end point and say, okay, you have a point. The household is broken up. but this and this and this is what happened with, you know, laws that were passed, you know, requirements with, you know, benefits or whatever that keep men out of the household. He doesn't respond to the rest of it because he's just there to make one point. Is he the whole system of white supremacy? No. Does he have an impact on pushing the agenda forward in a lot of arguments that he makes? Yes. I can objectively say there is value to talking about, you know, family staying together. There is value to talking about responsibility. But if you're making it like a disingenuous argument, only looking at one side, supporting an argument, I think that's kind of what Bo was talking about with the whole like cues and making like, you know, social cues. You're not saying it directly, but you cannot be a part of a party where a different member is saying something blatantly racist. You refuse to address that, but you expect us to take only what you're saying in a silo. That's not a realistic argument. That's what I would say. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, can I? Hold on. I wanted to ask him real quick because I was trying to connect with him. Okay. Did you take a stance that he is a white supremacist?
That's why I was responding to that. I was saying, taking a stance that he's a white supremacist, I think he is a piece of the system of white supremacy.
But
saying somebody's a white supremacist. Say somebody the white supremacist is like saying, "Do you support racism? Do you support slavery in the time of slavery?"
No. The question is, what do you think about him as an individual? If he might be complicit, unbeknownst to him, he might be complicit.
Okay, I'll push back a little bit right there.
Okay, but before you push back, before you push back, I'm trying to get you to take a stance. You haven't taken a stance yet.
I'm with you. Go ahead.
Do you believe that he is a white supremacist?
I mean, that's what I'm saying. You're making a non-binary argument binary. That's why it's hard to respond.
No. Listen, if he either is or he isn't. Now you might say, hold on. Let me make this claim. He could be complicit, but not be of that mindset. We can be complicit.
I disagree with that.
Okay, hold on. But let me make my claim. Let me make my claim. But let me make my claim.
Dave, let him make his claim.
I asked you to answer it like 4 times.
All right, go ahead.
So what I'm saying to you is, people can be complicit in the outcome of something unbeknownst to them. I'm not saying Charlie Kirk is stupid and he wouldn't know what he's doing. Somebody's typing and making a lot of noise. I'm not saying Charlie Kirk is stupid and he's doing things unbeknownst to him. That's not the claim I'm making. But I'm making the argument that someone can be complicit unbeknownst to them. But if you don't think he's doing this out of his ignorance, then he will be complicit, directly complicit, and he will be knowingly complicit, which will make him a white supremacist. So are you taking the stance that he is?
Yeah, based on that argument, I would take that stance.
Okay, so wait. So do you believe he is or do you believe he's not?
That's what I'm saying. I said based on that position.
Oh my gosh.
That way, I would take that stance that he is a white supremacist. Yeah.
So David, do you realize that the way that you put it, right, saying that it's just a system, right? Pretty much any one of us on this panel, unbeknownst to us, could be and may very well be a white supremacist based on your stance.
Exactly.
No,
if you a baby daddy and not in a based on their logic, if you a baby daddy and not in a house with your children, then you part of white supremacy. Then
no, you okay. All right. Let me respond to what you just said. So I said white supremacy is a system. You're saying based on that argument, any of us could be complicit in the system of white supremacy. I would agree with that. But saying based on that logic, any one of us could be a white supremacist. That's why I said it's not a binary argument.
Not a white supremacist, but at least to the extent that you think that Charlie Kirk plays a part.
Yeah, black people can play that part too. Yeah, absolutely. There are a lot of
he's not taking a definitive stance, so we can't even have a real conversation.
I've already said, based on the way you structured the argument, I am taking a stance that he is based on that structure.
No, you can't take a stance that he is based on how I phrased it. It's based on what you think.
I don't
believe. You either believe he is or you believe.
I don't believe the argument of whether somebody's a white supremacist or not is binary, because saying somebody is something or not requires you knowing exactly what they're thinking in their
head. And this is the problem with these statements.
And because you can argue what somebody's thinking in their head.
Right. But you can point to definitive actions that they have taken, What actions have
perfect,
Charlie?
perfect.
Okay,
Let me
hold on,
respond.
bro. Let me finish. You didn't even let me finish the question.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
What definitive actions have Charlie Kirk taken in his lifetime that you are aware of? I know you don't know everything he's done. I'm only asking you of what you are aware of that will confirm that he believes that the white race is supreme.
I would say taking a deliberate stance that puts you as complicit to a system of white supremacy is a deliberate action.
What does that even mean?
Bro, what stance did he take?
What does that even mean?
No. What deliberate stance did he take?
We literally just said he
That
could
means
be
calling out the hood and not the politician.
No, come on, don't be so simple. I'm saying we literally just agreed he could be complicit in the system of white supremacy, and you're talking about does that make him a white supremacist? I said it's hard to say he's
That's
a white
not what
supremacist.
no, bro,
Okay.
bro,
What
bro.
you say?
I think you're having a hard time with it
I'm not
because
having a hard time. You're trying to make something simplified to a binary that's not a binary.
So David,
sir. So wait.
you is a white supremacist?
I mean, a white supremacist is somebody that believes in white supremacy as a concept.
Okay, and you said you don't know if somebody, you cannot confirm if somebody believes that. So what you would have to do, listen, sir, what you would then have to do, because you've already admitted that you don't know what he's thinking. So we have to take him thinking that out the equation. So the only thing we can then lean on is his actions. What have we observed him doing? So I asked you, what have you observed? What have you been made aware of that he does that will lead us to confirm that he believes, or his actions lead us to believe that he thinks the white race is supreme?
Which is what I said. I do believe that his position as taking arguments that are complicit to supporting the system of white supremacy, knowing what he is doing, is an action.
What arguments? What arguments? What arguments?
The argument I just made, saying, oh, the black family is this, to the fact that the reason why the black
family is what though? We need to know exactly what you're saying. Somebody's clicking in the background. Somebody's clicking in the background. Go ahead. What you got, bro? You got to be specific, right? You have the floor.
I'll be specific.
Okay.
So the example I gave before, we talked about black men being out of the household and black family and so on and so forth. And I pointed out the fact that he's been in this discussion several times where they took that conversation all the way through and pointed out the fact that historical laws, historical policies have led to some of these things, that it's not a deliberate thing that black men are leaving the household. Some legal and political structures have created that argument, and he has deliberately not engaged with that argument with an understanding that he's not a stupid person, he's an intelligent. If you are making that deliberate, intelligent decision to make a disingenuous argument which supports the overall system of white supremacy, I do think that's an action.
Okay, now I'm gonna prove to you that that's not true what you just said. So before I do that, I'm gonna ask you a question. Okay. Are you an avid listener of Charlie Kirk?
I listen to him passively.
I mean, so you're not. So you're. So listen, brother.
Can I respond? You asked me a question. Let me answer the question.
No, it's a yes or no answer. But you didn't answer yes. I am an avid listener.
I have listened to him in several debates.
Sir. My question was, are you an avid listener? That means do you listen? Okay.
I have listened to him in several debates.
Okay. So when you say several, I'm not trying to be anal. I'm just trying to give some context. More than five. Okay, listen now. Please listen. More than five. This brother has been doing this work for his entire adult life.
Okay.
And you say you've listened to more than 5 of his debates. Did you listen to him all the way through, or did you listen to clips?
I have listened to full podcasts that he's had, depending on who he's debating, if I'm interested in the other people debating.
I don't think Charlie Kirk is doing debates on podcasts like that. God. So just listen. Okay, let me just make my claim. Just let me make my claim. Listen, Charlie Kirk has explicitly said that the government has intervened by replacing the fathers. Has he not?
Okay.
Thanks.
No, I'm asking you.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Hold on. I'm talking to his brother.
He's acknowledging. Okay, go ahead.
Gentlemen. Come on now. Look, he's talked about this on hundreds of occasions that the government has replaced the fathers. He's talked about the government's complicit actions. Now you're trying to talk about incarceration rate. Incarceration rates. Bro, let me finish what I'm saying, and you can tell me, bro, let me finish what I'm saying, and you can tell me you disagree with me at the end.
Okay.
So Charlie Kirk has specifically talked about that, but he did it in a way that you probably wouldn't agree is being direct. You probably would think is indirect, or you probably would think he's downplaying. He talks about how much black men commit crimes, which we do. We can't sit there and just try to say, oh, law enforcement in
This is a straw man argument. I'm not
oh
even
my
making
God.
an argument.
I just don't know why, brother. If we listen to you make your argument,
Okay,
why you are doing this? No, don't just say go ahead.
You're saying things I'm not saying.
Bro, if you're not saying it, just tell me you didn't say it when you're done. When I'm done. Now we got a gentleman up here who's former law enforcement. Now we can ask him, sir, do you believe it is a problem in America with cops unfairly treating black men to the point where the incarceration rate and the deadly interactions that black men have with law enforcement is warranted with black men being complicit, or is it unwarranted because cops are just going above the law when they do the things they do?
Oh, you said a lot. Say that last
A lot. Which is my
Well,
point.
I'm talking to somebody who has a law degree, who's a former military and former law enforcement. I think he can understand what I said.
Okay.
No, I didn't catch the last part. I thought there was
Okay, do you think black men are complicit with their incarceration rate and their negative run-ins with law enforcement where it ends deadly? Or do you think cops in general are going above the law when how they interact with black men?
Yeah, I would say in general that they're complicit.
Okay, so if black men are complicit, and if Charlie Kirk is mentioning that we commit crimes, which is causing a lot of these problems, when he say women have chosen the government over the biological fathers of their children, is he lying when he say those things? Mr. David? No, I'm almost done. I'm asking you. I'm asking you to check.
Real quick, I just want to jump in real quick, and this is to David's point. That I think that you're making things, or you're trying to make things so simple.
I'm not done though. You can't say, y'all can't say what I'm doing until I'm done.
But I'm saying, I've been listening to you and him go. We've all been listening to you and him go back and forth for the last.
No, you've been listening to him deflect from answering my questions.
So just let me land, and I'm gonna mute up, and y'all can have it again. I think part of his point is saying you're trying to simplify things that just can't be answered by a yes or no answer.
Yes, it can be answered. The question is this, Ed. Here's the question. No, gentlemen, if y'all be patient and keep yourselves on mute. The question is this, Ed. Did Charlie Kirk lie about the things that he said? When he say black women have chosen the government to replace the biological fathers, was that a lie?
Is it incomplete?
Was it, bro? It ain't about. You gotta answer one piece. Gentlemen, you cannot you cannot get the whole story in
Cultural
one
expectation in black America.
You cannot get the whole story.
Do you think the cultural expectation in black America is that you stay with the woman that you impregnate?
Within black communities, I can't speak on that.
Okay, the answer is no. It's not. It's not expected.
Okay, and do you think that is...
Hold on. In white Anglo-Saxon Protestant communities, it's a fact. Hold on. In upper middle class white communities...
Upper middle class. Say that part louder.
Yeah, upper middle class white Anglo-Saxon Protestant communities, if you impregnate a woman, you are looked down upon, and we do not think highly of you if you abandon the woman that you impregnate. Mm-hmm. That's a cultural difference. Has nothing to do with money. Has nothing to do with anything except norms.
So now does he not? Hold on. Listen, gentlemen, listen. Was he lying?
Are you serious?
Absolutely not.
Was
Okay,
he
okay,
lying?
Question, real quick.
No,
Let me
no,
say
bro.
one little
First,
thing.
you gotta,
Let
bro.
me say
You
one little
gotta
thing.
answer the
I
questions
answer
before
the
you.
question.
First,
We're all
bro,
responding to the same
he
video.
misinformed, bro. He think that
If
we
he
losing
literally
them at a
just
high
said
rate,
black
and that ain't the
community,
case.
he
Oh
literally
my
just
goodness,
said black
bro.
community,
Can you
and
first
he said,
answer a
and
question before you
you wait
ask
for an
it?
answer. You're waiting for a yes
No,
or no, not a
no,
yes or
no.
no.
Answer the
He
question before
said
you ask a
black
question.
Hey,
community,
bro, let the
and then he
nigga talk,
said,
bro.
you know what I'm saying?
No, bro, it ain't about him
if you're
talking.
confident in
He
your
hasn't
point, let him
answered the
talk, and then you can
question.
respond. What is your question? What is your question
Bro,
exactly?
did he lie when what he just said in that
Can I
video?
respond? Yes, it was incomplete. Because
Okay,
if
go
you
ahead.
don't get your answer, can I talk?
Go ahead.
Can I talk?
He said yes, he
Can I
lied.
talk?
He said
Hold
yes,
on.
he lied. It
Hold
was
on, bro.
incomplete. Go ahead.
Can
Go ahead,
somebody
bro.
else talk?
No,
He
bro, go
said
ahead. You
black
have the floor.
community, and he said middle class white community, and he made it a cultural definition. He said black communities believe this, middle class white communities believe this. That's not an equivalent. Middle class black. Are you saying culturally in middle class black communities it is celebrated to leave your children to break up homes? If that's your argument, then we disagree. But he made that like a statement of fact that, oh, and are you saying that in poor white communities, they don't have broken relationships, broken homes? So the fact that he's cherry picking sections of each community to make an overarching argument is disingenuous, especially when you understand the fact that he is intelligent enough to know what he is doing. I take actions like that as a deliberate act. So when you say, what has he done that makes me think he supports the system of white supremacy? It's deliberately making, what's the word I'm looking for? Insincere arguments when you know better. It's different if you're making an argument and you're just not very well informed. He's very well informed. So when he's structuring his arguments, it is a deliberate way to structure it to get to a certain point. If you're deliberately trying to steer the conversation to get to a certain point, that is the deliberate act. Whether you're physically harming people, whether you're physically going into a community and doing this or not doing that, you're taking a choice to make that argument to push a certain narrative. That's a deliberate act. And I take
That's how he do. And that's how he doing all his conversations, bro. That's how he doing.
It's not a binary. You're looking for a binary yes or no. It's not a binary.
Thanks for that video.
It's not about pushing narratives.
Wait a minute, but I don't think. Hold on.
It's not about pushing narratives.
I don't think Charlie Kirk says anything that is not backed up by statistical facts. Okay,
exactly. It's not about pushing narratives.
Anything that he says is always backed by statistical facts. So in that clip where he says the cultural difference between upper class Protestant white communities and black communities, that's true, because in the black community, whether you're rich, upper middle class, poor, we still have the same outcomes when it comes to family.
That is
we still have the highest divorce rates. We still have our women filing for divorce 70% of the time. Most of our households are headed by women. Okay, so what he's saying is true.
So
I disagree. I disagree.
I'm going to jump in and I'm going to disagree just real quick, because this is Dave's point. You can't take the metrics aren't even the same. You're taking upper middle class group of people and comparing them to the average. So if you take upper middle class black people and you compare them to upper middle class white people, I guarantee you see that these upper middle class black people are still married. See, the issue is
they're not, bro. No, they're not.
You're just interrupting just to interrupt. Let them finish.
So, what we keep thinking about are rich. We think about the rappers and things like that. We're talking about upper middle class, like the Huxtable type families in the black communities. Those families stay together. I grew up in a family like that. So we're trying to compare two different things. Yeah, if you're comparing, I think Dave said, if you're comparing poor white people and poor black people, we're going to see that they have the same outcomes.
Let's have a better argument. Let's have a better argument. There is no paperwork that you fill out for divorce. Smith versus Smith doesn't have any racial component to it. So when you lie on behalf of this guy, saying that we have more divorces. There's no paperwork for that. Where they get those sample size is from the suggestive questions that they ask through the census. But even mathematically, for all you who took algebra, that's a small 10%, 20% graph. So wait. I understand you want to hog the microphone. I'm gonna let you do your propaganda because you don't want to share the microphone. I get it, but there's no paperwork in any family court for divorce where you filled out for a racial component. So you're just lying on behalf of that guy. Go ahead.
I mean,
I'm still trying to figure out how
What do you mean?
Shirley, I'm going to say this and I'm going to leave it because this conversation is not a binary. It's not is it this or is it this? All of these things exist on the spectrum. Even saying somebody is a white supremacist, there are people that are grand masters of the Klan, and there are people that just have a racial bias. It's a spectrum. Human beings exist on the spectrum. So when you say, is he this or is he that? If I'm going to put him anywhere to what side of the spectrum, he's going to be more towards the white supremacy spectrum based on his actions and his choice of positioning. If you don't agree with that, then fine, we disagree. But don't say I'm not taking a position because you're structuring a question in a way that can't be structured based on human behavior.
Y'all came on here and took a stance and said that this man was a white supremacist, and all of us was just trying to figure out how and why y'all felt like that. That's
and
it.
I responded.
And
I don't think people are trying to figure out why. I think anytime somebody comes with some evidence, here comes the debunk Olympics, which is fair. Which is fair.
It's not nothing to debunk.
Okay, sir. Do you want to speak, and then I'll speak after you?
I was just speaking. I don't need your permission, man.
No, you was on pause. You wasn't saying anything.
I'm talking right now. Man,
okay, go ahead. Dominate the microphone. Let me know when I can finish.
Bro, stop acting like a female, bro. Let's just talk.
Hey, no need for name calling because it ain't like we face to face. So go ahead and finish.
I said what I said, man. The thing is, I'm only asking to know how is he a white supremacist, not why we could feel like he's a white supremacist, why he should be a white supremacist, do he support white supremacist ideals. Tell me how is he a white supremacist or what ideals?
Let him finish. Let him finish so that way he can feel he was heard.
And see, this is what I'm talking about, that female shit, bro. Like, damn, niggas is weird, bro. But anyway, because we haven't talks about this man, and like we said, white supremacist is a strong word. We're just trying to figure out what did he say, or what has he done that makes people believe that he was a white supremacist. And if you can't come up with that argument, concede.
Can I ask you one question?
Don't ask him no questions. Let's just get the microphone because we don't want to center him. So let's just answer his question. Let's just answer his question. That way he don't have to come back on the microphone and say he's not finished. So his answer is Charlie says 10% truth as if they're 90% truth. And he bases on skin color. His whole propaganda machine is, here's a classic example that he and a bunch of people do. I've been a conservative for a long time, and I tell you, these Reaganites are not conservative. So here's an example. Blacks commit most crimes. Mathematically, that's not true because these crime things, according to the FBI statistics, are judged by charges, not by convictions. But if you don't research that, and you just want to hear the propaganda, you'll jump on the microphone. Yeah, that's true because anecdotally in my little town of Chicago, I see this and I see that. But as one brother made the great point, the rest of the nation of black people don't participate in what Los Angeles, East Coast of New York, Chicago, and places like that participate in. You don't hear about the black Montana. Wait, let me answer the question. You don't hear about the black Montana people. You don't hear about the black Oregon people because those people are just living their lives. Yet, if you hear Mr. Kirk present this 10%, 20% argument, you will falsely believe that it's a 90% truth.
Okay. Well, let me just say this. A lot of times when people are giving statistics, you're talking about real numbers. Now, you're right. In real numbers, black people don't commit as much as crime. But when they talk about these numbers, they're talking about proportion to the population. That's what they're really talking about. So proportion to the population, blacks do commit more crimes.
Oh, so I got to jump in here because I'm a statistics guy. Why
that's impossible.
This is why it's always a bad argument, just because we make the smallest percentage anyway. So the numbers are always going to be staggered. When we look at those FBI crime statistics that my brother was talking about, and he's correct. Those are charges, not convictions. But let's just run with it and say they're really convictions. But what we do is we say black people commit 52% of the crime, right? That's what Candace Owens talks. But that's incomplete because we don't have to solve for X because we have a number of arrests, convictions, whatever, by said group. What you do is you actually take that number and then you would divide it into the total amount of black people. And then that's when we get the true crime number.
Exactly.
And it typically ends up being, I think the last time I ran the numbers was like
those are the real numbers.
0.004. So we have to be very careful. Like my man here is saying how we Charlie Kirk and people like him use certain things and run with it. And it's not saying they're inaccurate, but it's incomplete what they're saying.
And it's intentionally incomplete. It's not by accident. So when you don't, it's basically you have to give him the agency that he very clearly has. He knows the platform he has. He has a team of researchers. Anything we're arguing, he knows even more detail than we probably know. He has access to more data than we probably have. But he's intentionally structuring these arguments and these points to get to a specific narrative. That deliberate action is telling to where he's positioned in that spectrum. But saying, oh, do I know his mind deep down? I don't know him personally, but based on what you said it, hundreds of videos, based on what he has chosen to push as a narrative in hundreds of videos, I can place him somewhere along that spectrum. Whether or not he truly believes it and he's doing it for money, whether or not he's doing it for personal beliefs, that's in his pocket. I'm going based on his impact, and that's the impact that he had as a whole. And this is an argument based on anybody else, not in relation to him being shot and everything like that. Obviously not. So this is what the argument was about.
So are y'all saying that the statistic that says that 50 something, whether it's 52 or 56% of violent crimes in the United States are done by black people, are y'all saying that that's a false statistic?
Let me answer him, please. Let me answer him. Let me answer him. Let me answer him.
It's not a false statistic.
Okay.
But it's
false because the politicians don't even get locked up for half the shit they did.
Incomplete statistic.
No. Let's answer his question in a better way, sir. Respectfully, it is a talking point that is not supported by actual evidence. So yes, you can claim that it's true, because it is rated. So in order for you to understand it, it is rated off charges and 911 calls only.
Okay.
Not convictions. So if I used to work at the CDC in Atlanta. If you have a Korean couple in your black neighborhood and you have a couple of Russians there also, in a year's time, if the 911 calls are from that Korean household, at the end of the year, they're going to classify your neighborhood, your zip code, as Korean crime. That's how they do it.
Yes.
Because it's based off 911. I know you don't want to believe it. So when you finish, just stop. Don't say I don't want to. Okay, let me know when I can finish. Go ahead.
No, I'm just asking for clarification. So you're saying that if I lived in an apartment building and a person under me was Japanese and she made a police report, that crime would go under Japanese crime?
No, that is not what I said. I said the way this thing is calculated is within a year. So you got to look at it within a year scope, not a one-off incident. I'm saying if that Japanese lady up under you had the most 911 calls in your zip code, the way they're going to classify it at the end of the year is Korean crime in that zip code. That's how they do it. So they use the accumulation of charges and or 911 calls. They don't rate it on conviction. When I first found this out in '98, I was shocked my damn self.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. let me ask you this. Hold on. Let me ask you this. How many slaves did they bring over here? How many slaves were there?
It is speculated. It is speculated, not research. It is speculated 300,000. So worst case scenario, 300,000.
So we gonna go by that, right? But you gonna go by that. You gonna trust that. But you ain't gonna trust you gonna trust they math on that, but not when they say
why am I trusting that?
He's not talking about
said speculated.
He's talking about
I said speculated.
I think it's 474,000. I looked at it today, but this is why.
Well, I said speculated. Let's just speculate 300,000.
It's speculated, but this is why you can't use the same comparison because these are just arrests. They're not convictions. So when we write, so I'm a former investigator in law enforcement. For those who don't know, when we write our reports up, we use what's called the UCR code. This is what the FBI, what the brother's talking about, what the FBI used to throw everybody in certain groups. So if I arrest person A, I write this up, burglary, whatever it might be, a UCR code goes with that. And it says this person, whatever his race is, he was arrested for this. Now, what if he is later on that the charges weren't filed? It still goes in that person A was arrested for this charge. That's what he's saying. This is why you can't use the slavery number to compare the two.
And let me add something to that. Let me add something to that real quick. Let me add something to that real quick.
So when it hold on. So when it suits us, we just gonna act like they statistic.
No, you can't do that. Now you moving the goalposts. Now you moving the goalposts.
Hey, this is not the argument we should be.
You gotta keep up with the conversation respectfully.
Why the number of arrests?
Respectfully, can y'all hear me?
I'm keeping up with the conversation. I'm just looking at the hypocrisy.
Right. So look at this. Watch this, y'all. Look, simple question. Y'all, simple question. If you park your car in an area that's predominantly white people, do you believe your vehicle is going to be vandalized?
Depending on who those white people are.
Listen to the question. I think you heard the question loud and clear. Why can't y'all just answer the questions I asked?
Because we don't rate it off skin color like that.
Asking you what you rate I asked you, if you park your car in a predominantly white neighborhood, do you believe it's going to be broken into?
Yes. If it's a white trailer park, yes.
Oh my God.
If it's a white
gentlemen, did I ask you about a trailer park?
You can't pigeonhole a question though. You can't pigeonhole a question.
I think the problem is y'all don't understand. I build my point in layers.
No, you're trying to pigeonhole a question where you can easily win. That's what you're trying to do.
I'm trying to do.
Will, so I would answer your question and say no. However, I would be very leery of answering your question because I need more information.
We will get the more information. Hold on, I think the sentence.
He's just limited into race, color, skin. That's all he limited to.
Gentlemen, can y'all please be respectful in the fact that a sentence can stand on its own? If something is to follow, then let something follow. Y'all have no idea where I'm going with this.
I'm gonna play along. I'm gonna say no.
No, don't play along. Just be honest.
No.
He wants us to play along so we can win the argument.
I want you to be honest.
I'm just gonna answer because.
Y'all are making an argument about statistics that nobody give a damn
about.
Bro,
I just said,
hey guys, can I interject for a second? I just hopped in.
Okay, Will, I said no. Okay.
When y'all park y'all cars in predominantly black neighborhoods, do y'all worry about it being broken into?
My car is in one. I'm not worried.
Oh shit! Don't worry about it. This is insane. These niggas is incapable of just answering.
You're not going to pigeonhole us into a question.
You don't
it's
even
not going to
know
happen.
where I'm going with this.
Hey, yo, I want Will, can I hop in?
I think this panel should fuck this all up.
The funny part is that you're asking your questions based on your personal bias, and your personal bias is that white is safe and black is not.
How do you know what my personal bias is?
Because you're fighting hard for it. You're not taking our answers. You're trying to make us answer the way you want us to answer.
Y'all not being honest.
I think it's crazy that y'all can tell me what my bias is, and I've made no claims about white being safe.
You keep fighting to make us answer your way.
I'm not fighting to make you answer anything, but to be honest. Okay, I don't care what your answer is. You could have told me when I asked you the question, you could have been like, hell yeah, I'm scared my car gonna be broken into.
Repeat the question. Let's start.
No, I'm not repeating the question because you niggas ain't being honest. Ain't no point in having a conversation.
All right, he can't
let
win
me
that
ask the
question.
Let me
So
ask the
got your
question.
question and
Yo, I got a
failed.
question for
You
y'all.
got your question failed.
Let me ask y'all a question. You got $10,000 in your pocket. You got $10,000 in your pocket, right? You got a brand new diamond chain. You hopping out a brand new Ferrari, something 100,000 plus, right? Which neighbor? Now you got the option to be in any black neighbor, any black city. We talking New York City. We talking Atlanta. We talking Houston. We talking New Orleans, Baton Rouge, whichever one. You can pick one of those to be outside with that, right? And then you can pick the whitest city you could think of. Anyone, Minnesota, I don't know, whatever the white areas are.
Seattle.
Can you tell me honestly, being genuine, that you would feel safer in the hood, in the black neighborhoods, in the black city, with
You said it
those
right there, the
aforementioned
hood. You said
things,
it right
than you
there.
would feel in the white one?
You said it yourself. You said in the hood, which is what you're.
No. Let me rephrase. Let me take out the hood. Let's say the black city, like I said, like Atlanta, like New York City. I'm talking about places. I'm talking about places where the population. I'm talking about places where the population is predominantly black.
Hey, Cloud, I'll answer you. I'll say that, I would, just because of my social conditioning, I would feel, oh my gosh, being around all these black people, I'd be unsafe. So I'll just keep it real with you.
Is it your social conditioning, or is it your lived reality? Because I hate when people do that, right? It's like, did society condition you that, or did living around black people teach you that?
So this is
society.
I'll answer for me, Cloud. I can't answer for me. It would be social conditioning.
Because we all black here. Ain't no reason to lie. You feel me? We all black here.
I'm trying to answer.
I don't agree with that.
Y'all
I
hear
don't
me?
agree with that. I grew up.
All I know is nobody ever attempted to rob me in a white neighborhood. Nobody ever asked me what colors I was wearing in a white neighborhood. Nobody ever tried to break into my car into no white neighborhood. The biggest threat I have when in white neighborhoods is the police. When it comes to the actual people in the neighborhood,
let me answer the question.
Can that brother Clout speak? Can the brother Clout finish the brother Clout? Finish what he was saying. He wasn't done talking.
Fellas,
I live in certain parts of Virginia and parts of Richmond. I can live real safe and it's all black.
Can I answer
it's different types of black neighborhoods though.
So Clout, I grew up in middle class, black and white. So around the black people that I was around, no. That's why I said social conditioning.
Oh, mixed neighborhood, not a predominantly black neighborhood. Because I grew up in a predominantly black neighborhood.
No, I've been in a predominantly black neighborhood.
I grew up in a neighborhood that had black folks and white folks, and they were.
Oh, it was a mixed neighborhood. It wasn't predominantly black. So
you see what you're doing? You see?
Yep.
I'm just saying.
That's why I said it was a disingenuous question.
Because we all know when you have a middle class neighborhood.
I grew up in Oakland.
We all know that we all know that a middle class neighborhood that has both white and black people is a predominantly white neighborhood. Let's be real. If it's a neighborhood that's middle class where white and black people live, it's usually predominantly white.
That's your anecdotal. The rest of us don't live like that. That's your anecdotal. That's your insular.
These are the statistics. The brother is speaking from coming from a mixed community. This is what he just said.
Yeah,
if it's a mixed community,
hold on. Here's the thing. This is why I say it's propaganda. The way you live, brother, is totally different from everybody else.
I live around black people.
I'm not an East Coast. Wait. I understand. I'm not an East Coast dude. I grew up in Oakland, California. Very black, very Huey Newton. We can live. When I was young and I was doing dirt, I left my porch, my darn Porsche outside, and it don't get touched. So see, you don't understand that. You don't understand that.
We talking about the same Oakland that's known
I understand
for gang
you want to come back off the microphone and push more propaganda. I get it. I get it. Propaganda. I get it. But some of us don't live like that. When I was living out in a Decatur in the deck, I didn't have that experience. But I have had stuff stole from my Alpharetta house, which is around white folks. I've had that, but you don't want to listen to that because you want to push this Hitler propaganda.
Hitler propaganda. I mean, bro, it's all good, bro.
White people are smart. They don't do crime the same way as black
people. Let it pretend.
Disingenuous.
Clout, legit.
White people will take a catalytic converter out of a
black
car.
Neighborhoods in Atlanta all professionals,
That
all
boy don't know
black,
what he
your
talking
car
about.
is safe. Like, I don't know what neighborhoods you grew up in, but I've lived in different neighborhoods.
What y'all are gonna do is
Okay,
y'all are
hold
going
on.
to use the examples of the affluent black
We don't
neighborhoods.
believe your
And what you-
propaganda.
so
We
what,
don't
what,
believe
no,
it.
no, 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 no. Here, let me finish my
What are you
sentence.
talking about?
What you're gonna do is, and this is a common thing. You're gonna use the
California is full
examples
of
of the
meth heads that's
affluent black neighborhoods,
resourceful.
and what you're gonna try to do is pretend that where the majority of the black community lives doesn't exist, because the majority of the black community is not affluent. So maybe you guys live in a privileged position where you live in nicer neighborhoods, and maybe that's not the case in your nice neighborhoods. But the majority of black people, whether you want to accept it or not, do not live in those said nice neighborhoods that are adjacent to those nice white communities. That's not where most of the black people, where most black people live, where most black people
I
live.
think it's real
I'm not.
rich that I asked
Where most black people live, whether y'all want to admit it or not, where most black people
I
live
told
is
y'all it
not
was
where y'all are talking
propaganda.
about.
I think it's real rich
no,
that
Cloud,
I
you're right.
asked questions.
Just
Cloud,
defeated his own
Cloud
point.
is right. So Cloud,
Hold on, Fed.
Cloud, you are right.
No, just
However,
real quick.
I can't even hear nobody talking, bro. Y'all all talking at the same time.
So Cloud,
Real quick.
I'm trying to
Let me
respond
just
to Cloud.
drop this in.
It
Sam,
doesn't
real
have a
quick.
lot of
I'm
crime.
responding to Cloud. Real quick. You just said most black people live in these neighborhoods. You're making a commentary on income and socioeconomic status, not the people, which is the problem we have with Charlie Kirk. He is conflating socioeconomic
No, I'm not.
status.
That's not my argument.
Let me finish my point, and I'll explain what I'm talking about. He's conflating socioeconomic status and us black people as a culture. You pointed out that, we're going to use affluent, well-to-do black neighborhoods as an example. That the fact that they exist right there shows the issue is not the blackness. The issue is the income. So when you say, are we afraid?
No, I disagree with that claim.
Look at you interrupting again.
See, when I start making a point, then everybody starts, it's like the simple fact, if I can say I am familiar with well-to-do, upper middle class, affluent black neighborhoods that I have no problem putting my car in any time of the day, and I point to the fact that I could be in a low-income white neighborhood that I would not want to park my car in. The issue is the income, not the people.
I think it's real rich that y'all want to have this conversation.
I hear you. I hear your
y'all don't
argument.
want to answer my question.
Upper middle class.
I hear your argument, but I disagree that it's the income.
Can we hear the brother's question?
But
I think it's real rich that y'all having this
you're
conversation,
disagreeing,
but y'all wouldn't answer my
I
question.
hear his point and I understand it. I just disagree with that. I do not agree that it's the socioeconomic status that we're talking about. I think that in these affluent communities, there's a different culture. So you think it's the money. Maybe the money has an impact on the culture, but my argument is still that it's the culture. I hear the music. I live in a middle class black community that's majority black. I hear the music. I talk to people in the neighborhood. I'm outside. I know what we talk about. I know what we do. I know what goes on in the community. I'm not here faking. See, I don't only hang with the more affluent side of my community. I hang on both sides. So I know what's really going on. And I'm not one of those black people that want to walk around and pretend, everything's all peaches and cream. 9 times out of the 10, that dude that something happened to that they say was a good kid was not a good kid. And I know that because I'm outside. Y'all having this conversation. Like I said, hold on. When I first even brought up the conversation, the brother tried to debate me by saying he lives in a mixed community, which automatically shows me you don't know what I'm talking about. Because I live around black people in a black neighborhood, middle class. We're talking about we got people in this neighborhood from the poorest to people in this neighborhood that are millionaires. I see it all in my community, and the bullshit still happens the same way. The same bullshit y'all always want to pretend don't exist. Why? And I don't get how it benefits us as a community to keep pretending the bullshit don't exist. It's like, and we get so mad when a white person says, a white person's calling out. It happens. Why are we pretending this shit don't happen? Like niggas don't get shot all the time in black communities.
What's the brother's question?
Why are we pretending that there's not a
We
crazy
heard your
gang
propaganda.
culture?
What's the brother's question?
And you see, and this is what y'all do. Y'all do this sucker stuff, which is to try to
Because you're
dismiss it.
repeating yourself at this point. We understand you don't
Nah,
like
I'm
the
talking
you
about
don't
the
like the shit. We
disrespect
get
of
it.
calling my points propaganda as
It
opposed to
is
addressing my
propaganda.
points directly.
When you repeating
Come
yourself
on, man.
3 times, It don't even make no sense. We heard you.
But just because you repeat it 3 times don't make it propaganda.
I said that earlier when
It's the definition of propaganda.
No, it's not. That's not the definition of propaganda. You need to educate yourself. Speaking with conviction is not propaganda. You have to educate yourself, brother. I'm saying the same thing over and over because my point is consistent. I'm not a double-minded man.
Okay, Clout, so your point is consistent. So you were addressing me as growing up middle class or whatever, but I can use a standard of comparison because we can see that when we're talking about its economics, I don't know if you've worked in policing. I don't know how much work you've done in the community and things like that. But a lot of this crime, the majority of crime has to do with economics, believe it or not. When you take people, when you take a group of people and you give them money and resources, even when they look like us, the crime is not the same. Even you can take, I got 3 or 4 brothers that live down the street, but we don't have crime in our neighborhood in lower class neighborhoods, but we have black people here. Why is that? It's because the black man isn't bad. It's when you're poor and you have less resources, it's a higher chance that you're going to make bad decisions because your decisions and your options aren't the same as people like myself.
Okay, there's truth in your point. And so I can concede to your point to an extent. Here's where I'll push back. I'll say I can understand that argument for economic crime, for financial crime. So if we're talking about robbery, if we're talking about theft, if we're talking about white collar crime, if we're talking about shit like that, I could completely concede to the point that economic status leads to crime. But you cannot give me the correlation between economic status and violent crime. You can't give me the correlation between economic status and rape. Those things don't have a correlation. You can't give me the.
Can I hear the brother's question? Brother, what's your question?
But it would take us. Cloud actually could, and maybe we can talk on the back end. It would just take too much of
because it's too much propaganda, man.
I would definitely break it down statistically and respectfully show you that you're wrong. But I want to move the conversation.
Okay, can I get my question answered by you said?
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Go ahead, little bro.
No, actually forward with Cloud without any interruptions or interjections. Please.
Your mic cutting out.
Cloud.
Yeah. What's up? Yo, you there?
I think his mic is cutting out a little bit.
Can y'all hear him?
No, I can't hear nothing.
Do you think that we as black people in general would have my mic is
Yeah, Mike. Yeah, I think you're
while he getting that together. Let me say this real quick while he getting that together, because somebody tried to say I need to educate myself. Gentlemen, when you guys get a chance, because I've been part of a debating team, when you repeat something over and over again, it is a technique called psychological fluency. The whole point of psychological fluency, when you're repeating the same thing over and over again, go look it up with propaganda. You'll see it's a technique. It is tried to assert to the audience that something is true by a repetition. So when the person said I need to educate myself, I got trophies for darn debating. So anytime somebody is repeating their same point or the point they made prior over and over and over again in the black community or even the white community, they're trying to push a narrative to make it true through repetition. It is a psychology trait, and just go look it up. You don't even have to believe me.
True. I'm sure it could be used in that method. I'm sure someone could intentionally use that as a tactic, but we're just talking here. I have no intentional tactics being used here to sway anybody to any propaganda. I think that, maybe if that's how you want to look at it, if that's how you want to analyze it, you're free to do so. I don't control your mind, but that's nonsense from my perspective.
No, I understand. It's just that when you don't allow us to push the conversation forward and you just keep repeating the same thing over and over again, and I keep saying it's propaganda. I don't mind you saying it. It's just that you hogging the mic at that point. And we couldn't even let me finish. Let me finish. And then we couldn't hear the brother's question because you wanted to center yourself. And I'm just calling that out.
I heard his questions. Him and I had a very positive exchange where he even suggested that he could talk to me in the back chat. So I was able to hear the other brother. You were the one who was actually repeating propaganda over and over and over. So if based off of your critique, You're employing the exact same tactic, because by you continually saying propaganda, you're trying to convince the crowd to dismiss my arguments and say that they're nonsensical, when you could actually just come up with your own argument to debate my point. But that's not what you're doing.
So there's
You're
nothing to debate.
Hold on. Now you're interrupting. What you're trying to do again is just trying to have my point dismissed as propaganda.
You said that
so
already.
Yeah, but I was interrupted, so you threw off my train of thought, so I had to continue where I started.
You need a train of thought. Okay.
Yeah, I have a train of thought. This is why we show people respect and allow them to continue, because when you cut someone off, it interrupts their train of thought. And if someone thinks linear like I do, I have to go back to where I was, and then I end up repeating myself. So sue me for it. But again, you're doing the same tactic, so I don't get what point you're actually trying to make here. Are you trying to prove that you're a hypocrite, or were you trying to get me in some type of aha, got you moment? Because either one makes you look bad.
So have you finished now? I'm going to say this. You don't want to compete. That's really what it is. I'm sitting up here. Why are you interrupting? Why are you interrupting? Let me finish. You don't want to compete. You just want to center yourself, and the rest of them are allowing you to do it. I know what you're doing, and I'm calling it out. You can do the whataboutism and saying that I'm doing what you're doing in some Jedi mind trick type of way. No, I just exposed the fact that you have nothing really to add. You're just repeating the bullshit over and over like Hitler. Hey, only look at Germans for the blood. Sir. Only look at people for the blue eyes. That's what Hitler said, even though he don't have blue eyes. So I'm going to let the conversation continue, sir. It's just that I'm trying to have a discussion with the rest of y'all, and you're trying to stand on a church pastor bishop type of thing to where only you get to speak.
And yet, when given the opportunity to present your points and not continue this propaganda route, you chose to continue the propaganda route instead of present your points. No one has robbed you of the opportunity to present your actual argument, but all you've ever tried to do is try to discredit mine. Where are your thoughts and opinions? What do you have to offer to the table? I've said what I have to offer. The only thing that you've offered is that you think it's propaganda. Well, tell us something better. Tell us something new. Tell us something interesting. But I don't believe you're capable of doing so. I think that when I finish saying this little rant that I'm on right now, you're going to go back to the same nonsense of, oh, you're trying to center yourself and whatever, because you're the one who has nothing to say, and you're trying to deflect. And maybe a lot of people in the crowd might be dumb enough to fall for it. But again, I'm not, which is, and to make it clear, I never intended to compete. I just intended to share my point. You have been competing with me the entire time for no reason, and I'm still waiting for you to just offer your own opinion. So please, instead of competing with me, I'll concede in this fake competition and allow you, sir, to present your points and your own thoughts instead of calling mine propaganda and being dismissive and disrespectful. You now
going
have
back
the,
to Charlie.
Now have the
going
floor.
back to Charlie Kirk. Going back to Charlie Kirk. He doesn't present good arguments because he only gives the 10% thing. Let's dig into the 10% thing. Anytime you make a 10% argument, there's going to have truth to a 10% argument. Black people who want to hate other black people so badly, they will be magnetized by that 10% argument. And there's nothing wrong with bringing it up. But we all have to intellectually compete. We can't get emotional about it. So when a person says, hey, Charlie, give me some more information, now it's deflect, or let me ask you for a question to try to derail the question you just asked me. This is where the problem is. This is why Charlie is a racist. Charlie pushes this stuff, and Turning Point pushes this stuff. Same thing with the other little thing, what is it called? PragerU. Same thing with PragerU. These people are not even conservatives. These people are basically Reaganites. They have a skin color agenda. And anytime these people, sir, can I finish? Sir, can I finish? Sir, you asked me to talk about something to bring to the table. I'm bringing something to the table. Can we hold on? So when we go back to the Charlie Kirk thing, the reason this stuff is not valid because it doesn't have evidence attached to it. It's just a speech looking for an audience.
Okay, let me ask the question to Clout now. I got better reception. Clout, you there?
Yep.
Okay, my brother, listen. Do you believe that black people in general feel comfortable leaving their vehicles unattended in white neighborhoods?
Yeah.
Do you believe black people in general feel comfortable leaving their cars unattended in black neighborhoods?
No.
Do you believe that in neighborhoods or venues, I should say, that cater to white people, like bowling alleys, bars, nightclubs, restaurants, what have you. Do you believe that black people in general feel comfortable leaving their cars parked outside of these venues and while they're in the venue?
Yes.
Do you believe that black people in general feel comfortable leaving their vehicles outside of the venues of black establishments in predominantly black neighborhoods?
Sometimes.
So I asked that question, and I'm glad you answered them. I'm gonna see if the other brothers can answer just the way you did, short, sweet, and direct. Now, gentlemen, I don't know where y'all think I'm going with this. I am going somewhere with it, but don't try to beat me to the finish line. Clout answered the questions. Can y'all humor me with the same answer? Not his answers, but your answers on what you believe. Do you gentlemen believe that black people in general are comfortable leaving their vehicles parked unattended in white neighborhoods?
Yes.
What about black neighborhoods?
Sometimes.
What about white business establishments?
Yes.
What about black business establishments?
Sometimes.
Anybody else?
I agree with all his answers.
Yeah, I agree with his answers too.
Y'all all agree that they're comfortable in white neighborhoods and white business establishments, but sometimes in black neighborhoods and sometimes in black business establishments.
It depends. Well, yes. Okay, go ahead. Finish. Continue.
Wait. What does it depend on? Tell me what it depends on.
Depends on what the neighborhood you're talking about. But
I said
yes,
black,
okay, yes,
black
yes
neighborhoods.
That's including it sometimes, brother.
Sometimes. Then it would be sometimes for both. I mean, this argument is
wait.
I answered honestly.
Hold on. What is the sometimes for both? What do you mean sometimes for both? I don't know what that means. Just
if I drive into a poor white neighborhood, I would feel unsafe if I have a nice car.
No, stop. I didn't ask you anything about a nice car. I literally just said
or my car, period.
Okay,
yes,
see, this is the problem. Bro.
I corrected it. Yes, whatever my car is.
Did you hear? Listen. Can you tell me the poor white neighborhoods that you know of that have bars, restaurants, bowling alleys, pool halls, things like that? Can you tell me the poor white neighborhoods that you know of like that?
What are you considering a neighborhood, like residential or commercial? Like you can't
where businesses have venues that you will park your car in and you will go in the venue for a considerable amount of time.
Being black, I generally only go to black establishments for socials. I don't go to white bars.
But are you telling me you never been to a movie theater? Are you telling me you never been to a predominantly white restaurant? Are you telling me?
I've gone to movie theater. I don't consider the location of the movie theater as black or white. It's just commercial.
Have you ever seen a movie theater in a predominantly black neighborhood? Or how often do you see it?
Out here, Magic Johnson's.
Okay, no. How often do you see it? You don't see them that often, but you see them.
Rarely,
Listen, I live in Atlanta. There's a movie theater on Camp Creek. That's a predominantly black neighborhood. My questions are simple. Mr. David, if you can't answer them, I'm completely fine with you not being able to answer them.
I can answer them, but go ahead with the question.
Well, my brother said he answered honestly. Now, do you believe that this brother's being disingenuous with his answers?
No, I don't. I think that he seems to be very he's overanalyzing it, which I understand because I do, and this is why he's going, okay, it could be yes or no depending on the conditions, right? The conditions can always change somebody's answer. Like that's why I said it's like, what type of neighborhood? Is it going to be an all white neighborhood and it's trailer park? Because then his answer would change.
Yeah, but the thing about it, you take all of that into consideration. How often are you in a trailer park area that has a business establishment that you're going to park your car in and go into for a considerable amount of time?
That's very subjective.
That's very subjective.
That's unfair.
You don't
it depends on where you live, right?
This is insane.
Yeah.
This is impossible. You brothers are impossible. Let me make my point. No, let me just make my point. Let me just make my point.
Make your point.
Engaging y'all is impossible.
Because you're trying to do something.
Bro, you don't know what I'm trying to do. You don't know what I'm trying to do. I asked you a
I'm
question,
talking about
and
what
you're
you are
incapable of
doing. It
answering.
doesn't work in a real conversation.
Bro, stop telling me what I'm trying to do. You don't know what I'm trying to do.
You are doing it, and it's not working.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna shut up. Tell me what I'm trying to do. Tell me what I'm trying to do.
You're doing it. You're asking a binary that's not a binary. I said this thing how many times? It doesn't work if you're having a real answer. Oh, white neighborhood, black neighborhood. If I don't intrinsically consider black people bad, the answer is sometimes for both. Because when I drive into a neighborhood, I'm not looking at who lives here. I'm looking at what type of neighborhood is this. If it's well-to-do, if it's poor, that would probably have more impact on my decision than who walks out of the front door. In America,
okay, so let me ask you a simple question.
Can I finish?
No, because you kept interrupting me.
Go ahead then. If you don't want to answer, then just talk to yourself.
I said, let me make my point, and you kept talking. So look, here's the thing. It's impossible. I can't imagine being a woman being underneath any of you niggas' leadership that talk like this. Wow. It's impossible.
You sound silly, bro.
I know it sounds silly. I know it sounds silly. Now think about what I said. I said I can't imagine being a woman under any of you niggas' leadership that talk like this. Now look,
being a woman at all.
Okay. So here's the problem. Look, so I'll talk to the two people who can answer directly, Said and Clout. Look, I live in Atlanta. I live in a predominantly black city. Everywhere I go is almost a black neighborhood in the city of Atlanta. Until you get to the ritzy areas like Buckhead and areas in Midtown. But Buckhead and Midtown is small when considered the city of Atlanta. So when I go places, bro, and I go into neighborhoods like cities like Alpharetta, cities like Kennesaw, you don't see a lot of glass on the ground in parking lots. But when you're in the city of Atlanta, everywhere you go, it's glass on the ground in parking lots. If you have a Challenger, if you have a Charger, you know your car's going to be broken into at least 8 to 10 times. You ask any of these niggas in Atlanta that got Hellcats, Challengers, Chargers, they'll tell you they spend more time with the damn glass people than they could ever have imagined. We have to just be honest with ourselves, and we don't want to be honest with ourselves. We want to try to push this narrative that white people don't know what they're talking about, and maybe they don't. But if they don't know what they're talking about, I believe we should at least know what we're talking about. We believe that we're safer around whites, whether we want to be honest or not. We have a bias ourselves. We do not feel comfortable leaving our vehicles, especially if they're nice vehicles, in black establishments parking lots. I don't know why we're sitting here acting like that's not true. You brothers are extremely disingenuous if y'all act like it
I think the
depends on
problem
the
was
type of
is
neighborhood.
you're trying to equate lions with bears.
Sir, I think you need to let me.
I think really that's what you're doing because let me
Lions with bears.
I think yes because a lion and a bear
explain.
they hunt they hunt two different ways. All right, so you're trying to sit here and tell me that okay, well if you're around a hood, then you might expect that your shit might be broken into, so that's a danger to you. Okay, I understand what you're saying because of the trauma in the hood or whatever, but that doesn't mean white people don't carry their own danger. They may not harm you.
Whoever said white people aren't dangerous?
Can we hear the brother?
No, you interrupted me while I was talking, and you
They
said
may not
I'm
harm you
conflating
physically, but
when
they
I
may
was
you may
talking.
be working at a job. They may take your information and sell it to a broker so that they can you start getting phone calls. White people have different kind of crimes. They steal from the company that you're working
Whoever
at.
said
They
white
steal
people
your
didn't have
overtime. They
Look
don't
at this
give you
nigga.
hours. They don't
This
give
is
you promotions.
insane.
So you're trying to sit here and be like, oh well, since you're not gonna die or since you're not gonna be taken, nothing's gonna be taken from you. Then that
This
means
is
that
insane.
black people overall. But this is the
hypothetical shit.
thing: crime is a big compass. So
Now,
if you're doing
gentlemen,
fraud, all the white people doing fraud, they're criminals too. Just like the
Gentlemen,
people
did
that's
I ever
killing
say
and
that white
going to
people aren't
jail.
criminals?
Yes, you did. You inferred it. Yes, you inferred it. Yes.
Okay, watch this. Hey, my brother said, did you
So
ever
they're
hear me
crimes. They're
infer?
criminals, nigga.
Sir, said, did you ever hear me infer that white people are not criminals?
Yeah, I think that you kind of skirting around that. If I got to be honest.
Okay. Explain. Listen, I would like to hear from you because I think you can articulate yourself. Explain.
Because of how you keep asking these questions and painting the picture between black and white neighborhoods. Now we can. I hope we can all agree that, unfortunately, we have, as black people as a whole, some of it to being our doing, like Clout mentioned earlier, we are pictured in a negative light in general, right?
No,
and
sir.
The first thing we think about when we say living in predominantly black areas and things like that, we typically, most people think hood. We just do, right? So then when we think hood, we then attach a lot of other things to crime, this, that, and the other. So I'm just saying, generally, you may not.
Right, but y'all talking about me right now. Y'all
but you don't want to learn. You just want to insert it. You don't want to learn.
No, listen. See, the problem is this. The problem. Hold on, said. Hold on. I heard what you said.
But not the rest of my answer.
No, but see, the problem is I'm talking about what I inferred. He's claiming that I inferred. You're telling me what black people think in general. No, talk about what I inferred.
Let me say what you inferred.
No.
You set up black as a negative in all of your questions, and you set up white as a positive in all of your questions.
Hold on, sir. See, the problem is this. Y'all don't understand that I build my cases in sections.
Somebody echoing.
Somebody got another theme playing in the background. Now,
no matter how much you try to deflect, all of the 6 times you answered, you asked the same question. You set up the black people as a negative and the white people as a positive.
I didn't
every
set the
time.
black people as a negative. You're not listening, sir. See, your problem is you're assuming because y'all trying to run to the finish line. Bro, I know white people are just as much criminals as black people. I don't make any claims talking about black people are more criminals than whites. The whole argument stemmed from what Charlie Kirk was talking about when we was making the argument earlier that when he talked about how black men are oftentimes complicit in the crimes that they're in the arrest that they experience. It's not saying that every time a black man gets arrested, he has something to do. He was doing something wrong. I asked a brother who was former law enforcement. See, I didn't make this claim alone. I'm asking a brother who's former law enforcement, are brothers oftentimes complicit in their arrest and in their negative run-ins with police officers where it ends in their demise? And he said, yes, they are complicit. So now, is he lying?
No, he's not lying, because when you're an officer, and I used to be a police dispatcher, when you're an officer, certain things that a person can say, especially black men, lead to their demise. It is what it is. Okay. So if you're not well versed in law, if you're not culturally, go ahead, brother. Interrupt me again. Go ahead.
Saying okay. I'm agreeing
Emmett
with
Till
you.
got killed off a lie, off a horn.
Here, now, okay. So now I'll finish what I'm saying and I'll shut up, because I think this conversation is becoming unproductive for us, because instead of people listening to each other, y'all are wanting to take it as propaganda or whatnot. I know as a black man, I love black people. I prefer to be around black people. That doesn't mean my antennas don't go up when I'm in certain neighborhoods. Clearly, I can look at neighborhoods that are black neighborhoods that have a higher safety rating than other black neighborhoods. I lived in one of the old rich money areas of Atlanta, and I lived in one of the slum areas of Atlanta. My car got broken into in the slum area of Atlanta. My car did not get broken into in the rich old money of Atlanta, old black money of Atlanta. So I can clearly distinguish between safer neighborhoods when it's black people. So it's not about us distinguishing between safer neighborhoods. It's about the narrative in general. The narrative in general is our antennas go up when we get into black neighborhoods. We don't tend to be in scathy white neighborhoods. I don't know why y'all keep using a trailer park as an example, like y'all spend time in trailer parks.
I disagree with you.
This is
I
where you're
disagree
being a
with
bit.
you because I still go I still go wherever the trenches of the hood or whatever you may call it.
So
And
tell me the
I
white
live
hood
in,
you go to.
and I live in an affluent neighborhood, and I don't got
Everybody
no
live in
worries.
affluent neighborhoods.
And
I
so,
don't got no
here's
worries. I don't got no worries of anything happening to
Bro,
me, and I know.
you
Will,
live in an
this is where I
affluent
think
neighborhood. Don't you work at Amazon?
Will
No, I
stop.
work at a boron company.
I find that hard to
So
believe you live in
hold on. Let me
Will,
finish saying what I was
Will,
saying.
this is where I think it's a bit incomplete. You used to live out here in California, SoCal, right?
Yep.
Well, okay, so you
Yep.
you were not too far. I know you were in the valley, but you were not too far from East Los Angeles. East Los Angeles is predominantly
I
Hispanic.
would never leave my damn car over there.
Exactly. So because of the economics there, right? This is kind of back to what me and Mr. Research were saying earlier. So we totally changed the skin tone. They're not black or white, but we understand it's a predominantly Latino, but it's a predominantly very poor area, and they have more gangs per capita than anywhere on earth.
But that's why I was going to dispel this whole economic thing. I know economics play a factor.
Is economics.
But
But
the
it
problem,
is exactly. It is
hold
economics.
on.
Bro,
I was
Aaron
going
Hood
to
ain't
dispel.
Hold on,
dangerous, bro.
Will, hey, fellas, respect me. Will's addressing me, and I think Brother Clout was saying something as well.
I'm going to dispel the whole economic argument. That's why
There's
I
normal
brought
people in
black
the hood
business
too, bro. We're not gonna do that.
establishments. Are we? God damn, bro. Let me finish what I'm saying to him real quick. Shut up.
My fault. Go ahead.
I'm saying in the black business districts, we can't talk about the black economics as if all these business owners are poor and all of their patrons are poor. So when you take it out of the residential area, the impoverished areas, and you talk about the business districts, I said bars, restaurants, pool halls, bowling alleys. You wouldn't just act like all these places are just in the hood. They're not. But if it's black establishments, if it's where black people tend to convene, a
Exactly.
lot
Why
of
would he go out there?
vandalism happens. We still talk. God, man, I'm done.
My fault.
Hey, said put me in the queue because he wouldn't let me finish. So put me in the queue, said, because he won't let nobody finish.
Let me just add my point real quick and I'll back out. And this is the thing.
How y'all doing? I just want to say a few things real quick.
I think in modern times, we like to think of economics solely as money. And we're really failing to understand is that economics is culture. If you look at, for example, in Asia, there's a huge market around fish. But the reason why there's a whole huge market around fish is because it's their culture to eat fish, right? So your economics is going to reflect your culture. In the black community, we have to finally acknowledge that the economics we experience in certain areas are because of what people are doing. Because economics is the study of human behavior. That's what economics actually is. We're studying how people function, what incentives are causing them to do this and that. And so when we listen to the music, when we look at certain ideas, like Charlie Kirk said in the video, it's not expected that people are married in our community. That's not expectation. If you hear that someone's having a baby, your first thought isn't that they're married or that they're getting married. We're in those communities, whether he's talking about middle class ones or whatever, however you want to break it down and get into the specifics, the overall point is that there are differences in culture in the environment, and the point is that those differences are what make the environment. The middle class environment is the way it is because of the culture of getting married. It's not the other way around. It's not, oh, we're middle class and so we get married. It's no, we get married and that's what makes us middle class. So we're not realizing that the fucked up shit we have in our culture is what's putting us in a position. And I'm not saying this to bash black people. I'm saying this because I love black people. I'm saying this because I'm tired of having to go outside of my community to get certain things and to have certain experiences. I want white people to have to come to our neighborhood to experience shit. I want them to be able I want them to come to our communities and be envious of how beautiful the streets are, of how organized everything is, of how good the kids behave, of how much money is flowing. I want them to actually have a reason to be racist because we're excelling and doing so well. And I'm just not.
You don't, because then
I
they'll
want
And at one point within
Can I get in the queue? Somebody put me in the
one
queue.
point within our country, that was the case. In the 1950s to the 1960s,
I want this for us. You know what I mean? I want to be at the very best it can absolutely be. and I just don't want people to take it when I'm challenging certain behaviors. I don't want
Also, our communities were stagnated, doing way better than a lot of white. What happened was what happened. What Mr. Clout, I understand. You try to define your name very well, being clout and being very dismissive and divisive. But let's be clear.
What did I just say that was divisive?
Clear here.
Wait, what did I
Can
just
I
say?
go after this gentleman? Because Will cut me off. So can I go after this gentleman?
Hold on for a minute. Let me explain to you why. Hold on. If you don't mind, I can answer your question.
What you said wasn't
I've been watching
divisive.
I've been watching the Lapeef Network for almost nearly 3 or 4 years now.
Yo, talk about my argument. Don't try to act like you don't.
Let me finish. People
don't call his name, man. Don't call his name. Just make your point.
Don't try to describe my name. Act like you know me. We don't know each other. Just talk about my argument.
Yeah, don't call his name. Just make your point, man, so we can move forward.
Okay, so individuals that normally come in with talking points just like yours.
No, just respond to the conversation.
Don't talk about individuals, bro. Talk about me and my points. I don't want to hear about individuals and talk about
brothers, fellas. Let's let him finish. Come on, just don't mention him, bro. Just don't mention him at all. Just make your point.
I won't mention him directly, and that's fine. I won't mention him directly. Your point of what you're arguing, saying like Black Americans, right? Foundational Black Americans in specific, has never been on a positive trajectory within America's history. It's ludicrous and it's a whole big lie. We were at one point, and I said were.
Never claimed that.
Off scale.
No, he didn't say
one of the biggest problems is the divisiveness that goes on in platforms and in other media outlets that push not unity but divisiveness, separating men and women. I'm a married man. Hold on. Let me finish. I've been married 20 years. I've been in different neighborhoods. Straight Black neighborhoods in the hood. Never been robbed, not one time. I've been in white neighborhoods. Never been robbed in no time. My point is that you have people that have similar experiences like yourself and many others that have had issues where they was feeling nervous being in Black communities. You have people that have it. We have to speak what the average person is dealing with. We always go to these extremes and it should be that way. I'm just saying.
So what I was trying to say earlier is that I have had a house since the Club Kaya days out in Atlanta. I'm over there in Alpharetta, over by where the old Olive Garden is. I've been out here for a minute. I used to hang with DJ Doc at ESSA. I've been around for a minute. But here's the thing, and this is why I think this is why I think two people are presenting bad faith argument, and they're just swamping people into it. I know the difference between Washington Road and Forest Park. I'm not having as much issue over in Forest Park as I would Washington Road. And if I'm having a Washington Road only conversation as if that's the epitome of Black, then yes, I'm always going to win that argument. So anytime somebody presents an argument to me where the epitome is always worst case scenario, and then on the other side is super positive. My car has been messed with more times over in Alpharetta than it was when I was living in Forest Park. That's just what it is. Here in the Bay Area, Oakland got a bad reputation, news-wise and all that. But when you type in the word arrest and Oakland, you barely see Black faces. It's always Yemen dudes, Arabs, Islamics, Somalians, Latinos. You barely can see a Black American get arrested in this joint. But what is the narrative? But guess what? If I spend 8 minutes talking about the extreme negative, of Oakland and only push the TV news propaganda, then you're going to say, oh, I'm on some bullshit, until I actually do the research. I type in arrest and you start seeing, oh shit, it is mostly Latins, Somalians, Arabs, Yemen getting arrested out there. We thought it was you niggas. No, it's not. We even joke with the police about how the fact that outside people are making our city look bad. We're trying to get the new mayor to pass a outside a financial penalty. If you create a crime within our city limits and you're not really from here, you should get an additional $4,000 restitution because you're making the city look bad. You're not even from here. You're from San Jose. And my last piece of evidence, because I think this conversation needs more evidence to support what I'm saying. Remember when the 49ers dude got a shot in San Francisco? That Latino boy was not even from San Francisco. He was 40 miles away living in Tracy. He jumped on a train with that gun. He took a second train all the way to Frisco to rob that dude. But guess what? If I only paint the narrative of San Francisco without getting into the details and research of what happened, then you're going to assume, oh, it's these San Francisco people. No, it's a lot of outside people. So I say the same thing about Atlanta. Atlanta has these issues based on what region you in. I know the difference between Blackwell and Marietta. I know the difference between down there on Ogabi Road, which was my first apartment when I first touched down in Atlanta. I know the difference. But if we try to dress it up as, hey, black people are this, then yeah, you're right. We're going to win every argument because black is always going to be seen as the negative, even though the people who are doing all this stuff are 20% or 1/3 of our community. We don't even talk about the darn black farmers. We don't even talk about the darn black people who work at ports and do legit middle-class jobs every day. We only talk about Chicago, New York, Philly, somewhere around there, LA, or some other little hood type of thing as the whole black community. So I just wanted to finish my point I was trying to make earlier.
I think just real quick, I think Cloud makes some good, believe it or not, I think he makes some valid points on things. I think my only, and I wouldn't even say contention with the brother, and some of the things I'd like to discuss with him further is just the whole thing with the economics when he's talking about economics, culture, just because I just think that when you come up and you have resources and certain things, you don't see crime in these areas. You know,
That's true.
Everybody in all my family, married, kids in wedlock. I was the first person, Clout, that had a child out of wedlock. That's just not how my family grew up. But again, like I said, we grew up, I don't necessarily want to say we were affluent, but I guess compared to what we say black people, definitely. So I think your points are valid, but I think when you add the economics, it actually helps change your culture because it changes your choices and other things. So I'll land on that, fella.
Can I ask you a question?
Real quick before you jump in, because I'm kind of going in line with what you were saying before. I think real quick, I got you. Like, I'm gonna make it real short. I don't disagree with the point that you were making, and I think Seth is making the same point. The issue is not necessarily like I think the reason why there's friction in the questions is because it's being centered around the blackness being the problem. I look at it like it's the economic. So when you like everything you said about wanting to grow the neighborhood, make the neighborhoods, impressive and all that, and increasing, wealth in the neighborhood and all those good things. Yes, absolutely. But my point is, we already see what happens when that's done. There are well-to-do, upper middle-class black neighborhoods that already show an example of when black people have resources, these are the type of lives they live. That alone, to me, proves the point that it's not the blackness that's the issue, it's the poverty that's the issue. It just so happens that in America, inner city neighborhoods are poor neighborhoods, and black people tend to be the poorest population in America. And the problem I have with the Charlie Kirk's, going back to the main point, was the fact that instead of acknowledging the reality of that's why it's not a binary 1-2 conversation, because there's so many moving parts. Instead of acknowledging the facts that all these things are affecting why we're seeing what we're seeing, they rather structure the conversation as black people are this and white people are not. And that's where the friction comes in.
Let me respond to you, David. It's not the blackness. I just want to be clear. For me, I was never saying that the blackness is the issue. What I'm saying is that there is a culture, right? And that culture, I think Trey just mentioned 30%, represents 30%, right? When you have 30% of people that look like you espousing a certain type of lifestyle and culture, that speaks very loud for your culture, especially when the rest of it isn't as big of a group. The rest of it is broken up into 5%, 2% here, 1% here. It's all broken up small, but that 30% is a very solid demographic that represents us for the rest of the world. And so what I'm saying is that culture is the problem. I'm not saying it's us as the people with our skin color that's the problem, but this culture is speaking for us. And the world can't tell the difference. They don't know that this culture isn't just who we are. They don't understand that this is a subculture within our culture because it speaks so loudly. There are plenty of affluent Black communities. I agree with you. Like I said, I live in a middle class community, but that's not what speaks the loudest when we talk about Blackness in America. So
Okay, Cloud, but who's in
do you
charge of
know?
media, though?
Do you know
We're
what?
not in charge of media. White
we're
people
in
have a
charge.
lot of things that they're not reporting on. It
We're
was
in
a
charge.
white dude
That
that killed his wife and his three daughters, and that shit hit the news for about a week, and then it disappeared.
You're
But as
not
soon as
wrong.
this black dude kills this white lady, it's blowing up. And this is
You're
what
not
this is
wrong.
the problem, because when you address
Look,
black people
not
like
wrong.
we're the only criminals, you help contribute to the idea that black people are the only criminals, what makes white people look like they're the gods. And this is the whole thing. This is the whole problem. White people are not superior. And this
Nobody's
is the
making the claim
problem.
that white people are superior.
You got to get away from the whataboutism,
What
bro.
we're actually saying is that white people aren't superior, and that's why the things
Okay, so
they
when
hold on, hear me out. The things that they've achieved are very achievable by us because they're not superior. But people keep telling us that no, we can't achieve what they do and we can't do because XYZ and they're holding us back. And by saying that they're holding us back, that is saying they are superior. I don't believe.
Okay, let's have that argument.
brother, hold on.
Hold
Let's
on,
have
because
that discussion.
Understand?
I
Hold
know,
on,
DC. I'm sorry.
hold on.
let me
If
finish.
this
Hold
case
on, I'm not
that
done. I'm
blew
not
up,
done.
this case
I'm
that blew up with
saying,
that black
let me
guy
finish,
stabbing
bro.
that white girl in the
Let
neck.
me finish. Let me finish.
Hold on. Do you
If
know
I'm
that
saying
man
that you
had
have
like
the
over
ability to hold
14
me back,
convictions?
hold on. If I'm saying that you
Look.
have the
So
ability
that
to hold
means he
me
was
back, I am
incarcerated. Look, bro,
subconscious
I know
saying
about it, bro.
that you are superior.
They listen. They get to the wardens, the police get to know the type of personality. And the dude claimed that he was whatever he claimed, he was crazy or insanity, whatever. But at the end of the day, he was convicted 14 times. He'd been in and out of jail. They know what kind of personality he had. They let that man back out. And this is what I'm talking about. If the who is the white people empowering? They're empowering people like Cardi B. And then you sit here trying to talk about the
Listen,
black
bro, I
people
don't disagree with you.
that don't have no power, that
I do
don't have
not
no money,
disagree
that
with you.
fall that you, this is what I'm saying. If you're gonna attack, if you want change, bro, you gotta attack the source. Because
Bro,
we
hold
are a
on.
minority.
Let
So
me show you how this
if you ignore
circle.
that white people is committing
Let me
crimes
show you.
too,
Hold on. Let me show
if
you
you
how this.
ignore that white people is committing crime too, not only are they committing the same crime, they're committing worse.
All right, I'm gonna show
There's
you how this.
multiple
Right.
there's
Point is,
multiple
bro.
murders of transgenders
Your point is
shooting up
made, bro. I
schools
agree with you.
throughout history, bro. Not only that, the politicians are killing overseas because they're trying to get whatever their undercover deals with these other countries, and then they're sending kids out to war. Like this is bigger than you
You're
sitting here trying
going
to talk about with the black people.
tangents right now, bro.
In order to fix the
I can't
black
keep
people,
up.
bro, we need to fix the government because the white people killing each other, and that's the big thing with Charlie Kirk.
Okay,
Because
okay. So let me respond.
they can't blame hip hop,
Bro,
they
let me
can't blame
respond.
rappers, black people sagging their pants, the hood, the
Bro,
Oh my
you
god,
corners
going way
for
off, bro.
Charlie Kirk going to
bro,
a college and getting shot
You
in
going
his
way
neck,
off,
bro.
bro.
And
bro.
this is the
Hold
point
on.
of it.
Let's say I agree
This
with
is
you,
the point of it.
bro.
That's white
You can't
people.
even. Oh my god, bro. I agree with you to a certain extent. Yes, we do have to fix the government, and I'm gonna show you how this comes full circle, right? Because when we look at the government and how they're responsible for these policies that keep fucking up the black community, who do black people keep voting for? Who has the political control in black communities? The same people that then had it for the last 100 whatever years. And whenever anybody tries to convince us otherwise, such as a Charlie Kirk, we respond to them as though they're being racist, even though
Wait, hold on a
the
second, bro.
racists that we complain about keep
Whoa,
controlling our community
whoa.
and fucking it
I
up.
have a counter to that.
Brother,
We won't even listen to the perspective. A lot of us won't even listen to the perspective of someone else because we've been brainwashed to say, oh, any perspective I don't like that critiques my behavior is automatically racist. Meanwhile, the racists are bambooling you. You voting for them. And they run.
I'm not saying Charlie Kirk's death was right, bro.
All right, so
I'm saying that
let's
it's out of
let's
black
have that
people for
discussion.
what we think. White people
Hold
killed him.
So when you had Tony Brown, when you had Tony Brown saying the same thing Charlie Kirk was saying, our uncles and auntie was calling that cooning. So let's go back to the black male community real quick. Let's have that discussion because brother has a point about the white folks presenting what they want to present. But here's the bigger problem. Black males are not supporting the solution. We just want to hear the complaint over and over again.
Correct.
What's the solution?
For black people
The solution is very simple. Y'all talked about economics.
We don't want to hear the solution.
Impact our
You gotta reinvest in what you say you don't like. You have to reinvest in the things that you claim you can't stand. You should be investing in a news organization. You should not be laughing at education. You should not be calling everybody a coon because you can't intellectually compete or saying you a bitch because you can't outthink them. You have to get to a solution point. Everything can't be Charlie Kirk is the savior because Tony Brown said that shit way back in the day and you didn't want to hear it.
That's disingenuous, though. Based off of what you just said.
I agree with you 100%. That's why I said, who taught black people to do that? To call their own people coons for having a different thought process to me. That sounds like some white supremacist shit to me right there. We supposed to be
that's disingenuous
points of views. So I don't know where that comes from.
Wait, I mean, again, like, what's the solution? Because, to say that,
just said 3 solutions and you didn't hear none?
No, I'm just saying, to say that, because they're not qualified, that's disingenuous.
And fixing what we have the power to what we have the power to fix right now is we don't have the power to control what the white people are putting out as far as culture goes, but we do have the power to control what we consume. So we can change what's cool in our community to consume. We can change what's cool to buy. For example, we didn't like what they was doing with Target. Target is struggling right now. So if we don't like what they playing on the radio, for example, don't listen to it. You don't like what the music artists are talking about, don't support it. And we can use that change culture to drive the economics.
So let me get back to the solution again. So out here in Oakland, you're about to get the first black male-owned NFL team. Okay, you ain't never heard no shit like that before.
Is it minority or majority owned?
I just said black male owned.
Again,
I'm not stuttering.
Minority owned.
I mean,
I'm not stuttering. I'm not stuttering. I understand you don't want to hear it. I'm not stuttering. I said black male owned.
Doesn't Magic Johnson own the Commanders?
He owns a smaller percentage of the Commanders. This will be 7 black men who own the damn NFL team.
Which team is this?
One Chicago dude who has an investment firm in Chicago, brother, is putting up $100 million for his piece. So when we go ahead, let me know when I can finish, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's cool. When can we find this? Because what NFL team? If 7 people put up $100 million, that's $700 million. Which NFL team is worth $700 million?
None.
Thank you. I'm just saying, majority
or minority.
Like
if we just going to make up shit, that's one thing. But like, just can you give us something that we could go verify that there's going to the football team in Oakland is going to be owned by all 7 black men?
Again, minority or majority owned. It matters.
Yeah, because Magic Johnson, he owns a minority stake in the Washington Commanders, but again, that cost him $600 million. So I'm not seeing the math is not mathing for me.
This is like when Jay-Z bought the Nets.
Jay-Z didn't buy the Nets.
So I actually just looked that up.
And no,
it's a
percent of
African American sports group that's buying Oakland.
Yeah.
No, don't tell them the information, brother. Let them keep derailing before you give them the information.
No, it's not derailing, bro. Buying a percentage is not the same as owning. Either you own it outright or you don't. There is no percentage.
Go ahead. I'll let y'all do the research. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because they don't want to listen. They want to debunk.
They buying. That's more percent than
I literally just looked that up on my phone right now. That's what we talking. That's how I
Because a
flow.
lot of black people,
And this is the problem. This is the problem with dudes who want to. This is the problem with dudes who don't want to fucking learn shit. You just want to debunk. Now the brother looked it up. You still interrupting him too. You don't want to learn shit. This is look. Let's dig into what Charlie Kirk is talking about. The black men are goofy as fuck. They don't want to learn shit. They just want to have debunk Olympics. So when I'm answering the question, you want to ask me a question. That shit is ridiculous. And you still trying to overtalk. This shit is crazy.
So much
white it's crazy, bro.
Man, y'all turn this shit. Y'all worse
bro,
than
you are taking the words of a guy who said it's okay for black people to die. And I'm just asking you a question. Is it majority owned or minority owned? That was a simple question, brother. Simple as that. If you got in your feelings over that, maybe that is the problem.
He did.
So it has nothing to do with feelings, brother. Thank you for your insult. Now let me respond. It has nothing to do with feelings. I answered the question when I said it's black male owned. I answered the question when I said it's 7 brothers. You didn't want to hear it because you wanted what the fuck you wanted when you wanted it. You didn't get the earwax out of your ears. It had nothing to do with feelings, my king. It had to do with you refusing. See, you're doing this shit now. It seemed like you just trying to. It seemed like you just trying to argue just to argue.
No, let me ask
you. You not seeking information. You are trying to ask me a question in order to derail what I'm saying.
Actually,
so, brother, I'm gonna finish what I'm saying. I'm gonna let you have the mic. This is the problem with black men. Goofy as fuck. Always want to have the debunk Olympics. The brother just researched it on the phone, and you still acting like this. You got the microphone, brother.
When he when he asked you a question,
hold on a second. Let me ask you a question.
Melanated,
I asked
if
you a
you want to know the
simple
answer,
question.
I can give you the answer. So the answer is yes. It will be a black-owned franchise, the first in NFL history.
There's a proposal to bring a black-owned sports team to.
That's what I'm saying.
So nothing has been guaranteed. Nothing has been approved. It's just the African American Entertainment Sports Group has decided they want to put a bid in to get a team. Nothing has been approved yet. Nothing has been guaranteed yet. There's not even a guarantee that the expansion team will go to Oakland. They're just making a bid for a team.
So again,
it's just an idea.
Question, because when I posed the question, brother, it seems that you are in your feelings.
Thank you for your insult again. Thank you.
Again, when I asked you a question, I didn't insult you. I asked you a simple yes or no question, and I gave you an either or. Did I swear at you? No. I am a black man. I respect you enough that I asked you a simple question without cursing. Yet you resulted to that. So before you decide to go off on your tangent and your rant, understand I am a serious man. And I'm asking you a question for a reason. So if you want to move toward that, feel free to do so. But
all right, let me know when you finish.
Majority or minority owned.
So once again, thank you for your insult. The fact that you don't know it's an insult, bruh, it's cool. It's all good. Because if we was out in front of each other, we would have that unnecessary energy based on what came out your mouth. But it's all good though. It's all good. So here's the thing. Here's the thing, bro. Here's the thing. See, you still interrupted. Here's the thing. When we're trying to communicate with each other, King, that ain't the time for you to derail nobody and get what the fuck you want when you want it. You have the patience and decorum to wait for that person to finish, then you answer the question. In my view, King, I answered it 3 times and you didn't want to hear it. What you wanted to hear was the answer in the way that you wanted it, majority. I had already said that. So it was frustrating for me, King, when I'm trying to give you the answer and you like, no, answer it the way I want you to answer it because you and your feelings. Look, I'm from the town, bro. We don't talk to each other like that. Okay? So respectfully, I'm going to end this thing by saying what I was trying to say. The solution is black men have to reinvest like this example. In this example, they've already purchased the old Oakland A's and Coliseum Stadium. It is already in the works. It doesn't matter whether they approve it this year or 6 years from now. It is already in the works, because the number one thing you got to have for an expansion is an existing property. And you got to have a fan base hungry to take on this expansion team. So in the example I'm trying to give you, King, is that example, black men have to reinvest in themselves. Get your own, we have to get our own news outlet, because the brother made a great point. White folks are putting out this, that, and the third. Hey, shit, if C-Lay sit up here, get 200,000 and I get a YouTube news page, don't make fun of it. Invest in it. Don't crack jokes with the women. Invest in it, because I'm competing against the white folks. So at some point in time, we got to get into solution. We got to stop saying, "Oh, these evil white people." Oh, Charlie Kirk is our hero. We got to reinvest in our solution.
Okay, let me be the
Fam,
coon
I just
that you
asked
say
you,
we are.
what it
We
was
always
about.
try to
That's all
devolve
I asked
everything.
you.
Okay. Can y'all hear me?
We can hear
So
you
look,
fine, sir.
look. Here's
I
the
can't hear
thing.
you.
I think it's real rich. I think it's real rich to act like all the things Charlie Kirk is saying. He's a white supremacist. For all the claims up here, for the most part, has just been, oh, black people. I hate black people. I'm trying to say that white people are safe and black people are dangerous. But we talk about the one institution that has been historically considered the good old boys club, or white supremacists and racists, which will be the NFL. And now we're up here talking about the NFL, one of the most openly racist organizations in the history of America, is going to let an all-black organization own a franchise. If the NFL lets black men own their own team, we can't have a black president. We can't have a quote unquote black female vice president. And now black dudes are going to own an NFL franchise, and we're still talking about racism and white supremacy. Man.
Cap still ain't got no job. Remember that too.
You do
Well, can y'all hear
know
me?
you can have both on the same equation.
Maybe he don't got a job because he ain't up to snuff.
I got a job. I go to work tomorrow. So.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Kaepernick.
No, I was talking about Cap.
You talking about Kaepernick, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe he don't got a job because he ain't good enough. Cam ain't got a job either.
So was your point, Will, just because the NFL team, that racism doesn't exist? I don't
It's not that racism doesn't exist, but we're talking about it like it's stopping us. We act like white people got to give us permission to be successful. We can't make the argument that, oh, white people keep holding us back, and then in the same breath talk about black men buying an NFL franchise. We can't do that.
I mean, it's a small piece along the way.
How do you make the argument that white people is holding us back, and on the same live talk about black men about to buy an NFL franchise?
Question. So I'm gonna answer your
just
question
because they about to buy it, don't mean they didn't have no obstacles.
Will, can we walk
handed
into
in their hand? Like,
Will, can we walk and chew gum?
Yes.
Yes, you can.
And so I think that is more because I don't do the complaining and all that is what you guys would deem it. But I think that it's okay, Will, for us to say, man, it's beautiful that some brothers get to be able to buy an NFL team, but we can still call out things in our society like banking institutions, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, and these other stuff that happened with the VA and the military. We can still address these things as being issues.
Nobody is saying that we can't address them as issues. Said we can't make the blanket claim that white people are holding us back. You mentioned, look. You mentioned y'all mentioned it's not an ethnic thing. It's an economic thing, right? You mentioned it's not an ethnic thing. It's an
so
economic.
you saying that gerrymandering doesn't exist when white people already admitted that gerrymandering doesn't exist?
Hold on.
No, because your premise is wrong. You're implying that white
If
people
my
have
premise
done
is
nothing.
wrong, let me make my premise.
Yeah, it's wrong.
So, well, that's fine. Let it be wrong. Is you my daddy? So look,
I might be. And
Okay,
the
so
mother.
if you my daddy, tell me. Okay,
Fellas, come
so
on, let's get back to the
tell me.
conversation,
No,
fellas.
no.
Come on.
Let him tell me. Let him tell me where my premise is wrong. Since he want to interject so much, where
Will,
my
go
premise is
ahead,
wrong.
because Will, you were going to
Because first
follow
of
up on what
all,
I said to you, right?
I know, but I can't follow up what I'm trying to say to you because he keeps telling me my premise is wrong.
Could
So
y'all
let him
brief
tell
me
me.
too? I just got
He's not
back.
gonna let me finish. Let him tell me how my premise is wrong.
Robbo, can you let him land with me, and then you can pick it up
yeah,
after
bro.
you
Go
land
ahead,
his plane to
talk,
me,
bro.
Robbo?
Go ahead, bro.
All
All
right,
right.
thank you, brother. Go ahead.
So the claim is it's not ethnic, it's economic. Clout is trying to tell y'all it's a cultural problem, which I 100% agree, but y'all want to say it's economic. What impacts your economics, said? Is
No.
it
So
generally?
I'm going to answer that, but you heard me agree.
Let me
Did
finish
you hear
my
me agree
question.
with Clout?
Let me
Because
finish
you're
my.
kind of you're misspeaking on what I said. I said
I didn't misspeak on anything you said. Let me finish what I'm saying. I just interjected on myself by saying Clout mentioned that it's a cultural problem, which I agree. It is a cultural problem. So the argument was these black and white neighborhoods, middle class, upper middle class, lower class in the black neighborhoods, blah, blah, blah. So the question is this. What's the primary driving force of your economic status? The choices you make or white people holding you back?
So let me answer. I'm going to answer three things.
Where you're born.
So why I cut you off is because I actually agree with the brother Clout and said that I think that it's intertwined with the economics and the culture. So that's why I cut you off, and that's my bad. So to answer your question would be the class, the first and foremost, the class that you're born in is number one. Because if you're born in an upper middle class, then everything's going to be different. What was the question after that?
The question is,
let me help you with that.
No, let me finish. He asked me what's the question. The question is, what is the primary thing that impacts your economic status? The choices you make or white people?
Well,
for us as black people. So we're not talking about depending on the class you're born into, because we're not going to sit here and talk about the black people who are born in the wealthy class, like they just got the yellow big robe paid for them. They just got the red carpet rolled out for them. The question is, for the black community, we have to remember, y'all talking about being solution based. When you talk about solution based, you can't throw chance in there by saying it depends on what class you was born into. So if we're going to be solution based, that's due to actions. So is it going to be the choices we make, or is it going to be white people approving us to get what we want?
Let me help, please. Can I help?
Let me answer, and then so Will, I'm gonna say choices, but then I'm gonna keep deferring back to the class that you're born in is always going to shape the choices you make. Always, brother.
Well, most of us are born in
please,
the
can I help?
class.
Can I help?
Go ahead, research. Go ahead.
So very. It is always going to be the policy or government laws of the land. Does not matter if you have $500 million and you got $500 million in assets and property. The government historically has this magical thing where they can pass some shit against you because they're friends of somebody who wants to compete against you and fuck you over. So it does not matter. That's what said should have said to you. It is always going to be this darn policy and bullshit like that. You can have all the economics in the world. You cannot defeat cowards who hide behind their friends in government and city hall to fuck you over and take your shit.
And I agree with you,
Government laws
research,
control
but
the
he
stock
didn't.
market.
That's
Where
not
they
one
go
of the
up and
choices
down.
he gave me to answer.
Come on now, let's get it.
No. Listen, gentlemen.
Let's get it.
I don't care, gentlemen. He just said you can have $1 billion, $500 million, whatever you said, 500 billion. I don't know what he said.
He said $500 million.
But okay, $500 million, sir. You already winning. My question is, if y'all talk about the class that you're born into, if it's the class you're born into, majority of us are born into a lower economic class, right?
Correct.
So therefore, if it depends on the class you're born into, then it don't give a damn about your efforts. It's all about how you were born. And you
No,
were
no, no,
born
no,
into
no. It's not
wait.
Will, that's
choice,
not what I
bro.
said. That's not what
It's
I
your
said. I
choice.
said that your choices are going to be based off of that as well, because all things equal, an upper middle class kid who gets to go to private school that doesn't have to worry about where he's going to get his next meal and can only have to worry about concentrating on his homework in comparison to a kid that was born into a poor economic situation, their choices aren't the same. They're not on a level playing field.
Nah,
Why
bro, your
do y'all
choices.
why
You don't understand, bro. You can,
why
bro. If
He's
bro, if your
fucking
parents
right,
gave you $1
bro.
million, bro, you can
He's
fuck off
fucking
$1 million.
right, bro.
Let me
Can I
clarify.
finish? Can I finish what I'm
So
saying?
you're saying
He's fucking
that
right.
your income, your education, and your occupation, and your overall stance is what determines pretty much where you stand economically. Because if you don't have,
it's not about
have all the money in the world, but if you're the first generation in your family have $1 million, you don't got how to.
It
If
determines
the
nothing.
laws
It's
of the
just a
land
big
allow
factor.
you to do that, if the policy of the land in the time you're born in allow you to do that, you can inherit shit from said. You can be the grandson of said who left you who left you a whole bunch of shit. History
Niggas
has
is
shown that you will
According to
get that
y'all.
land appropriated and taken away. We have something out here called Hayward, California. It was nothing but black folks in Hayward, California. History shows City Hall weaponized the tax money and went against those black people to kick them out of Hayward so they can give it to white folks. So it really doesn't matter. It really doesn't. It really
And the
doesn't
same thing
matter
happened
when
in
you guys.
Virginia with the
It doesn't
gerrymandering
matter when you guys try to set up
to
these
kick black
situations.
neighborhoods and
Policy, white policy is always going to trump that
why don't
because
y'all
it is a
all try to
system.
go into
It is a
politics?
system. And you don't want to hear the fact that it's a system.
Research. So the brother was asking me a question. I think
No, y'all just don't understand
there was a
government. You don't
brother that was
understand
asking me a
gerrymandering. The white
question,
people
and I
already
wanted to
admitted to doing
respond
it.
to what he was
You
asking.
dumbass.
Bro,
Yeah,
policy is based off of what?
government consists of people. Y'all think it's some magical system that just floats in the air and can't be confronted. The government consists of real people with
It
real
can be confronted. We're talking about it.
Somebody was asking me something about what I said about being born into a system and resources. Three people started talking, so I didn't.
No, he wants to talk to you about your classism statement. Classism is not a good stance, but I guess
Well,
y'all
I
going to
actually
talk about
think it is for research, because this is where I disagree with you respectfully, brother. Elon Musk doesn't have to abide by laws.
Yeah, but Elon, listen, maybe Elon Musk doesn't
How
abide by
many
law.
baby mamas Elon got?
But
The reason-
Clout, the
Bro,
point that I
how
was
is it
making,
y'all really
the
turn
point
this
that I'm
Charlie
making
Kirk
on
shit
that is,
into a race issue?
and
Y'all
Clout,
tripping.
the point I
not
was
about
making
race,
using
bro.
Elon Musk is when you attain a certain amount of money, you don't play by the same rules as common folks.
Well, you got to remember his father set him up with that. It isn't something he necessarily did on his own. His father and his father's connections put him in that. You got to understand, just like me, my dad and uncle were connected with City Hall. I'm a beneficiary of what my dad and uncle did down in City Hall. Fuck my money. My money don't mean shit.
Research, that wasn't the point I was
Bro, let
trying
me
to
ask you
make,
a question.
brother. That's not the
Let me
point I
ask
was
a
making.
legit question.
Tripping, bro.
Bro,
Everything.
this is
Bro,
all
Joe
based off of
Biden's son was
choice.
a crackhead on television. What are we talking about?
Bro, this is based off of choice.
The
Like, what are we
America,
talking about?
like Damon John, who can go from a poor guy to being a rich guy. So I don't know. There's plenty of black people who are going from poor to rich. So to say it's class, when America is a place where a rich person can become poor tomorrow and become low
Class. Biden's son is a
Rich-
rich
Yeah,
crackhead.
but
He would be broke and homeless without him.
Here's the pushback with
He
your
would be
argument,
broke
good
and homeless
brother.
without his father.
We don't talk
What are you
about
talking about?
we typically discuss we discuss
business with
probabilities, right? We don't discuss possibilities, because research would show that people that are born in a class typically stay in the same class they were born in. So
Most
very few, well, let me finish, brother. I'm gonna be quick and I'll pass it back to you, good brother. Very few people do the rags to riches. We see athletes do that. They make up less than 1%. Can you show me? Can you give me examples of people that are not athletes that go from being that were born dirt poor that become multimillionaires.
I'm gonna look it up.
Bro, people coming
Hold
from
on.
affluent families is still a choice.
That's why
bro.
it's rare.
Are
That's
we
why people say
asking?
self-made, because not many people do that.
Hold on. Are we asking? So, were you asking just in general, or you asking for like a certain type of example, or?
No, but he used an example real dope of this can be done. I would never disagree with that.
I'm about to. There's an article I'm looking at right now. The article says that the U.S. created over 1,000 new millionaires per day in 2024. New millionaires. So we're talking about a country where people become millionaires literally every day, and millionaires go broke.
Bro, this country has all kinds of races in here. Look how many.
Clout, and
That's
I know you
incomplete
might not have
statistics.
time to read all of that because there's more context of that.
Exactly.
Were those
What are
people
the statistics?
already?
What color are they?
Were they poor or were they already upper middle
Exactly. Where they
class?
from?
OTC, we gotta let Seth get his point off.
I'm not saying that there isn't more context. I'm just simply trying to illustrate the point that America is a place where you can move up and down the class system based off of income. So if your income changes, your class changes. If you can go from driving a Honda to driving a Benz, your class changes. If you had a Timex watch and now you got a Rollie, your class changes. You can
Yeah, but all of that is based off of choice, though. That is not
So
just
real
based off
dope.
of it
I know
just
you've been
happens.
gone. My whole overall arching
That's
point
not no
is
damn class
based
change.
on the
That's a car
resources, the
change.
money, and things that you have. Often are going to be the type of choices that you make in your life. And real dope. I'm not saying someone who was born. I use myself as an example. I made bad choices. It had nothing to do with my economics that I was born into. However, I didn't have to worry about making certain other choices that other people who are not as privileged as. So I always say that really real dope, it can shape, and I think it does shape a lot of our outcomes based on our resources and the things we have allotted to us. And y'all can disagree. I'm just maybe
it is valid.
maybe I'm going out.
That is valid.
Hold on, he not done talking.
Go ahead, fellas. My bad.
No,
You're right.
You finish your point.
You're gonna have a better life. That's common sense, I think. You had good parents.
Yeah, it's a valid point. It's a valid point. It's just that in order to compete with what the other gentleman was saying, I don't think it has a high percentage of power, because the reality is when white people created this system, when they said, "Hey, Lincoln, you passed the law. You passed the law, 40 acres and a mule." But we're going to ignore our own consistency, and we're going to be inconsistent, and we're going to change that power dynamic, and we're going to give it to the German guy that just got here yesterday. Huh? Yeah. We're gonna do the Homestead Act for people who look like us, and we're going to get rid of this law.
Jesus Christ, bro. Like, there was never a mule mentioned in Sherman's field order, bro. Why do y'all
Yes,
keep
it was.
saying
It
that?
was acres of land and a mule. Stop lying.
No, it was not, bro. No, it was not. There was never a fucking mule mentioned in Sherman's field order.
Debunk Olympics. Debunk Olympics.
Bro, he capped.
Okay, what was said?
Hold on, real quick. Hold on, guys, real quick.
Let's argument. What was said? Educate me so I can learn.
Hold on,
what
guys.
was said in Lincoln's proclamation? Go ahead, sir.
Hold on, guys. Is
No, I could be wrong because he's trying to debunk it. So give me the education.
I got you.
I'm
Is
just
anybody
saying, I
willing?
don't think he right,
Is
though.
anybody willing to be a fact checker here? Is anybody like?
No, somebody. No, get out the way. This brother said it did not exist.
No,
let him educate. I want to learn.
Now you cheating. You crowdfunding.
Anyway, you niggas wouldn't know 40 acres right now. Why are we talking about 40 acres and a mule in 2025? What kind of crackdown?
Can you answer my question? What is the language in Lincoln's proclamation? What is the language?
That's why.
I don't give a
when I'm asking you what is the language, because you're right. What is the language in Lincoln's proclamation?
What we talking about? Mules? That's what we talking about.
Acres in a car.
See, that's what I mean.
This why the black community messed up. Y'all arguing about mules.
Nah,
you just don't want us to say certain shit.
Sending rocket ships to trying to send rocket ships to Mars, and niggas are still arguing about 40 acres and a mule.
I mean, how many of these white people got money because their grandparents was rich?
Their
auntie and their uncles was rich.
Some of you black dudes be acting like police officers, man. I don't get a police officer.
Parents credit and shit, and then they get all kind of access to higher funding that black people don't have.
7 black
You
men
just
on
being
the panel right now,
disingenuous.
right? 7 black men on the
You just
panel
being
right
disingenuous.
now. How to send a rocket.
When a white person go to
Since
tell a
you're not
fuck
going
up,
to answer
they
my
have no
question,
Okay.
excuse
what
because
conversation
they
would you
have
prefer
money,
us
they
to
have
have?
options. They
Since you
never
don't
gonna
want
do
us to
tell
have
a
a
party.
conversation, what conversation do you want us to have?
Not one of you got the skills to do nothing with 40 acres right now. None of y'all even know what to do
You
with them.
can't explain why
Okay,
why
fine. We
white people
agree
killed
with you.
Charlie Kirk.
Police officer, we
But
agree
nobody
with you.
more in that
What do
crowd.
you want us to
You can't
talk about?
explain that.
No, I'm just asking you a question, bro. Like,
I'd
what
like
part?
I'd like to give my
What
point
part?
of view too.
What part of Thurman's Field
Now the
doesn't make
police
sense to
officer
you?
don't want to give us nothing to talk about. Police
I'm asking.
officer, tell us what you want us to talk about.
I would
I'm
bet
asking
my
what part of
next
Sherman's
paycheck
Field
that
Guys, it
nobody in
seems
that
like we
crowd was
are we
poor.
arguing right now? Are we having a conversation?
And how we
Not
can
one white person in that crowd was poor. Charlie Kirk died in
figure
Utah.
result. Why are we talking about 40 acres and the mule and Willie Lynch and all this shit?
See,
Them
this is
niggas.
what I mean. You just don't want us to speak about something you don't approve of. You want us to agree with you, but you don't want to give us what to agree with. You worse than a white man when you do that shit.
You think the
Whatever
white
happened in Utah? They probably killing all kind of white people
I'm
and
asking.
hushing it.
I
I'm
actually
Hush,
looked
asking
that up.
OTC.
Exclamation.
What
That's
part?
the truth, bro.
So I just actually looked that up, and it was
Talking
never the president that mentioned that.
Go ahead. That's all you want to talk about is dead white niggas. We gotta.
I'm asking OTC
Nigga,
right
because
now.
they not no
All right,
better
guys,
than us. That's the shit
can we
that they make jokes
hold
on
on?
us
Can we
for.
reset the conversation? I want to get my perspective too.
40 acres
Hold
in
on
the
a
mule.
second, bro. Hold on a
That's
second,
something I
bro.
was saying.
I'm
I
just
was
saying.
just mentioning that the fact.
OTC.
First off, there was no
OTC.
mule mentioned.
Man,
They
It was
did
never a
promise
mule
us
mention.
40 acres. It wasn't from the president. It was from
General
the
Sherman.
general, the U.S. general at the time, and they reneged on the deal.
They did.
Point blank.
They did.
So that was done. That was done.
It's in the
that
third
was done,
fucking
that was done
paragraph,
by General
bro. Jesus
William
Christ.
T. Sherman in January 1865. He promised this to get slaves to fight. Once they fought and the war was done and was done, the new president after Lincoln said, fuck all y'all folks, we taking it all. That's exactly what happened. So when y'all go up and
it
do
wasn't
this
across
type
the
of stuff,
United States.
be lying on here,
And they've been doing that.
and then not speaking the truth. This is what
And it wasn't
hurts
across the
our
United States.
people, our
Yo, let
community.
Black Dog keep
When you sit here and lie, or
Bro, the
you
Louisiana
don't want to
Purchase,
let
bro,
the truth be
the colonies
told
told America. What the fuck is
publicly,
he talking about?
OTC, let him talk.
you mess. This is the problem. You have one group of our community that's trying to push forth to have things change for our community. Then there's others that are highly threatened because the positions that they already have, they don't want to lose them. So what they do is they try to make sure that progress doesn't happen within our community and it's stagnated, right? And then they try to play dumb. Like, what are you talking about? There's no racism. What are you talking about?
Yep.
There's no slavery ever happened. What are you talking about? There's no division within white and blacks. And they know it is. Our world and our society doesn't run black and white.
Not to mention the slave codes after slavery when we were supposed to be free.
Which actually is defined as Jim Crow. But if you talk to some of these brothers online right now, they'll play blinds out and say that don't exist. But then they totally disrespect their grandfathers, their grandmothers, their great-grandmothers, their great-grandfathers that paved the way for them to be on these podcasts to just lie on the work that they did.
So let me respond when he finishes. When he finishes, let me respond and give you the date and the timeline because I know he's going to interrupt.
That was history. Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Research.
So March 1865, Congress and under Lincoln said 40 acres in the proclamation. Now, for those people who want to have debunk Olympics, this is what goofy black men do. We don't want to give dates and timelines. We want to just say, don't believe that shit. So I'm giving you March 1865, and the verbiage 40 acres appears there. This is the problem when I say some black men are worse than white folks.
Huh?
Hold on. Mr. Research, are you saying that the 40 acres and a mule was inside of the Emancipation Proclamation?
Never said that.
Okay. I was just trying to clarify because I guess I don't know what you were just talking about then.
Where was it stated at? Where was that documentation?
I just gave you the date. I did
The
more than
date
what you
doesn't
did.
give us a
I
reference
gave
of
you
where
the
it was
date
stated
and the
at.
month and the verbiage. You
But I'm
didn't
saying,
want
at
you're
what-
trying to have debunk Olympics. So I gave you information. What are you providing?
What document?
I could be wrong.
Hold on.
It was
What
the
are we
Union
talking about right
General,
now, Mr. Research? Could you
William
clarify what we're
T.
talking about?
Sherman that stated that statement. The U.S. government didn't uphold the deal and reneged on the deal.
That mean they still owe.
You are proving what I said when you interrupted me, which means that your interruption was not even valid because now you're agreeing with me. This shit is crazy.
Hold on. So this is
They
my
wouldn't even
I
talk
don't
So
know.
the
about the
argument we're
entire
having
United
right
States.
now
What are
is
y'all talking about?
reparations
How many
and
other
40
people
acres
got
and a
paid
mule.
reparations? They
Hold
can't
on, guys.
renege.
I don't know a lot about what we're talking
That's
about right
crazy.
now because I'm just
Yeah,
listening
it's
to
just a
y'all.
bunch of.
But let me ask you a question, right? So when General Sherman made that deal with the black people, did he have the jurisdiction to even
To
or
do
the
so.
power to even be able
I
to
think
do
the
so?
president has
He
jurisdiction.
doesn't know.
No, the president didn't
literally-
make the deal. It's this man named Sherman, some Sherman, William T. Sherman, a general.
So if you understand a little bit about U.S. history, you had the 13 colonies, and then you had the Confederacy, which was their own kind of jurisdiction in North America. They was promising
And they
the
didn't take
slaves
back or brush
to
their
fight
teeth.
for them. So if you win,
Real service.
you're gonna get this here. And when they lost, and it went to those 13 colonies that would consist of the United States, they said, "Well, forget your deal because you wasn't with us." So
They didn't say that the 40 acres was across 13 colonies, bro. They did not. William T. Sherman did not say that. It literally is right the fuck there. He literally
I'm
said
literally
the
looking it up
islands
right now.
He said literally the islands from Charleston south.
I'm
The
literally looking it
abandoned
up right
rice
now.
fields along the rivers for 30 miles back from the sea. Bro,
The
he
question
never said
was,
across the
the
United
question
States,
was,
bro.
did he have jurisdiction? He wasn't Congress, he wasn't representative of Congress, and he wasn't the president. No, he did not have jurisdiction. That's the first answer.
He did not.
Who said it? That's who said it. But no, he did not have jurisdiction to make that promise.
So what was your point in saying that he said it? Why did you even state that he said it then?
And he never mentioned mule in his
No,
damn
he never
field order,
mentioned
bro.
mule. Nobody
He
said
li-
on here that he did.
OTC said that.
Well, OTC said that when we enlightened him and told
It
him.
literally says in the third passage, bro. It literally says the three parties named will subdivide the land under the supervision of the inspector among themselves and such others as may choose to settle near them, so that each family shall have a plot not more than 40 acres of tillable ground. He never mentions 40 acres ever again.
Does that
There is
even matter
never
if he
a
doesn't
mule
have the
in there.
jurisdiction to say what he's saying?
Bro, y'all wild, bro. Are y'all even remotely?
Is that not a valid question? Does what you're saying matter if he doesn't have the jurisdiction to say what he's saying? He can't even put that into legislation and make that an actual law. He just made a declaration.
That's why I said Congress in March
in
of
agreement with that.
1865, but he didn't want you to hear that part. I'm not even talking about the Sherman stuff he's talking about. He jumped in to debunk what I said and doesn't have the evidence to support it. So
Right,
what
but
I'm
you're the
giving
same
you
one who-
is an
but you're the
actual
same one who
date
said
and
that mule was in
timeline
there, right?
sponsored by Congress, and he keep trying to spin it to something else.
And what day was this sponsored
Yeah,
by
he's
Congress,
right,
sir?
but I was wrong on the mule part.
And what day was this sponsored by Congress? What was that again?
What is sponsored by Congress mean? I never heard that like referred to a document. Like, what's the name of the
And
document?
he's not providing better information. He's just
Again, I
saying,
just
believe
asked
me
him,
because
what
I
date
say
was
so.
I just asked you what day was it sponsored by Congress?
What document by Congress put this into law?
Hello.
None.
Yeah, that means they reneged. That means they still owe.
Something that Congress said talked about
They
it.
can't renege on something that wasn't put into legislation.
Bro, they did, bro. It's already in Congress. They debated the reparation. The reparations went through the floor. It went through the floor and it got denied multiple times, especially during the
It
Black
got
Panther
denied.
era.
Are you not listening to what you're saying?
So what do you? Yeah, I'm listening.
They
The
never
study,
said that,
by the
bro.
way, of reparations was denied.
Reparations.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is he had temporary powers, and he decided to make this declaration with his temporary powers. However, this was something that had to go through Congress, or a president had to actually make this real, and then it didn't actually get passed through Congress.
It was established in March of 1865 by Congress and President Lincoln. This whole thing that he's talking about happened in January. Let's do dates and timelines, black men. March comes after January. Congress is more powerful than the darn general out on the field. It was established in March 1865, and it got reneged by Andrew after the death of Lincoln.
Okay, I'm going to read you what I found and what I'm reading right now. It says that Congress never approved 40 acres and a mule. It was a temporary military order, undone within the same year.
That's the fuck I'm just trying to say, bro. My man right here, he want to have his chest poked out because it's March, but it is not into law. If it's not into law, there is no reneging. None whatsoever. If it's not
Okay,
into law,
brother,
you can't renege.
you believe what you wish. I gave you the dates and timelines. You believe
Is
what
it
you
in the
wish.
law, brother?
It
I don't
is
give a damn
reneging
about
when they
what
paid
dates
the
he gave.
Asians and
Hey, brother, when something is established by Congress, sir, respectfully, I'm trying to answer your question seriously. Let's have a serious thing. When something is documented as established by Congress and signed off by a president, it is therefore established.
So we should be able to
how?
We should be able to find it, right? If it's established,
There's not a way to establish something. Established how? What does that mean? You
That
keep
means
saying
it went through the Senate
You
floor.
don't know what
and touched the
Congress and
House of
signed off by a
Representatives.
president
That's
means?
what that means.
You don't know what that means?
Hold on,
It means it
I'm
touched the
researching while
House
y'all
of
do this.
Representatives. It was debated. It was a bill. It was proposed. That's what that means. It means it was actually something that was into fruition.
So Mr. Research,
That's
what do you
what that
think? What do you
means.
say about this information that I found? I want you to let me know what this means to you. So it
Go
says,
ahead, brother.
it says that it was never established by Congress. It was never signed by a president. It was a temporary military field order, undone within the same year. Now I want you to push back on what I just said.
Keyword signed. That means it was proposed and they
So
declined.
here's my pushback, sir. Here's my pushback.
That means it was proposed
What
and they
happens?
declined.
What happens with white folks? White folks will sit up here and make a claim. Hey, there is the Lone Ranger is white, and everybody will believe it. And then later you'll find out that they was talking about a black man named Bass. So what happens is I'm over here by Stanford and UC Berkeley. I gotta compete with these white people all the time. I use dates, timelines, and actual quotes. Now I don't know why you can't find respectfully March 1865 Congress, but it was established, sir.
I found the date. No, I found the date. I found that a long time ago. That was 1865.
Okay, I had.
But the problem is when you say established, that's the issue that the research that I'm finding is like that's the inconsistency here.
Okay, so let me ask you this question using your logic. Okay, why would Andrew have to rescind it if it wasn't established?
Because it was a temporary military.
If it had no legs, if it had no power, why would Andrew need to rescind it?
Okay, let me. I'm gonna see if he ever rescinded it. I'm gonna fact check that.
Military order. You can rescind it the same way you can rescind an executive order, I'd assume.
Was it Andrew Jackson and Pete?
So again, if it's rescinded, that means it's not law. Then okay. So next question. goofy.
No,
Good
that
evening,
means it
everybody.
was law. That means you're admitting it was law until it illegally got rescinded. And when it illegally got rescinded, then he came up with the Homestead Act and did the exact same thing for white folks, Germans, and Austrians.
How does a law get illegal?
You are avoiding that fact. So when you so respectfully, I'm not trying to be right. Okay, you may have more information. I'm just asking you to provide it, because what I found in my research, this was established by Congress. It's the same way I tell people that Jimmy Carter in 1979 changed the whole thing for father in the home, and then it is documented that Reagan changed it back to no father in the home. This is documentation and timeline. So anytime I say this stuff, I'm speaking from the standpoint
Don't
of
forget
dates
Planned
and
Parenthood.
timelines. I'm not speaking from the standpoint of what white folks don't want us to know.
Well, we talked about that in propaganda. Come on, don't keep doing it.
Okay, Mr. Research. How you doing, my brother?
What's up, King?
The problem you gonna have is when you're in a group of people like this, you gonna have people that have all the problems for the solution versus the solution for the problems. You are totally correct. In a time of war, a general who's in charge can make a field order, and it goes as an executive order. Now, let me just tell you to the military people who are serving in the military now, who have so much proud about military. There's an executive order right now that allow black men to fight in the military or join the military. You take away that executive order, you cannot serve in any military branch. Now, let me just give you the executive order that Truman made so black people can serve in the military. For you all people who just totally demolish anything that somebody says, as Mr. Research is trying to tell you, executive order can be killed by any president coming into the chair. So that one that you can fight or join the military now, it can be dismantled anytime a president decided, because it is an executive order. And in time of war, a general could have what they call field order number 15. It goes through Congress as if the president did it itself.
That's true.
Yep.
I wanted to
Yep.
I had a
Why would that?
when
Why
I
would that
came
even
in on the
remotely
conversation,
matter?
I did have a point that I wanted, because we were talking about culture versus economics, and I did have a take on that. Are y'all prepared to move off of this, or you want to stay on this?
Yeah, most definitely. We can get move off.
No, we can move off of it because it was 1865 March, and nobody can provide better competing conversation on that.
Okay,
it wouldn't matter, bro. I mean, because the land was stolen back, so it wouldn't really matter. So I mean, it was really not a conversation anyway.
No, I understand you don't want us to have a conversation. I understand you want to jump to the fact that it was stolen. The fact of the matter is, you jumped in to derail what I was saying as if what I was saying wasn't true. And now that you have egg on your face, you want to try to act as if you don't have egg on your face.
I just told you that there was no mule ever mentioned. That's what I said. That was the premise of it.
That still
Don't add
negate
shit
the fact
in there
that
that
land
was
was
not
stolen.
in there, bro. I never said that. I agree that land was stolen. I just said don't add mule in there, because that's why people get misinformation.
I didn't add mule. The other brother added mule. I never said mule. So he's the one that said mule. So you interrupted the wrong dude. I never said anything about the mule.
Bro, I
Mr.
didn't
Research.
interrupt you. I allowed you to speak, Mr. Research.
can I
I just
go
said the other
and-
brother who talked about mule, that mule was never mentioned in the field order ever. That's what I said.
Well, actually, it was later added in, insinuating that they would give them mules for service to work the land. That was later added in.
Oh, so I am right. Boom.
Oh my God, bro.
Boom. See, you ain't want that to happen. You ain't even want that to happen.
Yeah, just like
Okay. Well, I want if I can make my point. I do think I think the solution to the problem, at least with us, is culture. I think once we fix that, I think we fix the vast majority of our problems. I think we fix the economics of it. I think we fix all of that, and that's why I think that most of our time should be spent is fixing our culture. You know, the beliefs that we have, the way that we think about money, the way that we think about business. I think that that's the key. Definitely, absolutely having parents who are educated on these topics, educated enough, parents who understand hard work, parents who understand business and things like this. I think that's really the key, and I think that's the solution. I want to know who pushes back on that.
I don't have any pushback. I agree. I'll just be very short. I think the main thing, black men have to embrace education. It can't be some coon shit. It can't be no lame shit. We got two, look, I've been off the porch since 14. I understand the number one problem with our community. We love fist fights. Okay, that's the number one thing. We have to be a little bit more like the international blacks and really glorify, hey, he's a 3.2, he's a 3.8. Hey, we got to stop saying shit like, oh, you just want a title. Oh, you talk white. We got to get away from that nonsense. We should want to be intellectually empowered. And again, it does not mean I'm right about everything. I'm just passionate because I read a lot. I read a lot. I know a lot of African history. I've been to Africa 4 times. So I just want black men to your point. We have to change the culture by first making education okay, having a career okay. It doesn't mean like, hey, look, I'm out here hustling and hustling is more important than that damn career. No, we got to let people live so that the optics of us can be better. And I think black men got to do that more than black women do. Black men have to change a lot of shit that they do based on the culture.
Mr. Research, can I add, Mr. Research, Mr. Research, can we do that 4 months after I get Willie in the ring?
That's crazy. Wow. I want to add.
Can we just do that then? All right.
I want to add to Mr. Research.
You need this boxing match, huh? You need to get that energy.
I'm talking about,
yeah.
Can we do that 4 months after where we could get to that?
We could do the kumbaya 4 months.
Yeah,
after.
Okay. And Mr. Research, I heard somebody say earlier that, and within this system we can maneuver. Look, I can tell you straight up, black people are some of the best survivors in the world, but we have to get to the point we stop surviving and start thriving. And so we have seen it in our lifetime. I think everybody on this panel is old enough to know when Bill Cosby got his first warning, they killed his son. His second warning, they put his ass in jail. Now let's talk about the money Bill Cosby had. When you say within that system, and so this is what I'm saying, in a system, you got to understand, we don't understand the system because we just think it's a black and white thing. White people are trying to survive. They're the lowest numbers on this planet when it comes to population. They understand that everybody is outside of them is of color. They can't produce nothing but white. 2 white people can't produce nothing but white. But anybody of color can produce everything under the color spectrum. Yep. So that's why black is not a color. It's the essence of all color. And that's what scares them to death. The black man is the biggest threat. The biggest threat to all of them. Because you know that a white woman cannot force, a white woman or any woman can't force a man to have sex. If she put a gun to his head, his Johnson's going to go down. You can't have a hard on and fear at the same time. Mm-hmm. So a black man can do the same thing. So that's why, I'm going to let you expose this. What was the first film shown in the White House?
Oh, wasn't that the movie with the white guys with blackface?
100%.
And what was they talking about? Black men raping. I'm gonna say,
raping,
gaping, with a G. Oh no, with a G, graping white women. Yeah. That was that whole concept of that whole movie. That was the first movie showed in the White House.
I think that movie, gentlemen, that y'all referring to
That's
is
Birth of a
called
Nation.
That's the
Birth
same
of
thing
Nation.
that got Emmett Till killed.
Birth of a Nation.
It's called Birth
Most
of a Nation.
certain. So when y'all start talking about all this, we have overcome. Start looking at some of these executive orders to make you equal. If you was really equal, you don't need executive orders. If we all were citizens, you don't need special rights. You don't need all this other stuff. So you're lying to yourself. You are a person inside of a system that was not built for you. Regardless of the 14, the 13, the 15, or whatever, they still telling you need special provision because they don't even look at you as being human.
Look, let me support your point.
Real quick.
I will go after you. I will go after you. Go ahead.
I just wanted to mention. I just wanted to go up and piggyback on what Mr. Richard was saying and Jay Speed was saying, which is that like at this point in time, we just overlook so much different stuff that goes on with us. We take 2 steps forward, then we get pushed 4 steps back. And then because we got those 2 steps, we're saying we're doing progress. We just surviving. We can thrive. We can totally thrive. But what the problem is, I really believe, is fear. I think we've been so accustomed for the last 60 years in being integrated within their society when 60 years prior before that, we was doing our own thing. Remember, Ford in the 1930s, when the Great Depression was going on, who saved that industry? Black folks, because we wasn't doing banking and none of that, because they wouldn't allow us to. But we had our money, and we had our money saved in dresser drawers and stuff like that. We can do so much great things if we come together. But what the problem is, most of us don't want to come together. Just like I said before, we are fine in the little trinkets that we get, and to make sure our brothers and sisters don't get the same trinkets we get. We need to stop it.
I think
so here's the thing. Let me just get 30 seconds. Here's the thing. If C-Lay Trey was to risk his life and come forward and try to make a black man Mecca movement, I'm telling you, the number one person who will speak against me is the goofy dudes. The goofy dudes will be the number ones trying to defame the name. Don't matter if I'm attacking them or not. Just for the fact I'm telling them to be warriors and kings, they don't want to hear that shit. It is, yeah. That's gonna be boule. That's gonna be some sucker shit. I think what we got to understand is look at Pullman Union as my evidence. Here's dudes who was gangsters getting with people who was working on the train and wasn't nobody insulting or disrespecting each other. They saw an opportunity. Hey, look, these people need this workforce, but they're going to have to take care of things to make it happen. We're going to create this union. I can go in any one of your industries that y'all work at right now and create a fucking union. When we saw that black man trying to create a union with coffee, what was that, Seattle, whatever, the Starbucks, who was the main people speaking again? Oh, that shit ain't gonna happen. But guess what? He ended up getting it happening. It ended up happening in his little demographic. And then a sister, she tried it. You know what I'm saying? So I think we can get these solutions, brothers. It's just that if it starts happening, turn to some of these other brothers and say, hey, let that shit live or die on its own. Stop trying to crack a joke and talk bad about it, because the mayonnaise people are going to weaponize that. I'm a conservative, but I speak very Huey Newton pro-black. I am not a Reaganite. I am not a American conservative. A French guy created conservatism. I've been on conservative panels that black dudes didn't even know who the fuck created conservatism. That's how brainwashed they are. So we got to understand that whatever the solution is going to be, the black men have to be at the focal point. And even if I don't like you, I'm going to keep that shit on mute because we got an opportunity here. And that's the one thing the Italians always get right. Yeah, they tried to kill C-Lay, but you know what? There's an opportunity here. You know, we got to possibly make a power move right here. Let that shit go and let's sit down and have a meeting. That's what black men got to get to.
I'll agree with that. Based off of that, man, you know, and I'll add to your point. Black men, if you're listening, know who the fuck you are. Like, really, look in the mirror. Know who the fuck you are. Like, don't let anybody else define you, what the fuck you are, what you say you are. You talk white, that type of stuff. Like, contrary to Mr. Research, I'm a radical. I'm an educated radical, and I'll always be that because that's the way my parents trained me to be. But know who the fuck you are. Find the information for yourself. Don't allow anyone else to tell you what the information is. Go find it for yourself. If you have a cell phone, you have a computer in your hand, go find the information for yourself.
I agree
And
with that.
whatever it is, make it your narrative. Stand on your truth, but also make for damn sure you don't disrespect another black man for his points, regardless of what you heard tonight. Me and Mr. Research have probably disagreed on some points. I don't dislike him as a person. I don't know him. But whatever it is, you can agree to disagree, but bring the facts to the table. If your facts don't line up, they don't line up. If your facts line up, it is what it is. You don't have to stick your chest out and say that you were right. Just make sure that you give the facts to another brother, because to build on his point, in order for the black community to move forward, it will require the black man to lead the charge. We can't depend on black women. It's not saying that black women can't do it. That's not their responsibility, because we are the protectors. By definition, we are the protectors. So that means we have to define what the hell our culture looks like, and we have to protect it at all costs. And I'll use it in a small context, and I'll land my plane. If a rabid dog comes down your street, become the dog catcher. And I'll land my plane.
Yeah,
Well said, brother. Well said.
I wanted to. So I agree with what he said too. When we're having these conversations, I tend to not think that too much. I tend to I don't care about white people to the extent and how they feel about us and what their agenda is. Like, I don't really be caring too much about that. I don't find it to be helpful. I'm solution based. I consider myself solution based. So I'm always worried about, what can I do and what can everybody around me do to win, to get the ideal outcome and the ideal lives that they want. And I think that that's more than attainable for us. And I think that when we had these conversations and we all want the same goal for the most part, we all want the same outcomes. But when we disagree on the solutions, we start fighting, right? And we start to shoot down the other solutions. And I think that's a big problem when it comes to this. So I try to stay away from, the white man want us to do this, the white man want us to do that. I don't care, because I see clear solutions. I see how people can fix themselves economically. I see how people can structurally fix themselves and their families. So that's kind of what I'm worried about. And when we had these conversations and nobody wants to do that, nobody wants to get up and make that happen, that's the part that bothers me, because that's all I'm concerned about.
Mr. Mr. Repo Man, I don't get your name wrong, bro. I just can't call no grown man daddy.
No, I like Repo Daddy.
Okay. So I say Repo Man. I never said the daddy part. But I piggyback on what you said, brother. And I deal with that as a younger part of my life, as being a master mechanic for GM for 25 years. To make an engine work, there's all types of parts. And as what you said, it's very important, but it's just like soldiers. Every soldier has a different journey. And that soldier who looks at the adversary of what they doing, that's him doing his research. A good fighter will always study the person he's going to fight. A basketball team go study the team they get ready to play. So we got to understand we are all parts of an engine. The spark plugs don't do the same thing as the water pump. So when we start to understand like that, we're going to need all these soldiers. We're going to need the most intellectual one. I'm going to say the ones that's most smart. We're going to need the ones that might be a little goofy, a little techie. You know what I'm saying? So we need all that to make this engine run smooth. And I think this is one of the things that we haven't really concentrate. Because 2 and 3 things could be happening at the same time. But the journey is just like what you said, Repo Man. Is we're trying to get to the same spot. Some people gonna take the 40 to get to Atlanta, some gonna take the 10. But we're all trying to get to the same spot. And we gotta understand that. And especially when we're around people who may not be our melanin, we can't just keep arguing with people and letting them see us in a dismay. We gotta be on code. And this is what Dr. Fuller and Francis Russell Kelsey, Dr. Kelsey said, that it's very important for us to stay on code in certain situations. We all have to wear the mask, but some of us too happy to wear it. And we got to understand these quotes. There's a reason why we have quotes like that. And I'm going to land that plane.
Let me say this. I remember I came around this Lapeef thing, I think the 3rd or 4th week when it was rocking, right? A lot of times, and I say this respectfully to everybody listening to me, I am not trying to be right for the sake of being right, because I will give you the floor. I will let you do your thing because you may have better information. But I realize a lot of my people like to compete, and you're not used to people competing back with you, right? So when you hear me tongue wrestling with you, I'm doing that from the standpoint of, hey, you making a statement. Let's flush that shit out. Let's it ain't about me being right or trying to being all this other stuff. Look, we having a conversation, but you may have better information. And what I'm trying to get a lot of our black men to understand, don't give me the soap opera version of what you're saying. Let me ask you a question, part 8. Let me ask you a question, part 9. No, give me your best uppercut so I can throw these jabs. And guess what? You may knock me the fuck out, and I'm going to back the fuck up and let you have the floor. But we got to get the cream of the crop black men. It doesn't mean people have to be perfect or super educated. We just got to present these arguments with smooth, short uppercuts, because sometimes, man, it isn't that I'm trying to compete against you. Don't get me wrong. It's just that I like fighting just like y'all do. It's just that I like it from an intellectual point of view first.
Yes, sir.
I just thought about one good point within helping and building our community up real well, which is just building the better relationships between our men and women and how we raise our families. I'm not the only one in my age bracket that I've talked about numerous of times of hearing our young people pushed out, and they're not educated economically. They don't have any resources when they go out into the world. But then when I hear my counters, because I had white friends and all the different other nationality friends, their family members let them build their resources and stuff as a young adult, and then when they was ready to go off and thrive, they let them loose. Yep. These kids had $10,000-$15,000 saved up since they was children. We don't have that type of mentality.
Exactly.
Oh, if my child's 18, you out the door now. You ain't go. But what if your child is not ready to get out in that world? Especially our young men. These are going to be our next leaders. When we're talking and independent leaders within their own homes. If you're not teaching them this stuff and making sure that they can survive, what are we doing?
Exactly. How are they supposed to react when they're outnumbered? That's another thing we don't talk about because black men are often outnumbered.
Exactly.
14% of Americans.
When
No,
we
that's a
when we
valid
say
point. I
when we
think
say
that
outnumbered, what do we mean?
a lot of the disconnect that we have is between the youth and the elders. I think that's a lot of our problem. I think that in order for us to come about a solution, that we have to bridge that gap and draw an understanding and be open to different perspectives. I like the fact I haven't introduced myself either. This is my first time being on the panel, but I like the fact that we have this open interaction and it's an ability to say that I disagree with you, but it's a respectful way. I think that I'm not entirely sure what the gentleman's name was, but I agree that it has a lot to do with our culture. I think a lot of the things that we're rooted in is the reasons why we produce one of the worst products. And I think in order to change that, we have to change our culture. I think it is culture based. I think what we stand on, our foundations, is what causes most of the turmoils that we go through, in my honest opinion.
So he has a great point. He has a great point. I'm going to give you a historical thing. There was a black woman who tried to kill Martin Luther King because she felt he was doing whatever he was doing without his wife's knowledge or whatever, right? And here's a person who in her own mind felt how she felt, and it had nothing to do with her. She don't know if the wife was a swinger. She don't know if the wife was bisexual. She just made it up in her mind that she was going to execute something against the entire black nation because she didn't like what she thought she knew, right? That woman died alone in an old folks home. Here's the problem with a lot of us based on what the brother just said. Some of us just want to fight for the sake of fighting. If you don't agree with us, it's called, I call it the you must agree with me syndrome. I don't care if I have to weaponize a Korean person to help some of y'all. I don't care if I have to smile and weaponize and have y'all call me names, but yet get 500 of you hired. That's what I'm strategically going to do. You can get mad at me later. You can do all that other stuff. But at the end of the day, I'm going to do exactly what my black male community wants. I'm going to turn in 2026 or 2027 and say, look how many black men I got hired. And I want y'all to say, well, you know, even though I don't like C-Lady, I mean, he did bring some evidence. We got to start producing on that type of level. We are too gossipy. We are too conspiracy theory. And some of that is valid, right? But we got to be evidence-based adult males, whether we like it or not. We got to be.
Facts. No, that's real. I think a lot of that comes because a lot of us were raised by our mothers. A lot of us have a lot of feminist and feminine characteristics, and that causes that inability to be rooted in what's actually true. You want to associate with more what makes you feel good opposed to what is actual reality. I agree with you totally.
I'm glad you brought that up because there's a very big misconception on feminine and masculine, and it's not masculine for women to yell or you know, get in fights. So I'm glad you brought that up. That's a great thing to actually touch real fast. Like, men yell, men argue, women are quiet, docile. If they do have an argument, they're kind of catty and then they walk away. That's real women.
That's real. Hey, I don't want to cut your wisdom, but I do a show called Comic Clap, and that's everyone's first retort. You sassy because you have a retort and you actually engage in the conversation. And I'm thinking to myself, since when? When is that the standard of what it means to be a man, is to shut up and allow everything to just pass you by and not be a part of the actual solution? I agree. That's
I'm gonna
wild.
disagree with both of y'all right here, and only if this is if you guys are saying that men are we yell, right, and women are not the people who yell. And I'm only saying this because I think that a masculine quality, at least to me, is control, right?
Yeah, I don't necessarily mean yell. I mean we are the more vocal. We are the forefronts of the solutions. I didn't mean yell. He said yell.
Yeah, I'm sorry about the verbiage. Sometimes you'll get me on the verbiage. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I absolutely think that men, like, I think it's a superpower when we're able to control the output of our emotions and make it so that we are efficiently using our emotions and our energy. You know, like we could be up here screaming and yelling all day. That's not efficient. That's not going to get us to any solutions. That's not going to get us anywhere. And I think that that's typically a trait that I attribute to women because I don't attribute women to be leaders. You know, I think that men, we're leaders. We're supposed to be up here communicating and taking information back to our families, tribes, whatever you want to call it. Like, we're supposed to be making solutions and congregating and, you know, doing stuff like that. And we can't do that if we yelling and screaming. Like, listen, I know niggas who get to calling the names and all that type of shit because we just simply disagree. And y'all can tell by my energy, I don't talk like that typically. I'm a pretty, you know, mellow type of guy for the most part. So like, I think that's a feminine trait to kind of start doing all that type of stuff, not being able to control, you know, your emotions.
Yeah, that just
I
shows
think you
not
would be
intelligent.
incorrect because if you look at anybody that created change in history, they spoke out against even whoever was the expert at the time. So, you know, even Da Vinci, even in the white, you know, in their culture, the white and the Greek and the Rome, their famous are those that spoke out against what was going on. So there's never been a culture of men being quiet, getting things done behind the background. No, men are actually very vocal, even in Native American folklore. You know, it's
So
a
I
real
wonder.
thing when another male is challenged by another male, then they have to settle it in front of the tribe. And it's not even something that people die. It's like, you know, the Native Americans have games that they play, you know, so it's just about what's really holistic and natural. Does it mean that we can clash with ideas? Yeah, of course we can. Does it have to end in death? No, it doesn't. But look what the white people did. You know, and I hate to bring it back to it, but why was Charlie Kirk killed? Over his beliefs. Why are people killing in the hood? Because of poverty. It's not even the same. It's not even the same. So, you know, it's not to bring no racism or dark cloud. It's just to acknowledge these things so that we can grow closer and acknowledge and fight this shit, because we can't depend on the white people to band together and fix it.
Yeah, I think it's I honestly think it's crazy to expect white people to fix our issue.
I think at the end of the day, man, you have to really look at like beliefs and choices are the foundation of where we are, but we also have to filter it through the facts, you know, for whatever it's worth. Where we are right now are because of choices that were made, whether or not they were made on our behalf or not. Where we are because of choices and beliefs of other people, right? And so we really need to filter our truth through that, you know. And when you say, you know, black on black violence for whatever it is, you know, if you have a disagreement with another man, you know, men, especially black men, we really need to tame our ego to say, is this brother's life worth this shit that we're talking about? But like, it needs to be a mutual question and it needs to be mutually respected. Like, I don't want to see this brother get buried. Like, you know, people say, yeah, you know, I'm smoking on that Kirk pack or whatever, you know, for whatever it's worth. That brother right there got a family. He got a son, he got a daughter, he got a mama, he got a sister, brother, whatever it is.
I don't think it was right.
You know, his life, I mean, not Charlie Kirk, but I'm just saying, as black men, why is that brother's life that important that you have to take it? Because y'all disagree? Because y'all from different neighborhoods, whatever it is, he got more money than you, whatever it is. I'm saying, as black men, when we decide as two kings to come together and say, look, we can unite this kingdom and we can march forward on our mutual enemy, that's when we become powerful. As long as we're divided, yeah, I mean, we're gonna always be 2 steps behind because we're arguing over peanuts when the whole bounty is across the river. We got to cross the river. It's time to cross the river. And I'll say this. Somebody asked me a question and they said, what was the goal of the civil rights movement? And I heard someone say, it's because of segregation. And I challenged it and said, would it not be for human respect? I'm asking the question to frame it as to say, I am asking to be treated as a human being, as you would see yourself. You see what I'm saying? So as Black men, whatever it is, whatever the context is, we have to move past the petty, small arguments that don't move ourselves individually as well as communally forward. Once we move past that small shit, we good to go.
You know what? Let me bring something since we got a bunch of brothers here. That's one of the reasons I haven't been back on Lapeef. It's so many ladies saying illogical nonsense that but in this moment, since there's a bunch of brothers, let's bring something to the table. You a bitch. Why does that always have to be the go-to just because somebody's saying something that somebody don't agree with?
Because it's a feminine reaction.
You feminine as fuck. It's like, look, we gotta have decorum at some point in time. We used to be players. We used to be smooth as fuck.
Shit, I'm still a player.
We used to have rules. You feel me? Now it's like, and this is a lot of times why I mute myself for a long period of time. I'm not saying y'all should. It's just that I know I speak in a passionate, powerful way. Sometimes I got to pull that back because I don't want to grip the mic so hard to where the rest of y'all can't give me some information that I didn't know. You know what I mean? I think part of the confrontation we have is the you a bitch culture or the pause culture. It's like if somebody else gets some shine, if somebody say dick, all of a sudden dudes feel like, oh, I gotta check that shit. I gotta check him because he's not operating the way I do in Texas. He's not operating the way I do in Michigan. Hold on, bro. We from all different sectors. Everybody got they different dialects, they different verbiage. I really don't. Here on the West Coast, I don't give a fuck about that pause shit. But guess what? When I'm out in Brownsville, I operate accordingly. That's what they do, right? So I think when we have these discussions, I think that you a bitch culture comes from a lot of our ladies, and I'm gonna land by saying this. Sometimes our ladies are arguing just to argue and put us in a circle. I don't mind logical ladies. I really don't. But I've come to understand, especially watching the L Network over the past month, a lot of ladies are just anti-male when they say shit. They've been hurt. Uncle done let them down. Daddy done let them down. And then you hear them say the same anti-male shit over and over and over and over until finally one of us agree with them, and then we're able to move the conversation forward. I prefer to just hear logic. So when we got all brothers, here's my thing, and nobody has to agree with me. We gotta stop the you a bitch conversation. We just got to. We too old, man. Fuck you old. You over 24 years old. There's a Jewish dude starting a fucking McDonald's right now at 24. We're still arguing. You working at a warehouse. We need to get together and take that warehouse over. No, not the entire company, just the workforce. Just the workforce. You a trucker? You a trucker? I need those fucking routes you got in Indiana. I don't even have to be a trucker. I want to support you because guess what? And I'm landing right here. The damn Punjabis, the Indians, and the Pakistanis for the first time in history, they're not fighting here on American land. They have a truckers association. Even though they fucking up in the news, they got a truckers association. And you know what's next going to happen? They're going to try to control those routes.
Nah, I ain't gonna hold you, King. I want the whole company. You know what I'm saying? Like, the more we control, the better we are. You feel me? But I get your point.
But
I feel
think
what
when
you're
it-
saying, but I
totally
think
agree.
where the B word culture comes into, with it's all mixed in, because you always got bad actors that they want to try to portray a certain image, so they use that kind of actor language to try to appear something, and then you got the actual real people that's just being themselves. So you know everything has its case by case basis, and unfortunately, the same thing we was talking about earlier, just the same thing with white people. Just because
He probably his internet probably acting up a little bit.
Yeah, he barking up.
Hey.
He barking up a little bit.
I wanted to. I disagree. I don't disagree with what Mr. Research said, but I disagree with the pause part. But the "you a bitch" culture, absolutely. I think that's when like guys actually can't articulate themselves, which a lot of us can't. So we go straight to the only way that we kind of think we can assert dominance, and that's with arguing or trying to fight, when we should be communicating a lot better and articulating ourselves a lot better. But as far as like the pause, I like pause culture. I just think it's funny. It's just a part of our. I'm from the East Coast. I'm from Philly, so we right next to New York. I like the pause culture. It's just it's a way that we kind of like. We fuck with each other. Like bust each other balls, pause. Shit like that. So I don't got a problem with that. But yeah, definitely like the insults and shit like that. But I do get like the pause stuff. It's a time and place. You got to know when you among people who are of that that culture, versus like you might be among a bunch of older guys. You should kind of understand. Maybe it might not be the time and place for that. So
Now, let me ask you a question,
I
brother.
just think
To that point, when you say that they don't know any better, and I'm not arguing with you. I'm asking, like, it's 2025, right? We have the resources that are available. Like, if there is any brother in your circle that can't articulate themselves, you know what I'm saying? Pull them to the side, bro. Each one teach one. You know what I'm saying? Because that you a bitch culture that comes from as you said, not being able to articulate yourself. But pull somebody to the side and say, look, brother, you could have got that point across in a less disrespectful way, but got more impact by saying it this way. But it also has to be mutually received. You see what I'm saying? To say, hey man, you can dish it out in a professional way. We have to treat our conversations with each other in a professional manner, right?
But
and even myself at times, I have to catch myself, because sometimes I might say something that's not so professional. But when you start to handle those professional conversations, then somebody can receive it differently, because we all wear different headphones. We hear things differently. But when you have one language, and that's the only language that you hear, now you can receive it differently.
So this is the other thing.
I believe.
Go ahead.
I believe that we need, as us brothers in the community, we need to uplift our fellow brothers that are doing right, and when they are doing wrong, we need to go up and shame the fuck out of them. That's period. And far as these app hominem attacks, these feminine app hominem attacks, using the B word or calling people, dudes, the P word and all that good stuff, I just think that, it just go back to the point of showing that we don't have those good, positive male influences that's around us. sometimes when you get to that ability becoming from a dependent in the home now to an independent, running kind of like as an adult, you need to look for those type of mentors and stuff on your own to build your intellect, you know, how to speak and all the other good stuff. But a lot of guys are being shamed from it because of the circles that they run. You know, you want to be, oh, I want to be that guy that, you know, all the chicks like, whatever. But in all reality, right, that type of way of thinking and logic is not cutting out for you. You're not, it's not going to pay for it forward into the end. So I don't see us getting better unless we kind of correct those few minor details.
Well, I will say this, man. Look, I tell people all the time, I love our people, right? But you know, the middle school thing, I just don't understand. You know, I really don't understand. It's not even about being right. It's just that I don't understand. Sometimes people, they do the whole thing where like dating conversations. I don't really get into dating conversations, for example, because I understand the real power for a man is the ability to move around. Jump on a plane, jump on a train, jump on a bus, go to another county. There's 400 chicks you ain't never met before. Fly out there to Hawaii. The black women are begging for you to holler at them because they are the fifth on the radar once you hit Hawaii. Same thing with the Montana black women and the cowboy culture black women. They begging for you to come out there. So it's like, you know, sometimes I think we get caught up in city conversation, respectfully, even though I'm from the block. We get caught up in city conversation. And with city conversations come city girls. And it goes around and around. And then the city girl has power because now we've centered her. My chick bad. My chick good. I like a spicy chick. And then 10 months later, we can't stand this chick. You feel me? So we do have to take some responsibility as black men, because I tell people all the time, if every black man was to die in America, our women would not be able to survive with these Japanese, these Arabs, and these other men in control, because them dudes don't give a fuck. They don't want to hear shit, because when our women go to their country, they on mute. They on mute, or they going to jail like Brittany. And we as black men got to fix that. Instead of arguing with our women, sometimes we got to let our women know, hey, you just spoke 7 times. Let that other brother speak. This is 2nd time speaking. Hey, sister, you dominating the conversation. You done spoke a lot. That's one thing I like that Lapeef will do. He will come in and remind people, hey, let this other person speak. And our whole male culture has to do that for our women, because some of our women have been with dudes who allowed that spicy nonsense to go on for decades.
That's 100% facts, bro. 100% facts.
Yeah, man.
All right, let me go into this gym, fellas. It's been good speaking with you. I'll catch y'all next time.
All right, Mr. Research. Thank you, man.
Did y'all come
All
to
right,
a
y'all.
conclusion? Oh no, go. You about to close out?
Yeah, I mean, I was. Everybody dropped out.
Oh yeah. All right, cool. Yeah. I ain't got nothing important to say.
Okay. All right.